All right.
You have all the clerks in one chat on Teams if you need
Yes,
anything.
I saw that. Thank you so much. Good morning. It is 9:30, and I am calling to order this meeting of the Board of Supervisors on Tuesday, April 18th at 9:30 a.m. And you clearly can see that we have some empty chairs this morning. You might also notice a majority of women sitting on the dais, just saying. Our colleagues, Supervisor Lee and Supervisor Simidian, are joining us remotely. They are both ill, but you will hear their voices, and we will get started with a roll call. Yolanda.
Supervisor Arenas,
Here.
Supervisor Chavez,
Here.
Supervisor Smidian,
Here, and forgive the interruption, Madam Clerk, but I have been advised, Madam President, by our county counsel that I am obliged to read the following statement, which is that pursuant to Government Code Section 54953F2, I have notified the Board of Supervisors of my need to participate remotely in today's board meeting for just cause. Under that law, I am required to disclose whether any individuals 18 years or older are present in the room with me, and I will indicate that no other individual 18 years or older is present in the room from which I am remotely participating. That being said, I am present, and I believe that completes the required announcement.
Vice President Lee.
President, I'm in the same boat as stated earlier, pursuant to Government Code 54953F2. I've also notified the Board of Supervisors of my need to participate remotely in today's board meeting for just cause. Under law, I'm required to disclose whether an individual 18 years or older are present in the room with me, and in this case, no other individual 18 years or older is present in the room which I'm remotely participating. It is spring break, so at times my girls might be popping back and forth, but other than that, I'm here by myself. Thank you.
And President Ellenberg.
I am here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today?
Please stand if you're able.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. It is now my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome and introduce this morning's invocator, Alicia Partee. Alicia is a licensed marriage and family therapist who also serves ethnic and culture-specific communities in Santa Clara County through her work with our behavioral health department. She spent most of her adult life working in Fortune 500 and startup companies here in the county before following her husband to Norway in 2013, where she dedicated her time to advancing women's rights and diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Alicia has continued to serve vulnerable communities since returning to the county in 2020 through work at the Maranatha Christian Center's Reentry Program, Food Pantry, and Clothing Closet Services, and through partnership with Roots Community Center, which occupies some of the church's space on 7th Street. She joins us today in solidarity with Black pregnant people to round out Black Maternal Health Week. Please join me in welcoming Alicia Partee.
Thank you for having me, President Elberg, and good morning to all of the supervisors. Today, we come together as a community to recognize the importance of Black Maternal Health Week. We know that Black women experience higher rates of maternal mortality and morbidity than other women, and it's our responsibility to do something about it. It's a complex problem that requires an intersectional approach. As a therapist and a pastor, I have heard powerful stories of Black women who experience discrimination and mistreatment in the healthcare setting. One woman shared how she was denied pain medication while in labor because the nurse assumed she would abuse it. Another woman talked about her experience with postpartum depression, which worsened after being dismissed by her doctor when asked for help. These stories are heartbreaking, but they illustrate why we need to work towards improving Black maternal health outcomes. Our heart aches and our passion burns to eliminate the risk of maternal mortality due to lack of access to quality care or delayed or inadequate medical attention. Unequal distribution of resources resulting in unequal options for health care. Inadequate and inaccessible mental health services leading to lack of postpartum support. Overuse and misapplication of medical interventions during childbirth, lack of cultural competent care, and biases surrounding Black motherhood, which could lead to inadequate care. We must stand together and work towards eliminating bias within our healthcare system so that all mothers can have access to the care that they need, free from discrimination and stigma. And I just created an acronym, BURN. We have to burn. This is important. We have to boldly advocate. We have to unite and attack this and advance this agenda collectively. Resist and expose any discriminatory practices and nurture the women and the families and create a safe space that they can go to and share and get help. And as we stand in solidarity with the families affected by these issues, let us also remember that our county supervisors have the power to make real change and help to end this poor maternal health among Black mothers through better funding for services supporting maternal health resources and education on how to access those services. They can navigate closing gaps by working together to create meaningful policy shifts, and our county supervisors can lead the way by advancing this important initiative. We ask God to help us use the Black Maternal Health Week as an opportunity to strengthen our collective commitment to supporting healthier mothers and families. May all be inspired by this moment of unity and work alongside each other towards better outcomes for Black mothers and babies across our county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alicia, I loved burn. I don't usually ask questions of invocators, but bold, unite, what was the R?
The R is to resist and expose discriminatory practices, and the N is to nurture the women's and family.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And for those of you maybe who missed the opportunity, my office in partnership with Black Infant Health and the Perinatal Equity Initiative provided a free screening, sold out, I would like to add, to the for the Birthing Justice film documentary about the deep racial inequities in birth outcomes, and I would really encourage everyone to make time and to watch this important film, Birthing Justice. Thank you. We will move now to to adjournments in memoriam, of which we have 3 today. So I will look first for the adjournment in honor and memory of Lisa Jung Chan, and that's Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Lee, if you're speaking, we're
Yes.
not hearing you. There you go.
Okay, here we go. Thank you, President Ellenberg. Today we are also adjourning in honor and memory of Lisa Jung Chan. Lisa migrated to the United States at the age of 9 with a family and landed in Chicago. And it was in Chicago where she demonstrated that she was going to be a trailblazer. She took on new challenges like coming to a new country, a new home, and learning a new language. And she worked at a young age to help her family. She studied at the University of Illinois and was one of the few women at the time to study electrical engineering. Upon graduation, she and her future husband moved to California, where they started a new life together for over 32 years. She worked in high tech for over 35 years, spending 29 plus years at Cisco Systems. She was a proud mother of Jason, who has graduated from UOP with a Bachelor's of Science in Computer Science and a Master of Science in Engineering Sciences, and her daughter, Christina, who has recently graduated from UC Davis in 3 years with a bachelor's degree in neurobiology. Lisa and her husband, Robert, established the Robert Young and Lisa J. Chan Award in Electrical Engineering in 2007 at the University of Illinois. And with her support, Rob has been able to give back to the community through an educational foundation, the MCEE, and working with our unhoused, Hope for the Unhoused. Her legacy will live through her beautiful family and the community that she connected with. Today we have her husband, Robert, here, And Robert, if you'd like to share a few words, please come up to the podium.
Welcome.
Thank you. On behalf of my family, I would like to thank Supervisor Lee and Board of Supervisors for this special recognition. While Lisa would not have seeked out the limelight, I'm tremendously thankful for her immense support of the work that I do to support our community. I want to thank you again for this special honor. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry for your loss. Our next adjournment is in honor and memory of Roy Rockland.
Yes, thank you, President Ellenberg again. Roy Rockland was a true Renaissance man with a wide variety of interests and pursuits, ranging from amateur radio in his teen years to photography, winemaking, bike riding, visual arts, classical music, genealogy, baseball, and all areas of science. After working in the industry for 25 years designing and developing instruments used in analytical chemistry, Roy switched careers and taught chemistry and physics for 10 years at the Lynbrook High School. Roy followed his interests with a passion and never hesitated to take on a new challenge. In 2016, Roy ran for school board and won a position on the Fremont Union High School District Board of Trustees. Roy volunteered for the Fremont Union High Schools Foundation and became an expert in donor-based software and worked tirelessly to maintain accurate records for the foundation. Roy met the life of his life, piano teacher Marsha, through the Classical Music Lovers Exchange in 1982. They spent the next 40-plus years making beautiful music together. Roy is also survived by a daughter, Rachel Amelia Rockland, and son-in-law, Dan Dearborn, son Gabriel Rockland, and daughter-in-law, Jolene Gerardin, granddaughters Natalie and Laura, his beloved sister Janet, and brothers-in-law, Richard Katz, along with other cherished nieces and nephews. Roy will be truly missed by his community, former students, colleagues, friends, and mostly his beloved family. And now turn to Supervisor Simitian to see if he has any additional comments to add before we have members of Roy's family who must join us virtually today via Zoom to say a few words.
Only to say, Supervisor Lee and others, that I also want to express my sympathies. Roy was someone I had the privilege of working with over the years by virtue of our shared interest in public education. He was someone for whom I had both affection and respect, and my condolences to friends and family and community members who I know must feel great sadness and loss. Thank you.
And Marsha, do you have anybody in the family who would like to speak a few words?
Well, Roy was really special. We just try to pay it forward as he did in his life.
Thank you. And again, oh, do we have another speaker?
I guess
I'll just say thanks to the board for the recognition, and to Mom. Yes, he was very special. Thank you.
Thank you.
he's smiling from up in heaven. We hope.
That's wonderful to hear. May his memory be for a blessing.
Thank you.
Not on the printed agenda above, but we do have a late addition for an adjournment presented by Supervisor Cindy Chavez in honor and memory of Jacob Lara.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you so much for letting us adjourn this meeting in memory of Jacob Lara. And his father, Captain David Lara, and his mother, Lieutenant Thea Lara, are both here with us today. And I just want to say how much I appreciate you allowing us to share a little piece of Jacob with the community. So thank you both very much. Jacob was an avid music lover. a talented musician who played the drums, the guitar, and the piano. He was the center of his large, loving family with close friends from every phase of his life, from grade school through college. At his memoriam, it was amazing to see how many of his friends were present and how they knew him at very different stages of his life. He had an especially close relationship. Dave has an especially close relationship with Jacob and his older brother, Justin, which was also enormously evident. Jacob was scheduled to be the best man, to give the best man speech at his brother's wedding this spring, and scheduled to graduate from the University of Arizona this May. The loving tribute given by his father, just to say this to every parent here, it's unimaginable, the pain that you must be going through. And we're adjourning this meeting in his honor to reflect a deep sense of gratitude for the life he lived, however short, and the impact he had on so many of his family, friends, neighbors, and the community. You have many, many people who are supporting you through this tough time. I want to thank you very, very much for sharing Jacob with us and letting me share a little bit of his story today. And just to acknowledge that both of his parents are in our sheriff's department. And so I also feel like this is a loss to you and to our entire family. Thank you.
I didn't know if I'd be able to talk because it's hard to get the words out, but 30 years in law enforcement, I never thought I'd be here. I timed my retirement for his graduation next month, and we were going to spend the whole summer making up for lost times. And as you mentioned, Supervisor Chavez, he was supposed to be the best man in his brother's wedding 2 weeks ago. We've dedicated our life to public service and public safety. Never thought my own son would die at the hands of gun violence, but here we are. I just want to express my gratitude to this board. It does mean a lot, and it does help to see the support from my sheriff's office family and my county family and the rest of the community. Jacob made a lot of people smile in this community, playing in a lot of the venues, playing the drums in his band, reggae band. Made a lot of people smile in this community, and he was all about unity through music. So we have a lot of his music saved, and we'll remember him through his music. And I just want to express my complete gratitude to this board for honoring him today. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. Thank you, colleagues.
It's really an unspeakable loss, and my hearts are with you and wish you comfort in his memory and strength and support from all of those who love you. Thank you. Item 5 is to present commendations and proclamations. Item 5A has been deleted today. Item 5B, a proclamation celebrating Office Professionals Day, is our next item and will be presented by County Executive Dr. Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like the top program board members to join me up here. I think we have a few of them. Hello. Just right around here. Hi, hi. Hey, Sean. Hi. Here's Monica, my office professional. Right there. So this is a great honor to be able to offer a proclamation on Office Professionals Day, which is actually one of the most important days of the year. Back in 1987, the county realized that the office professionals in our organization are the people who actually make the organization work. If Monica wasn't there, or Shannon, or somebody else to help me, I'd be wandering around in circles all the time and wouldn't get anything done. And I think the same is true of basically every executive and manager in the organization. It was very important in '87 for us to realize as an organization that training, support, and the opportunity to advance one's career was critical for everyone. And the fact that they started with office professionals is very omniscient. So I want to thank the top board members and all of the organization. Every year we attend a training session. I think this year it's going to be on May 19th. Did I get it right? And it's really inspiring to see people who take their job so seriously and really realize how important their work is, and take the opportunity to attend the training, socialize with each other, support each other, and move on into different careers in the organization. So with that, I want to thank the program board of directors, and somebody's going to say something.
Yes.
Who wants this?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Smith.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can just say a few words. Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Smith, and good morning, everyone. My name is John Tran, and I'm the chairperson of the Training for Office Professionals, or TOP program, a longstanding county training program that was designed by and for office professionals. I, along with my fellow TOP executive board members, are extremely honored and humbled to receive this proclamation on behalf of all office professionals in the county. For those of you who may not be aware, but I think you are now because Dr. Smith just talked about it, the TOP program has been in existence for over 35 years, and about 2,000 current and former county employees have graduated from our program. But today, I just want to stress how much this proclamation means to our county office professionals. This proclamation is just not a framed document, albeit very nice. It's actually much more than that. First, it recognizes and celebrates the hard work, dedication, and commitment to excellence of our county office professionals. Whether they are working tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure that departments are organized and efficient, or being the first to greet residents seeking county services, office professionals at the end of the day are the glue that holds the organization together and the oil that ensures that the department's operations run smoothly and efficiently. Second, this proclamation is a symbol of our county leaders' unwavering support of office professionals. We all know that office professionals are the foundation of any successful organization. However, in order to maintain and strengthen that foundation, organizational leaders must continue to support their office professionals. And by bringing forth and adopting this proclamation today, our county leaders are exemplifying that strong support of office professionals. So on behalf of the TOP Executive Board, TOP alumni, and all office professionals in the county, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the Board of Supervisors, County Executive Dr. Smith, and the entire county administration for this proclamation. We thank you for your leadership and for ensuring that our county office professionals continue to be top-notch. Thank you.
We are moving to item 6, which is public comment. This is the portion of the agenda set aside for members of the public wishing to address the Board of Supervisors on any item not on today's agenda, but within the purview of the Board of Supervisors. If you are in person in the chamber and would like to comment, please fill out a yellow card, which can be found on the table in the back. If you are on Zoom wishing to comment, now is the time to raise your hand. The public comment policy we use is that we call first on public speakers in the chambers, and then we go to members of the public on Zoom. The speaking list closes when the first person on Zoom begins speaking. So again, if you are listening remotely and wish to speak on public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Rhonda, do we have
I
speakers for public
currently
comment?
have 7 in-person speakers and 8 Zoom speakers, so 10 Zoom speakers so far.
Okay, so it looks like we are over 15, so we will do
1 minute.
1 minute for speaking. And again, if you're online, please raise your virtual hand before we get to the first Zoom speaker, and we'll begin in chambers.
All right, our first speaker is Mark Trout.
Well, I was praying for 3, but 1 is better than none. You know, Sarah Cody highly recommends we wear a mask, and so I thought I'd wear the only mask that actually works. This is 100% cotton. It's only $19 from InfoWars, and it filters out absolutely everything. Absolutely everything. Okay, all of us acknowledged that we were one nation under who? Under God. We are under God. And you brought up religion, so I thought I'd talk about religion. Now, Jesus loved talking about himself. All the parables were about himself. He gave many of them in the Bible, and they were all about himself. And he finished up one of them saying, as therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so will it be in the end of this world. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels, and they shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend and do iniquity.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elba Morales. Go ahead.
Good morning. Here today are 3 out of 5 nurses of the first 5 and CSEC programs of Santa Clara County to impress upon you the severe need for management changes to the programs. Under the current manager, the teams have been subjected to such a hostile and combative work environment that it has led to the departure of 7 nurses and staff in her 2-year tenure. The current manager has subjected the teams to inappropriate and unprofessional comments and actions that continue to belittle, embarrass, and disrespect the staff. Decisions by the current manager have also shown that she is unfit to lead the teams, as the nurses have had to advocate for patient privacy and the family and children's rights to First 5 and CSEC services against this manager's judgment. Upper management has been aware of the challenges since May 2022 with no changes. We are in crisis mode and implore you to help the nurses and the community we serve by supporting our request to remove this manager. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Dizon.
The nurse manager has demonstrated severe knowledge gaps in the First 5 program and significant lapses in general nursing and management judgment. She has instructed nurses to do things that would violate HIPAA, which has caused her to lose credibility and trust as a nurse manager. She has had no structured training in her 2 years in the role, which is evident in her ineffectiveness as a nurse manager. Her constant contradiction and confusion because of her lack of knowledge hinders nurses' ability to provide care. She has demonstrated disregard of clientele needs. She has instructed nurses to decline services to clients, which directly impacts kids and families in our community. Her use of stigmatizing labels to address families signals red flags that the nurse manager is unfit to serve this community. She has made constant inappropriate and unprofessional comments that belittle, embarrass, and disrespect nurses, and has shown that she is not interested in supporting the First 5 CSEC teams, but instead has her own agenda.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Pagala.
After May 1st, the first 5 program will operate at less than 50% staff, as there will only be 1 senior public health nurse and 2 public health nurses that are still in training. I myself, who happens to be the senior public health nurse in the program, will be 9 years with the program next month, have considered leaving. In the past 2 years, I've been responsible for training 6 new nurses on our team, on top of managing my own caseload of coordinating client care through referrals. We are severely concerned for the well-being of our clients we serve, as there is little Santa Clara County can do to recruit and retain public health nurses under current management. The lack of results from upper management has led to crisis mode within the team. Please assist the public health nurses in removing health nurse manager and CSEC programs collapse. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pause before the next speaker and see what we can do about that.
Testing. All right. Our next speaker is Aiden. We're trying to locate the
Great, thanks.
noise.
Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Susan, can we have, President Ellenberg, can we have the last speaker get to speak over? I couldn't even hear what he was saying.
Of course.
Thank you.
Ryan, are you still here? I believe there was a request for you to speak over, as we weren't able to hear you due to the buzzing of the microphones. It seems like they fixed it. Thank you to the guys in the back, because I did nothing.
After May 1st, the first 5 program will operate at less than 50% staff, as there will only be 1 senior public health nurse and 2 public health nurses that are still in training. I myself, who happens to be the senior public health nurse in the program, will be 9 years with the program next month. I have considered leaving. In the past 2 years, I've been responsible for training 6 new nurses on our team, on top of managing my own caseload of coordinating client care through referrals. We are severely concerned for the well-being of our clients and families we serve, as there is little Santa Clara County can do to recruit and retain public health nurses under the current management. The lack of results from upper management has led to crisis mode within the team. Please assist the public health nurses in removing the public health nurse manager before the first 5 and CSEC programs collapse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Aiden, go ahead. Sorry about that.
My name is Aiden. I'm here on behalf of the Students Against Mass Incarceration at San Jose State. I'm here to speak to you about the proposed new jail. It is our stance that incarceration is a brutal and ineffective way at reducing crime. And what these people need is for food, what they need is shelter and mental health resources. This jail would spend hundreds of $millions to abuse them instead. The funds would be better spent on a mental health facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Raymond Rasser.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Raymond Ross, and I'm speaking on behalf of the International Human Rights Clinic at Santa Clara University in support of implementing CEDAW locally as put forward in items 34 and 35 on today's agenda. We appreciate and are very thankful for county staff and county council's leading role in finalizing the CEDAW proposal before this honorable board today, and for the numerous collaborative meetings in the past. As we approach today's vote, we emphasize the significance of engaging both external and internal stakeholders for their expertise to ensure that CEDAW fulfills its promise here. We believe that the creation of a CEDAW implementation committee or work group consisting of internal and external stakeholders is essential for a strong implementation process. Santa Clara should follow the best practices set by San Diego's temporary CEDAW working group to ensure that service providers, our Commission on the Status of Women, and other key stakeholders can inform the implementation process in real time as it moves forward through its initial 3 phases. Temporary advisory boards constituted for single specific purposes like the CEDAW working group are not subject of the Brown Act.
Thank you very much. The time has expired.
And our final in-person speaker is Rochelle Go.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Rochelle Go, and I'm also speaking on behalf of the International Human Rights Clinic at Santa Clara University School of Law in support of Santa Clara County's leadership to implement CEDAW locally as put forward in items 34 and 35 on today's agenda. First, we appreciate the robust collaboration among county council, county staff, stakeholders, and advocates over the past several months, and we applaud your proactive steps to achieve gender equity in Santa Clara County. Second, we believe the board should do so with minor amendments and develop individual intersectional equity action plans tailored to their specific areas of operation. By doing so, we are elevating staff's expertise about what they do, value their knowledge about how their work can substantively further gender equity, and empower them to make it happen. For example, San Diego County and Los Angeles both have taken this approach and consider this as the most important feature of their implementation process. We believe Santa Clara County should do so as well. Thank you for your time and consideration.
That concludes our in-person speakers.
I'll remind online speakers again, if you're intending to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. The last speaker will be whoever has their hand up last when the first speaker begins speaking. Rhonda can follow that. Thank you.
All right, our first speaker is Blythe Young. Blythe, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Blythe Young. I'm the Community Advocacy Director for the American Heart Association here in the Bay Area. I'm speaking today in support of item 25 from your April 4th agenda to allocate $5.6 million in ARPA funds to improve food security in Santa Clara County. To ensure this investment works as intended to reduce food insecurity, promote good nutrition, and support local economic growth, we encourage you to ensure funding goes to local healthy food incentive programs. We encourage you to further allocate the $4.4 million that remain after the allocation to Second Harvest to programs that would further supplement SNAP or produce prescriptions. Nutrition incentive programs directly impact revenues for local merchants and generate job growth. Every $5 spent using SNAP generates as much as $9 in economic activity. The county's food system work plan recognizes the many benefits of health incentive programs and specially identifies them as a key strategy to improve security and public health. These programs need funding now to address food insecurity and healthy food access in the community, as well as promote long-term health equity and economic well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Wrong mouse. Our next speaker is Delilah Polito. Delilah, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning. The unvaccinated workers and vaccinated workers are now treated the same, but the unvaccinated workers have to work under a reasonable accommodation, which makes no sense. Can the board explain why do the unvaccinated workers have to work under a reasonable accommodation? please align with the state order, end the discrimination, end the vaccine mandate, and end the mask mandate. Surrounding hospitals have ended theirs, and surrounding counties as well. Please do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg. Greg, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, my name is Greg Phillips. I'm a registered nurse at Valley Medical Center. I've worked at the Valley Medical Center for over 18 years. I'd like to voice my plea to the board and Jeff Smith to end the mask mandate and also the vaccine mandate for county-operated hospitals and jails. Please align county policies with the state of California public health orders. How is it that county public health orders drop the mandate to mask, but the county executives enforce a mask mandate? Why is it all the other hospitals in the county don't have to mask, which is following the county's own public health order, but anyone who works or visits a county-run facility have to abide by a rule that isn't in line with the county's own public health order, nor the state of California's own public health order? Please drop the mandates to mask and the vaccination mandate to work in our county hospitals and align our rules to what the state's rules and our own county public health order is. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Garfias. Maria, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Hello?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
I'm in agreement with the previous nurse that was speaking on behalf of, the entire health and hospital system and stating that we should remove the mask mandate. I think it's really unnecessary, especially with all the orders that have been already changed as far as not.
We've lost the sound speaker. Can you check
It looks like she's still unmuted. Maria, are you still there? Okay, we'll move on to Teresa Alvarez. Teresa, we've asked you to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm actually calling in support of what the others just said about mask mandates. And gosh, I didn't realize the vaccine mandate was still in place. I understand that there's some serious concerns about the COVID-19 vaccines, that even there's an attorney general that dropped recommending that is actually not recommending them for children at all due to the side effects that are happening. And so I am also wanted to point out health and safety codes 24171 and 24172 that protects a person's right to not have to participate and be part of these experimental vaccines. The emergency use was authorized because they couldn't get a medical license for them. And I just urge the board to reconsider.
Thank you. Our next speaker is speaker ending in number 736. We've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute. Caller ending in 736. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
First, I'd like to state that CDC Director Rochelle Walensky stated on CNN, quote unquote, what the vaccine can't do anymore is prevent transmission. Then I would like to state that Dr. Fauci on NPR said, quote unquote, what we know now is a fact, speaking about vaccinated people with COVID are capable of transmitting infection to somebody else. As an entity that at this point, the vaccine mandate has not been rescinded, it has become abundantly clear that your motive is not health and safety as you claim. You are not following the science. The science now says that natural immunity is real and provides robust protection. We know the vaccine does not prevent infection or transmission. The vaccine mandate, therefore, is completely unnecessary. If you do not rescind it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, board. My name is Andrew. I'm a nurse at Valley Medical Center for the past 20 years. I just want to create a little perspective for you guys. Switzerland has ended their vaccine program for all ages. We are asking you please to help pressure county admin to align with the county public health policies, the state policies, and the federal policy. The CDC recommended last September no universal masking in high-risk settings. We were there, we responded to this COVID pandemic. We will respond to whatever challenges we are up against, and we are asking you please to follow up and align with the state and the county on this. The morale is being pushed back down again, and I hope that you're getting the message today. Please help in this. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Kamara. Alan, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Alan Kamara. I would like to echo the sentiment of all the previous speakers to end the administrative masking policy within the county. We would like the county, Dr. Smith, please align with the state, the rest of the county hospital, Kaiser, Stanford, El Camino, to end these masking policies, and also with CDC. I don't know if Dr. Smith, with all the policy that we celebrate, there are men and women behind those policies that make those policies what they are. It takes all the men and women in healthcare, our frontline work, our nurses, our doctors, our respiratory techs, our techs, to make sure we take care of the pandemic. Now we're here. Please, we're asking you, people are exhausted with masking, to align with the state, with CDC and the rest of the county hospital, please. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrea Diaz. Andrea, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, my name is Andrea Diaz. I'm an RN and L&D at O'Connor Hospital. I also want to say about the mask mandate. While the rest of the country has already passed COVID and its mandates, our county seems to be stuck following policies or guidelines generated at the beginning of the pandemic. After 3 years, we have more data, therapeutics, vaccine, and a better understanding now than in the beginning. We have 2 million people who are already in Santa Clara County without masks. And according to the CDC dashboard today, COVID is barely scratching the bottom of the graph. What data is being used to justify continued masking? Every other hospital in our county is unmasked. Is there a timeline, a plan, a certain data point we're looking for to reach it? Having no end date or goal is it's a hopeless feeling for us here, and it's damaging our morale. Mental health is just as important as physical health, and continuing masking is keeping us from connecting with our patients. As educated professionals, we should be able to decide if we want to mask or not. It's time to see our coworkers.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rhoda Fry. Rhoda, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
If you want to learn more about what is supposed to be regulating, who is supposed to be regulating the Lehigh cement plant and quarry, please attend the Supervisors Summidian's annual meeting in Cupertino and on Zoom next Wednesday night. Google Summidian Lehigh to learn more. I am here once again to beg that the county, as lead agency for the state's Surface Mining and Reclamation Act, that you do your job. Reclamation at Lehigh is years overdue. The act requires that reclamation occur concurrently with mining, not after. The county's approved 2012 plan allowed the quarry to continue mining, which ceased over 3 years ago. Now the county is sitting on its hands, waiting for a new plan, turning the quarry into a for-profit landfill that will create traffic gridlock in Cupertino for decades. Piling on without doing due diligence, you've allowed new polluting operations without regard to your constituents' health and safety impacts. Do your job, reclaim now, uphold the 2012 promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lydia. Lydia, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to bring you some good news. Viruses lose potency with time, and that is why 3 years later, we're finding that it's a nothing burger, and it doesn't matter about the wastewater because what we need to look at is illnesses and deaths, and it's a nothing burger. It's like a cold virus. So you guys keep saying you want to protect the elderly and the immunocompromised, and you want to listen to science and equity. It's unequitable that you are not allowing and listening to your constituents to be free to breathe. The deaf community reads lips, and yet this is not equitable. And an elderly and immunocompromised, they can take care of themselves. That's what we are as a people. We're free. And why do we have to beg for our freedoms? Why did Samidian at the Health and Hospital Committee relinquish his duties to the health officer? Why do we have these?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shazana. We've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Is their mute turned off?
Shazana, are you there?
Hello.
There you go.
Hi. I work in the ER, and I was just wondering why we still have to wear masks as well. I would like to see my colleagues smile again, as well as the deaf community. They can see our mouths. We read lips very well. And I love all my coworkers. Just wondering why the county cannot get in line with the state and the federal about the mask. If we can remove the mask and be free again, it's our right as a people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blair Beekman. Blair, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I hope you can circle back to the previous public comment person who got muted previously. I hope she's still around, and to offer my public comment is, as usual, my usual public comment. I hope that you can learn how to offer a few additional words or sentences to the closed session public agendas, public meeting agendas in the future. I hope that we can work to end war in Ukraine and work towards open dialogue, peace, and negotiation and multilateralism before this continual madness of war. And to conclude, I've been noticing that federal agencies have not only been working in San Jose with the SJPOA issues, but in Antioch too, about their police discrimination issues. Good luck how they're working on things in Antioch as a full community. Good luck how we can work with federal agencies down here in the South Bay and bring the
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karina. Karina, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute. Karina, are you there? Looks like you unmuted and muted yourself. It doesn't look like Karina's been able to unmute herself, so that does end our public speakers.
Thank you very much, Rhonda. And apologies to the speaker that wasn't able to sync with our system. We're going to move to the consent calendar right now, and likely some Levine Act announcements, et cetera. So why don't you go through where we stand right now, Rhonda, please.
All right. So we have a request from Supervisors Samidian to delete item number 5A. Item number 5A is to present proclamation declaring April 24th, 2023 as the 108th anniversary of the Armenian genocide of 1915 to 1923 in the county. There's a request from administration to continue item number 8 to June 6th, 2023. Item number 8 is a public hearing to consider acquisition of real property located at 10 Kirk Avenue, San Jose. There's a request from Supervisor Sumitian to consider item numbers 10 and 11 concurrently. Item number 10 is to receive report relating to storm damage to county roads during the winter 2022-2023 storms. Item number 11 is to adopt resolution ratifying the April 11th, 2023 proclamation of local emergency relating to March 2023 storms. Request from President Ellenberg and Supervisor Chavez to consider items number 12 and 15 concurrently. Item number 12 is to receive report relating to the status of the jail reform efforts. Item number 15 is to receive the 4th interim report from the Office of Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring relating to the audit of jail reform recommendations. There's a request from Supervisor Arenas to consider items number 16 after item number 7. Item number 7 is to approve the consent calendar and changes to the Board of Supervisors agenda. Item number 16 is to consider recommendations relating to conducting a health assessment of the Latinx community in the county. There's a request from Vice President Lee to consider items number 20 and 21 concurrently. Approve referral to County Council to report to the Board through the Housing, Land Use, Environment, and Transportation Committee relating to legally binding agreement to effectuate the immediate and permanent shutdown of the Lehigh Southwest Cement Kiln. Item number 21 is to approve a referral to County Council to report to the Board through the Housing, Land Use, Environment, and Transportation Committee relating to a policy that sets forth joint planning principles when considering restoration and future development of the Lehigh site. There's a request from Supervisor Arenas to consider items number 24 and 25 concurrently. Item number 24 is to receive report relating to increasing the number of county-sponsored firearm buyback events to a minimum of at least 2 annually. Item number 25 is to receive report from the Office of the Sheriff relating to its gun relinquishment program. There's a request from Vice President Lee to add items number 28 and 29 to the consent calendar. Item number 28 is to receive a report relating to options for improving mental health care access for West Valley residents. Item number 29 is to receive report relating to continuation of COVID-19 vaccine distribution. Request from President Ellenberg and Vice President Lee to add item number 30 to the consent calendar. Item number 30, receive semi-annual report relating to the continuum of care services. There's a request from President Ellenberg to consider items number 34 and 35 concurrently. Item number 34 is to consider recommendations relating to incorporating the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women principles. Item number 35 is an adoption of ordinance number NS-300.972, adding Chapter 8 of Division A18 of the County of Santa Clara Ordinance Code relating to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Requests from the Sheriff to hold item number 36 to May 2nd, 2023. Item number 36 is to receive the second annual report from the Office of the Sheriff relating to the use of force. Request from administration to hold item number 37 to May 2nd, 2023. Item number 37 is to receive the report relating to options to increase and improve paramedic training in order to increase the number of qualified paramedics in the county. Request from administration to hold item number 38 to date uncertain. Item number 38 is to receive report relating to whether the new West Valley Health Center is an appropriate location for child care for county residents. Correction to item number 57. Possible action item B should read as follows. Approve county sponsorship of SV at Home in the amount of $2,900 from the Supervisorial District 4 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board fiscal year 2022-2023 budget to support the Mountain View Life Moves interim housing tour. Request from Vice President Lee to delete item number 73AI. Item number 73AI is Supervisor Lee nominates Sergeant Sean Allen for appointment to the Community Correction and Law Enforcement Monitoring Committee, seat number 3. Request from administration to hold item number 75 to date uncertain. Item number 75 is to receive report relating to the Juvenile Justice Realignment Block Grant Annual Plan for fiscal year 2023-2024. And that concludes the consent calendar update.
Well done. And now we're going to turn it upside down with apologies. I'm going to go to each of, I'll start with myself, work down the line, and then call on Supervisors Lee and Simidian in that order. And today's choreography may be particularly tricky, so let's see if I can keep us on track. Item 8 is being continued. Items 9, 10, and 11 are set for time certain this afternoon. So we're going to hear Supervisor Arenas' referral, item 16, right after the consent calendar is completed. Additionally, the board is going to lose quorum this afternoon when Supervisor Arenas needs to leave the meeting at 2:30. So I'm going to defer item 12, the jail reform study session, and item 15, 12 and 15, OCLEM's audit of jail reform recommendations, to our next board meeting. So I think a bunch of you might run out at this moment. And I'll explain also that the reason we're losing a quorum is that even though 2 of our supervisors are remote and participating in the meeting, the Brown Act rules require a quorum of us to be physically present in the chamber to continue with the meeting. Promptly at 2 p.m., the board will hear item 11, because ratification of the emergency declaration proclamation must be renewed today by a quorum of the Board of Supervisors. That's the choreography. And now I just have 2 brief comments on 2 items. Item 30 is a regular report from DFCS regarding the Welcoming Center, and I want to thank DFCS staff for your work ensuring that this key county service is brought back into the county per board direction. And just a quick question to Dr. Smith. Can you confirm that the positions that are needed to staff this when the licensing is finalized will be available, and are they included in this in the FY 23-24 budget?
They will be available. They're not specifically called out in the budget, but financial assets for them are available in the budget this year.
Thank you very much. And item 89 is purported to be a second reading to amend the salary ordinance for behavioral health positions that was held by Supervisor Chavez at the April 4th meeting. It's my understanding that the meetings are still in process with labor, so I'd like to ask that we hold this item once again to allow for resolution of the outstanding issues and hopefully be in a position to bring it to the first meeting in May. Those are my comments. Supervisor Chavez.
President Ellenberg, if I can just get clarification, I think you also meant to hold items 13 and 14 to the next meeting. Those are part of the time certain at 2:30 p.m.
They are, but do they? Oh, then I guess we'll have to. I was thinking those were a little bit separate. Well, correct. Thank you. 12 through 15, not 12 and 15.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to come back on the, that's great. That I was going to ask that same question. Thank you. I'd like to ask that item 34 and 35 be put on consent. These are the CDA recommendations and the CDA ordinance. I'd like to, obviously we would be passing those. I'm requesting that the implementation plan come back to the Children's Family Seniors Committee and that staff, the appropriate staff as decided by the Chief Executive Officer. My hope is that the Division of Equity has a conversation with the Commission on the status of women prior to it coming back to the board at our, to the committee at our August meeting with a strategy for implementation in partnership with the Commission and through that division. Second, on item 38, this is the report on child care at West Valley Health Center. I'd like to ask that instead of a date uncertain, that come back to us within 90 days. And then on item 43, this is an extension of a contract for ambulance service not emergency services, but non-emergency services. And I just want to make sure that we get an off-agenda report confirming that that contractor is at a living wage. And then I think that covers all of my issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. You're calling me for item 16? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't like my microphone on. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. Actually, I would like to request to put item 2425 regarding gun buyback to be deferred to the next meeting, which is May 2nd Board of Supervisors meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And consistent with past practice, I will indicate that we have been advised that certain items on the consent calendar may be subjected to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language in our published agenda. Specifically, we've been advised that items 42, 43, 44, 47, 48, 53, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 62, 63, 65, 67, 69, 71, 72, 74, 78, 83, 84, and please bear with me. '85, one more, there we go. Those items are on the consent calendar and they may be subject to the Levine Act. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of our agenda. I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And I would like to also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any employee of the county counsel's office or of the clerk of the board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. That is all I have on the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. Let's have I'd like to get a motion and a second, and then we'll go to public comment.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you very much. Do we have public speakers on this item in chambers and or on Zoom?
So item 34 and 35 were moved to consent, so we do have 2 speakers on that.
Okay.
So they are in person. And then it looks like I have 3 speakers thus far on Zoom.
Thank you.
So
I'll note again for our participants on Zoom, if you're interested in speaking on any items on the consent calendar, which as our clerk noted now include items 34 and 35, to please raise your hand now. We'll keep the queue open until the first speaker on Zoom begins speaking. Thank you. Let's start with the chamber speakers, Rhonda.
All right, our first speaker is Lisa Little, followed by Nancy. Brimo.
As the Vice Chair of the Santa Clara County Commission on the Status of Women, along with my co-chair, CEDAW Ad Hoc Lead, Nancy Brimo, we are here to honor the work that has gone before us, including all that the CSW commissioners over time, over the past 24 years, who have advocated for a full, permanent, and sustainable CEDAW, which is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Ordinance, and the Implementation Plan that we will, I guess, defer until the CSFC meeting. We would also like to commend you all, our supervisors, for your leadership in taking this critical step to achieve gender equality in Santa Clara County. We also want to acknowledge the spirit of collaboration on the part of the county exec and staff, and appreciate them working with CSW and Santa Clara University IHRC in developing a strong CEDAW ordinance. Women in this county have waited for 24 long years for our county to implement the principles of CEDAW. Women who are half of the population, every population, have been at a disadvantage simply due to their gender identities, and the root cause is discrimination, which includes factors such as gender-based violence, pay gap, poverty, and the uneven distribution of caregiving responsibilities. While progress has been made in some areas, many of the challenges and obstacles identified still remain. In addition, new challenges for women's empowerment and gender equity have emerged in recent months. By codifying CEDAW here in Santa Clara County and implementing the framework for CEDAW, we recognize the county's significant role as employer, contractor, provider of services, and community and business partner. We also recognize that the intersectional characteristics that cause inequities include sex, gender, sexual orientation, pregnancy, like the Black Maternal Health Week that we're celebrating this week, race, ethnicity, marital status, immigration status, disability, age, and familial status, and that it's a disproportionate number of women remaining impoverished.
Thank you, Lisa. Next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Brimo.
Hello. Good morning and hello. Just to finish Lisa's comments there, a disproportionate number of women remain impoverished and face barriers in accessing healthcare, employment, economic development opportunities, affordable housing, homelessness prevention, voting rights, civic engagement, environmental health, educational access, leadership opportunities, and criminal justice. At this crucial and historic junction, it is more vital than ever to protect and promote women's rights by passing a comprehensive and permanent CEDAW ordinance with full implementation. By doing this, we create the most powerful and effective tool to protect the hard-fought rights of women, girls, and all those who identify as women. Therefore, we support the adoption of agenda items 34 and 35, which include the ordinance, board policy, and ledge file. However, we understand that today we are talking primarily about the ordinance. We do have 3 recommendations related to the implementation, so for that matter, I can save those for to be taken up later at CSFC. But we do feel that this is a monumental step forward. We are very excited about it. We are also following closely what San Diego and Los Angeles are doing, and we have models there on how to roll this out in terms of framework, et cetera. So without going into the details on the implementation plan, I will just tell you that we are very pleased and happy to be at this point today. So thank you all.
Thank you. And sorry, just my reminder to folks on Zoom, if you're intending to speak on the consent calendar, please raise your hand now. We'll close the queue when the first speaker begins speaking.
All right, our first speaker is Blair Beekman. Blair, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I wanted to speak on items 48 and 67. 48 is, its title is a nice one. It is, if I can find it here, with 2 minutes, considering recommendations relating to COVID equity and community engagement agreements. So it means I hope you're working on the concepts of, you know, what I thought of is how we can talk about having specific creation of emergency, continuing local emergency needs. Instead of an overall plan, we can make it specific emergency needs to the public meeting process. That can allow meetings to be Zoomed again in the future, all meetings. And I think that's a good use of emergency practices, I hope, for public understanding and the process. So good luck in those sort of thinking and efforts to address, as you're trying to address Zoom issues.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Britton. Britton, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Am I audible?
You are.
Thank you. My name is Britton Schwartz, and I'm speaking on behalf of the International Human Rights Clinic at Santa Clara University School of Law in support of agenda items 34 and 35. As the board knows, our clinic has been supporting the county in its initiative to implement human rights locally over the past several years. And we strongly support the county's bold leadership today to adopt a county ordinance to implement the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW. I just wanted to quickly say how pleased we are with the collaborative process that has been possible over the last year to develop the proposal that is before the board today in these agenda items, and that we really look forward to staying engaged with the county to support a robust implementation process going forward. We had hoped to have the opportunity to discuss a couple of very minor amendments that we do think would strengthen the implementation process here. I'm hopeful that we can take those up, as Nancy mentioned in her comments, when the CSFC addresses the implementation process in August. But I will just mention briefly that we have learned from our extensive research into the best practices being developed by San Diego and Los Angeles counties, who are a bit ahead of us in their process on this, that it really is best practice to have every single sub-county unit develop its own individual intersectional gender equity action plan as part of the implementation process, and that's really been the most important element for them. And we think that's very much doable here. We also feel that it's very important to create an informal working group to continue the robust stakeholder engagement that we have had throughout this process to ensure that implementation rolls out in the most effective way possible, and that we can all contribute our expertise to achieving gender equity for women and girls and those who identify as women and girls in the county. Thank you for your leadership today and for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peg Carlson. Peg, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Peg Carlson Bowen. I am past president of AAUW, the American Association of Women, and the San Jose branch. This group has been supporting equity for women and girls in this community since 1909, and our national organization since 1881. Our organization is also a founding member organization of the Bay Area Equal Pay Collaborative. We work there with the Commission on the Status of Women and others. I am here in support of the CEDAW ordinance, one that will truly begin to implement the principles of CEDAW in a meaningful way and would showcase Santa Clara County as an example of good governance for women in the workforce. A truly effective implementation of the ordinance requires a full analysis of county operations, meaningful data gathering, public reporting, and continued appropriate funding. And I'm sure that these will be considered in the implementation plan in your work. I'm very happy to hear it will involve the longstanding Santa Clara County Commission on the Status of Women, which is a point of pride and progressive history here. Also, the data and conclusions will well inform the county's strategic planning, budgeting, and priorities based on current data, not outdated data or conjecture. I know that there has been a lot of background work with stakeholders in the county and at the university to create a workable and practical ordinance and implementation plan. I really sincerely thank you for all the conscientious and thoughtful work that has gone on already. We all know that women's contributions create value, and discrimination undermines that value add. So let's have Santa Clara County lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Steiner. Mary, we've asked you to unmute.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm president of the United Nations Association San Francisco chapter. We have a number of members living and working in Santa Clara County, and I might say I have family members in Santa Clara County as well. I would like to commend you for what you're doing and to be a witness to what has happened in San Francisco as a result of adopting a CEDAW ordinance in 1998. The impact has been evident in the reduction of domestic violence to 0 for 4 straight years. Family leave has strengthened family well-being. Litigation alleging discrimination has been managed expeditiously, and civil society organizations have been included in fighting human trafficking for the reduction of violence against women. Far fewer women are living in the streets in San Francisco, more are finding shelter and being sheltered. The most powerful part of a CEDAW ordinance we have found is implementing and incorporating the necessary standards and best practices for gender-based data collection and analysis at the department level. And this provides a pathway to eliminate all forms of discrimination against women and girls in Santa Clara County. Congratulations and commendations to all of your leaders there in Santa Clara County and to expeditiously putting this on your agenda today for approval. We look forward to collaborating with you on best practices.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ashley Dargett. Ashley, please accept the unmute.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Dargett. I would like to speak to you on items 34 and 35. Thank you for the opportunity to speak as a member of the American Association of University Women's San Jose branch to ask for your support in passing this ordinance. If you're not familiar, AAUW San Jose has supported equity for women and girls since 1909 and is part of a national organization that was established in 1881. We know that you are all aware of the recent rollbacks to women's rights and how the COVID pandemic exacerbated longstanding gender equity issues. Therefore, it is, and always has been, the right time to implement CEDAW. We must take a stand in response to federal inaction. Other major cities and counties have already done so, yet here we are today. Furthermore, let's make sure that this ordinance is effective. An effective CEDAW ordinance is one that incorporates, at minimum, a thorough analysis of county operations, public reporting with the help of the Commission on the Status of Women, and ongoing funding. Let me be clear that this is a massive opportunity for the county, an opportunity to gather information that will allow us to be much more strategic and proactive in the way we address the needs of our community. These issues are often deprioritized due to their inconspicuous nature. It's time to prove that we really listen to and trust women and validate what they've been trying to tell us for centuries. We know all of the ways in which women hold our communities together, so we know that this will have an outstanding impact on the county and beyond. Let's take part in leading the revolution and spreading the message that we won't stand for inequity and that we will actually do something about it. We will continue to fight for those values, but we need your support to maximize the impact and expedite justice. Help us give back to all of those that have helped us get to where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Roxanne. Roxanne, we've asked you to unmute.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Roxanne. I'm an advocate for trans women, and I'm talking on items 34 and 35. Thank you for passing the CEDAW. I would like to have a special thanks to Supervisor Chavez for allowing my community to finally have a voice on these issues and a seat at the table. I'm raising today to point out that CEDAW's definition of women is intentionally vague. And there's a University of Chicago law review article on it that does include gender expression and does include trans women. But I would ask you today to have a strong voice from all the supervisors to say that in this county, going forward, that my community will be included and will be covered by this. Because although we finally have a seat at the table on CEDAW, it's an uphill battle even there to have my community's voice heard and included. And so I'm begging you with a strong voice to say that in Santa Clara County, trans women are covered by CDOT because it's not clear in the language of the ordinance itself, and that we are included. And so please take this opportunity to speak with a strong voice, because your personnel department, your medical department, your sheriff department, and your county council need to hear that. Because right now they are acting, in my opinion, in a transphobic way and excluding my community. So please stand up and tell your departments to pay attention to what you're doing today and to follow your lead. Thank you.
And that does conclude our public speakers.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to recap, and you'll check me, please.
Supervisor Ellenberg, may I just make one comment before we, President Ellenberg, I apologize. I do want to just say on CDOT, I'm really excited about it. I neglected to say thank you to the staff and to the community for working so hard and moving us where we are. And I want to assure Roxanne that the transgender community is a top priority for this board, and I've seen that and heard that in many, many ways, and so we'll continue to work on that. And I'm also very much looking forward to this coming to committee for an implementation strategy.
And if I can just make one comment to that point, that is something that's important, and we ensured that the ordinance definition actually directly is inclusive. And I would point to the bottom of page 3 of the ordinance for that definition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Since we have begun the dais process, we have deferred items 12 through 15 to the next board meeting. We have deferred items 24 and 25 to the next board meeting. We added 34 and 35 to consent. Those are the changes that I have, Rhonda. Did I miss anything?
No, not that was added. Oh, number 89 was held, actually.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Chavez, a second by Arenas. Let's vote on the consent calendar, please.
All right, if you don't mind, I do need to read the Levine Act. Items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act as indicated in the language on the published agenda. Any party or their agents and any participant who has a financial interest or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. With that, we'll begin voting. Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Yes.
Vice President Lee.
Yes.
President Ellenberg.
Yes. Thank you. Items 9, 10, and 11 have time certain this afternoon. Items 12 through 15 have been deferred to the next board meeting, which brings us to item 16, which is to consider recommendations relating to conducting a health assessment of the Latinx community in Santa Clara County. Supervisor Arenas, and also congratulations on bringing your first referral.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm actually really excited about today. I couldn't sleep quite well last night just thinking about this. This is quite meaningful to me, and I just want to first thank you all as my colleagues for in anticipation of a yes vote for your support, as well as our administration and the community health clinics and behavioral health contractors for their support as well. Many of you are just well aware of the acute challenges that our Latino community has faced long before COVID-19. I know these impacts very well, and I think I've shared from the dais previously how this has impacted my own family. And while I was still in my 20s, I lost my mom, and then shortly after, I lost my father. And so I know about how our Latino community, when they don't have access to preventative care and just quality care, a lot of health challenges can surface and prematurely take you from your loved ones. And so, and a lot of that has to do with exposure to contaminants in the environment, as well as just hard labor, especially in the fields. And so for me, it's quite an honor to represent South County, which is where we still have farm workers with many, many issues, the least of housing and, of course, the health issues that plague them in the fields every single day as they work to put food on our table. So yes, this is very, very meaningful, President Ellenberg. And so I just want to make some comments before I ask for support in my referral. I know I said I was going to keep this short, but this being my first referral,
Take your moment.
Thank you. Thank you. So I was talking about a lot of the challenges and the health and social indicators that plague our Latino community. And because we haven't assessed the health of our community, of our Latino community for 12 years, that was the last time that we had a Latino health assessment, I'm asking for this health assessment to be conducted, and it's a multi-phased approach. The first one is, the first part of this phase is to really take a look at internally our systems and how Latinos are utilizing our services, which will help us indicate what those needs are, and really ask ourselves and ask of our systems, how are our systems shifting and responding to the needs of Latinos? Are we using the right strategies in order to really get to the root of the root causes of a lot of the social problems and health and social issues that plague them? And so that is the first phase. This is part of the referral and in the recommended action. The second phase is to look outwardly and do a Latino health assessment conducted by our public health department in the more traditional sense, where we include a lot of our community stakeholders, experts in our field, of course, our own county participants, and in general, just our community. This, I know, is going to take a little bit longer than what I anticipate the internal assessment to be done. I've already connected with our public health department and those who would be in charge of this. And so I think it's safe to say that the first phase can be done by the end of, hopefully close to the end of this year, in which will line up with a Binational Health Week. And so we can start taking a look at our own internal system so that we can either disrupt, shift, shape, and really take a look at how we can change some of what we saw last time that we did this health assessment. And the last time that we did this Latino health assessment, we saw that, of course, Latinos have higher chronic health issues and less access to health care. We have a lower life expectancy. We have the highest school dropout rate of any students in any racial ethnic group. We live below federal poverty level, at least 15% compared to other groups. And the list just goes on and on. It is not enough just to do a Latino health assessment, but it is also, it just is equally as important, if not the most important thing to do, is to take a look at some of the recommendations and shape our policies and our strategies so that we can actually be responsive to what we learn through our assessments. And so first and foremost, we need to take a look at our own internal data. And that's why I'm asking for a lot of the critical data that is drawn through many of the different departments, excuse me. I'm talking about data, so of course this is the least interesting of my points. But the point is that we need to be able to access the data across the different departments. And I know there's a lot of confidentiality and laws that we need to abide by, but the point here is that we must have a comprehensive look at what the Latino Health Assessment is telling us, either whether it's internal or external. We can't allow some of those laws to bind our hands. And so I'm asking our county council, which I know that will be very supportive of being able to gather a lot of this information together. Okay, and lastly, because I know that this is really important to my colleagues, is that not only is the Latino Health Assessment important to my colleagues, but I know that there's a lot of other ethnic groups that form quite a majority in our county, and so I'd like to add to my motion, my overall referral, is to be able to have a work plan and timeline that lays out the ongoing assessment of the special ethnic groups that we have in our county, so that it doesn't require a supervisor to have a special referral. And I hope that that suffices and is something that we can keep ongoing within the public health department.
So I'll make a second and then a comment.
Please.
So first of all, I'm really grateful to Supervisor Arenas for bringing this forward, and also to acknowledge that, colleagues, you know we do a health assessment on the Vietnamese community, children. I think Supervisor Ellenberg or President Ellenberg, you did one.
LGBTQ community and
Right.
African ancestry.
And so in addition to the referral that Supervisor Arenas that you've made, one addition that I'd like to ask staff to consider is what are also the other communities that we need to be doing health assessments of. As an example, we've just started the Office of Disability Affairs, and that's a whole a community that I think, to your point, Supervisor, has some very specific needs. And then the other is that we've been doing a lot of work relative to to seniors, and I'd be really interested in how the work that's being done relative to seniors fits into whether or not there needs to be a specific body of work that may change because of the work that we're doing at an international level.
There's a current statewide assessment that's kicking off around older adults, and I believe that our Office of Aging Services is connected with that, and we may do some of our own. But yes, that's
Perfect.
another identified population.
So if our staff could both to Supervisor Arenas' point, make sure that we have some calendar for health assessments. The second part of that would be to consider who we haven't included and make that part of the calendar. And if I want to recognize that Supervisor Arenas' timeline is quickly approaching. So if the staff needs to come back with the health assessment additions and the calendar at a later date, I would like to perhaps recommend that we at least have a discussion about that at our August Children's Family Seniors Committee so that we can see what that broad timeline might look like, if that's okay with the maker of the motion.
Sure. So you'd like to have just that discussion about the work plan for all of the assessments,
but
done?
not to because I know you
Sure.
have a timeline
Yeah,
on this.
I appreciate that. Yes.
Thank you. And then the other thing I'll just acknowledge is that our health assessments have really led to some incredible work, including the Vietnamese American Service Center really came out of the health assessment that Supervisor Cortese launched at the same time the Latino the health assessment was done in 2012. So lots of exciting work to come. Thank you.
Thank you both. I will only add that I am very excited to cast a yes vote. I think this is wonderful, critical work. Rhonda, do we have hands up from either Supervisor Lee or Supervisor Simidian?
Yes, Supervisor Lee's hand is raised.
Let's hear him.
Thank you. First of all, I would just want to say thank you so much for your very first referral, Supervisor Arenas. I cannot be happier than to support this. I do want to ask if you believe the Race and Health Disparity Community Board can also play a role on this health assessments, since they already have identified a few areas of interest for the Latinx community as well. If that's something that you would be amenable to put onto the referral.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. Yes, I absolutely would be open to that.
Great. I just want to echo the good work this board has done previous to my arrival and the type of health disparity assessment that was done for the APA community back in 2011. I'll start with then Supervisor Cortese. And also, I believe this was also renewed again as another API health assessment by Supervisor Simidian back in 2017 and update in 2021. These absolutely were crucial in terms of coming up with ways that we need to understand our community. So I think it is definitely something that needs to be done, and especially in light of what we have gone through with COVID and the disparity in this proportional number of COVID deaths and cases in the Latinx community from this pandemic. I just want to add one framework is that, now that we are vaccinated, experience COVID, most of us now having antibodies to fight, many of us catching COVID have experienced milder symptoms. But let's not forget the times when the hospital and ICU beds were full, that we needed to set up tents outside the VMC, and when many hospitals throughout our country were running out ventilators a couple of years ago. COVID is not a nothing burger. 1.12 million Americans perished. And I definitely would be supporting this referral. Thank you.
And we do have Supervisor Simidian as well.
Please, Supervisor Simidian, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to offer, of course, the Health and Hospital Committee's time and efforts, and certainly agenda space, if as the effort proceeds, the committee can be helpful in moving the work forward. And the second observation I wanted to, or comment that I wanted to make, which I know is well and widely understood in some quarters, but not in all, is the importance of disaggregating the data. One of the important pieces of the work we've done in terms of the API health assessment is understanding that different sectors of the community have different experiences, different needs, different circumstances. And I hope folks will be mindful of that as they move forward with this effort, because while the dynamics are different, I still think the disaggregation of the data will be important in highlighting particular needs and particular subsets of the community. Thank you. Look forward to an aye vote, and congrats to Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you all very much. Rhonda, do we have public speakers on this item?
It looks like we do have 5 participants on Zoom. 6. It looks like they're going up a minute. Excellent. Nothing in person, though.
Nothing in chambers? Then I will remind folks on Zoom that if you would like to speak on this item, so Supervisor Arenas' first referral, item 16, please raise your hand now. The queue will close when the first person begins speaking, and I want to make sure not to leave anyone out. So again, if you're intending to speak on this item, now is the time to raise your hand. And what's our current number?
All right, we're up to 7. And it looks like it is paused, so 7 it is.
Then let's go with 2 minutes. If we do get a, yes, let's go with 2 minutes, and when the first person is finished speaking, we'll close the queue.
All right, our first speaker is Paul Soto. Paul, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Arenas, for bringing this up. This is, to have this being brought up now and not 10 years ago, not 15 years ago, not 20 years ago, where by now we could have caught up and done some really improving the quality of life for the very people whose bodies were exploited in order to produce the wealth that Willow Glen and the Rose Garden are sitting on today. There is a direct causative effect of the exploitation of the campesino and the wealth that is sitting in those neighborhoods, because it was predicated upon racist policies, which Dr. Sarah Cody explicitly stated that racism is a public health issue. So if that is a fact stated by Dr. Sarah Cody, then that means any practice of racism, which was quantified by the redlining map in those areas, means that the wealth that was accumulated in those areas was predicated on racism. That means that that neighborhood is responsible for a lot of the health issues that we're experiencing today. That is a fact. Thank you, Supervisor Arenas. That's why you were voted in. That's why you were there. And thank you for standing that post, because I know it's not easy. I stand my own, and it's difficult. I get cops after me constantly. I'm constantly harassed everywhere I go, marginalized, ostracized, constantly, because of the racism that still infects this city. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also thank you to Supervisor Simidian and DD.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Roxanne. Roxanne, we've asked you to unmute. Please accept the unmute. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you for the opportunity. I would start with an unusual request. I'm going to agree with Mr. Soto's comments. As I walk around our county, I also am constantly harassed just for my appearance. So I'm asking all minority communities that are harassed by their appearance to bond together to try to get change in the law enforcement attitudes in this county. I'm concerned on some of the comments that you said you've done an LGBT survey. I want to point out that some of our greatest oppressors are in that same bucket with us. And it's so strong that there's actually a term for it. It's called TERFs. So if you don't know what that is, please look it up. So please don't say that you've done a LGBT bucket survey, because our trans women are definitely excluded in this county. You have a gender clinic that is gender clinic in name only. You wouldn't have a Vietnamese or a clinic to serve women, black or brown people, and exclude everyone from that community except for one person. That it's just unconscionable. I've been even trying to get an appointment there since the beginning of the year, and it may not even happen until the end of the year. So please, when you do these studies, don't let Valley Medical get away with blowing smoke and hiding the fact that they still discriminate against my community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blair Beekman. Blair, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, Blair Beekman. A minute was taken away from my public comment and consent time. I'm working it out personally. I'm doing okay. I'm surviving. Interestingly, I can possibly put it into this item, is how good public comment can work throughout a meeting. So I'll be okay. Thanks a lot for this item. Thanks a lot for the words of Supervisor Lee, who very nicely mentioned real significant losses to the Latino community in the era of COVID. It's been really hard, a lot to deal with, and I just thank you for their work. And I'm interested in the concepts, you know, in how we're addressing the future of mental health overall. And what I wanted to say on my previous item, that as we're addressing overall mental health concerns and housing concerns of people, that as with these Latin issues, if we take a real, or Latino issues, if we take a real effort to listen to people, for all the good studies and practices we're trying to do around mental health and housing, it's listening directly to people that is so key to all of this. And I just wanted to be able to remind yourselves of that at this time, that that's the best way to work and to function in our efforts of building things. So good luck in those efforts and in the efforts of how to address equity and address equality. I think that's an important concept to address. We want to really address our issues of equity. To have a few ideas of equality in there, like the tech accountability practices I do, that can help the process for everyone a lot in the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Kamara. Alan, we've asked you to unmute.
Hey, good morning, Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Arena, I just want to thank you for this referral and to the previous speakers. That's why you were elected. That's why you were elected, because representation mattered. Representation matters when you go to South County and you see a lot of our Latino brothers and sisters. And if somebody has to drive all the way from Gilroy to Valley Medical just to get services, then who advocate for that community? And so thank you for this referral. This means a lot to the minority community in this county. But I also want to say thank you to all of the Board of Supervisors, because today the minority community can say, you know what, we have Board of Supervisors who are going to address our issue. To the example of last Friday, the birth injustice by President Allenberg, that was so much appreciated by the Black and brown community. For you to host that on behalf of all Black and brown community in this community, women who are delivering babies, who are going through tremendous hurdle just to deliver a baby, something that should be a mundane for women. Yet there are people in our community who their stories are different. So thank you, Supervisor Arenas, for bringing this up. Supervisor Ellenberg and Supervisor Chavez, I know you've been a champion for that for many, many years, and Supervisor Lee and Semedian, for the minority to rely on you all to address their issues. Health disparity is a problem in this country.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Sweeney. John, we've asked you to unmute.
Dear President Ellenberg, County Supervisors and staff, on behalf of the Santa Clara County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Mary Ann Dewan, we would like to register our support for conducting a health assessment in the Latinx community in Santa Clara County. SCCOE would like to recommend the inclusion of access to childcare, early childhood mental health, lead screening, the role of policing, and incarceration in the health assessment. The Santa Clara County Office of Education prioritizes the health of the whole child and is proud to have equity as a core value and are committed to the partnership with the county to learn and expand the resources available to all families, especially the Latinx community. We commit to work alongside the county as it moves forward with the child care needs assessment for this and other properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Gloner. Mary, we've asked you to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, President Ellenberg. I'm actually speaking as a nearly 30-year public health professional practitioner, dedicated community health, and having in various capacities been part of the important work that's the county and leading the various community health assessment, especially the first one that launched this series through the Vietnamese Reach Health Coalition. First and foremost, I want to thank and appreciate you, Supervisor Arenas, for choosing this issue to be your inaugural referral. It speaks volumes about the platform and what you're advancing. I especially want to thank also Supervisor Chavez and you for thinking forward as a public health professional. Community health assessments is an important tool to really address racial inequities, and will underscore another tool or action taken to address the resolution of racism as a public health crisis. I also, as a public health professional, the process of having it to be authorized and championed by a supervisor, and therefore really putting communities against each other. We learned that process through the Race and Health Disparity Board, the compendium of that. And I would hope moving forward thinking, and in addition to a work plan, to really give some agency to the public health department as in other county at the state level, at federal level, that really have the subject matter expertise, understanding community starts where to start first, to really lean on them to help guide not just a work plan, but how to fund this in a community engaged way. And hopeful with that county executive soon to be James Williams will also champion and make that easier. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Rebecca Armendariz. We've asked you to unmute.
Good morning, President Ellenberg, Board of Supervisors. This is Rebecca Armendariz. I'm council member, City of Gilroy, and lifelong resident of Gilroy and South County. I'm calling to offer my wholehearted support for Supervisor Arenas' referral. In South County, as you know, we lead on some of the most unfortunate statistics, despite our beautiful community and all the positive things about our community. We still have among the highest teen pregnancy rate, arrests of teenagers, chronic illness and disease, etc. So I really appreciate this referral and its focus on health, in particular the full scope of it, including racial and social inequality, and everything it encompasses, including the focus on prevention and solutions. And so, again, I support it, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Arenas, a second by Chavez. We'll take a vote in a moment, but Supervisor Arenas has her light on.
I told Supervisor Chavez that I felt like this is my quinceañera version, my political quinceañera party.
Wish we had a tiara for you.
I feel like I wear one every day. I'm so lucky and fortunate to be in this role, and so I feel like I wear one every day just by being here and serving alongside just amazing women, as both of you are. I wanted to include and not miss, I think it was County Office of Ed that mentioned they wanted us to include mental health and incarceration issues and child care, young child mental health, which is, I think, is something that we are going to already include. When we talk about health, we mean all aspects of health and not just chronic health issues. And so I just wanted to assure some of the speakers that we're listening and we're making note of all of these different representations that you bring to the table by contributing with your comments. Lastly, I just wanted to thank a couple of other strong women, and that is Dr. Rocio Luna, Dr. Rudman, and Rhonda McClinton Brown, as well as our CEO, James, to be CEO, and then, of course, Jeff, Dr. Smith, excuse me, for your support. When I mentioned this the first time, I don't think that I had to finish the sentence, and you were already supporting this. And so I'm really, really grateful. I think you heard from our community how important it is to take a look at health disparities as a way to unravel some of those root causes of social problems. And we have so many systems in place that help support our Latino and other ethnic and other brothers and sisters that are struggling in our community. And so when we're able to do these assessments and learn from them, and then also respond to our community needs, I think this is the best service that we can provide our community, aside from the direct service that all of our employees provide on a day-to-day basis. And so I just want to really thank everybody for their support and their future yes vote. So,
Rhonda, let's vote and get those yeses. Anticipated yeses.
All right. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I believe that's a 5-0 vote. Congratulations and thank you. Really tremendous work is underway already. Item 17 is a referral from Supervisor Chavez for an assessment of our contracts with ethnic media.
Thank you, colleagues. This is a referral that will continue our efforts of ensuring language accessibility for county residents, really meaning that we're going to be able to communicate to everybody in our community about the work that the county is doing. The administration did an unbelievable job during the pandemic of reaching out and standing up our partnerships with ethnic media in particular to ensure that we got out timely information and that we were really speaking the languages that our community speaks. These partners, as listed in the staff's report that's attached to this referral, are trusted messengers in the community, and they serve as an incredibly important partnership. And they did that during the pandemic, and what we saw was the proof in the pudding, meaning that we know that communication saved lives. What I'd like the staff to do now is make sure that we take in those lessons learned and apply it to the county's ongoing operations, both as we deal with natural disasters, inclement weather, emergency operations, and other issues that continue to affect the lives of people in our community, especially those with limited English proficiency. This referral requests that the administration to complete an assessment and provide recommendations at the budget workshops related to the previous and ongoing contracts with ethnic media outlets to communicate critical information relating to public health, emergency services, and essential updates to our community. And just this assessment, I want to make sure is inclusive of the partners that we worked with during COVID-19 and any emerging partners that we know have language and cultural capacities to reach deep into the community. Some of our departments have hit the ground running, like they took these lessons learned and made them a key component of their work, others not yet. And so what I'd like to do is level the playing field across the county for important work and making sure that we're communicating with all of our publics, and that would be my motion.
I'd like to second that motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have public speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 5 in person, and we have 9 in climbing on Zoom.
All right, we're going to begin with the speakers in chambers, and then we're going to turn to the speakers on Zoom, and the Zoom queue will be closed when the first person begins speaking. So if you are planning to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. And one other announcement, Rhonda, before we move to the public speakers, because of our truncated time today, I'm going to keep us moving forward through as many items as possible until we bump up against the time certain items, and if and when we need to take a break, we will do that. So get snacks so you don't get grumpy. That wasn't to anybody in particular. Let's go to public comment.
I just assumed you were talking to me. All right, our first speaker is Douglas Nguyen.
County to the minority last 2 years. But actually, right now, we're working with the minority, look like the Chinese and Filipino, even the Korean. They have no information from the county come to the minority. So that's why I would like to come here to request if we have some information from the Santa Clara County, at least we have some minority, we know everything. Because the big one we have for the benefits, service, the housing, and even the COVID-19. So that's why we would like to thank you about that one. And I hope in the future, the Santa Clara County will have some the plan or some the information communication for Vietnamese community and some minority to help them to know and to get enough benefit information from the Santa Clara County. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. Our next speaker did not write a name, but they are from the Hoi Kao Ninh Old Generation Organization. And I apologize, I know I did not pronounce that right.
Please go ahead.
Tôi là một người Việt, một người Mỹ gốc Việt trong hội cao niên. Chúng tôi muốn được sau cái ngày thời gian Covid vừa rồi, muốn được chuyển dịch cái tiếng nói của người Việt Nam ra chung cho tất cả trong cộng đồng Việt Nam. Tại vì có một số người chúng tôi tuy rằng ở Mỹ đã lâu rồi nhưng chúng tôi không có rành rẽ tiếng Mỹ, thành ra chúng tôi muốn được cái tiếng nói đó được truyền dịch và phổ biến cho cộng đồng người Việt ở đây mà đa số không nói rành tiếng Việt từ tiếng Mỹ. Xin cảm ơn.
I would like to have the content of the meeting to translate into Vietnamese, because during the COVID time, we, the people in the Vietnamese community, didn't have the opportunity to listen to the program and the broadcast. So we would like to have it translated or interpreted into Vietnamese so that the people in our community can listen to and can understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next in-person speaker is Megan Williams.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Megan Williams. On behalf of the Vietnamese community, I'd like to ask the Supervisor County should and must to get all the Vietnamese announcement for us to understand. Like you see the lady before me, she always speaks English. So do I, live in broken English. But try to make my point, COVID-19. Thank you, Ms. Cindy Chavez. The information so well, so we really keep up with the COVID-19. And I'm represent Vietnamese. I ask you continue supporting us to the media so we get more information fast and understanding for us to keep up. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ni Sheng.
Thank you for letting me here today. My name is Ni Chung, and I'm founder of CEO, founder of Formalities Cosmetics. Today, I'm grateful to the opportunity to speak about issues that's deeply important to the Vietnamese community and Santa Clara County. I'm here to address the importance of providing ongoing contract and support for our local Vietnamese network, which are vital to the Vietnamese community in San Jose, particularly our elderly and those who lack access to the internet or are not computer. I'm here to ask in the first to provide reliable and new outlet to elderly individual or without internet access by the radio or help us more about radio, TV, because most of them, they don't know how to go to internet or read by English on Facebook something. So please help us to provide more. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final in-person speaker is Quinn Vuong.
Good morning. My name is Quinn Vuong, Executive Director of ICANN. We work with Vietnamese children and families. I want to thank Supervisor Chavez and all the supervisors for your vision in supporting this, the ethnic community, ethnic media. It's been a great partnership with the county, and that led to the impressive results of 98% of Vietnamese got vaccinated. And I'm happy to hear that the county wants to pursue that partnership longer. So please do that. Don't just fund the ethnic media, have a two-way communication with the community. So meet with the community, quarterly. And don't just fund ads, radio ads or TV ads. Fund talk shows so that CBOs and county staff can come on the talk shows and talk. Because from census, we learned that awareness alone is not going to move people to take action. Thank you.
And that concludes our in-person speakers.
Let's move to Zoom. And again, a final reminder for anyone that wants to speak on this item who is tuning in through Zoom, please raise your virtual hand now. We will close the queue when the first speaker begins speaking.
All right. It looks like our first speaker is Paul Soto. Paul, we've asked you to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'd like to point out something right now that is critically important to this topic. The felon statue, raising the flag, right now is being demolished. It's being removed from public property. And there was a Chicano, son of a campesino, whose language was stripped from him because of the state-sanctioned violence in the schools, something the Vietnamese community knows absolutely nothing about. Nothing. Only the Mexican community knows, because it was the Mexican who was put in front of the class, humiliated, degraded, and dehumanized. State-sanctioned violence. It's called cultural genocide. And it is included in one of the offenses in the Geneva Accord Convention that instituted Israel as a state and the United Nations.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla V. We've asked you to unmute.
Hello. I would like to thank the Board of Supervisors. I wanted just to mention that if you guys can please continue the contracts with new media in different languages. I am also representing first-generation immigrants from Mexico. As someone who has to always inform their parents, I think it's really important for my parents to also learn along with my community. It's just a great thing to have. It's a great resource to have, and we definitely appreciate having it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diana Ding. Diana, we've asked you to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay,
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, first of all, yes, this is Diana Ding. First of all, thanks for all the supervisors, especially thanks to Supervisor Cindy Chavez. This is Diana Ding from Ding Ding TV, Silicon Valley Community Media. We are the voice of Silicon Valley Asian American for the last 14 years. I think this is critically important because we are the voice. We are in the events day by day, year by year, and we are with our community. Even though you have translations in a different language, but that's not really the language. Our community have the trust. Trust is everything. It's most important. And we organize all the events, connect with our community. So I think it's really important for the county to fund these events and support the community. I think, yeah, thank you. And my time is up. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blair Beekman. Blair, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks a lot for this item. I've been pretty impressed with how local government, county government, and San Jose government have worked with the radio networks, the Vietnamese radio networks, to deliver public service announcements and a public service platform. Good luck in searching for what that kind of subject matter can be, a neutral space for discussion of subject matter. It's a really interesting concept you guys are working on, and I think it's been doing some interesting things. Thank you. I'm learning the good use of the term ethnicity, and I think that's going to be a good term for myself. I can trust in the future that I can feel good in using. I'm going through a learning process, and good luck how this sort of item can really help the learning process for all of us of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Armendariz. Rebecca, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning again, folks. I'm calling to speak in favor of us recontracting or, a study on using the ethnic media. As you know, Gilroy was hit very hard by the COVID pandemic, but the services that the county mobilized did a phenomenal job because they worked hand in hand with the ethnic media. They play the most critical role in reaching folks that are most marginalized and getting them, preventative and life-saving information. And so I think the need for this partnership has grown, especially given the recent floods and who they impacted most heavily. In my community were the farm workers, many of whom are monolingual or who don't even speak Spanish. They speak indigenous languages. And so I think the folks who literally live on the margins of our community need this. And also the Medi-Cal redetermination is coming up soon. And so we will absolutely need the ethnic media to be part of that information.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Imelda Bautista. Imelda, we've asked you to unmute.
¿Sí me escuchan? ¿Sí se escucha?
Sí, nos escuchan.
Okay. Gracias. Voy a hablar en español. Buenos días a todos los supervisores. Gracias, Cindy, por traer el tema. Agradezco mucho que tomen en cuenta que a nosotros como latinos que hablamos español es muy importante tener y seguir con estos contratos y seguir apoyando nosotros como grupo a los que hablan español, porque hay mucha población aquí en el área de la bahía, y también porque nos dimos cuenta, yo como parte de Meta, que tenemos contrato directamente con Salud Pública, en esta emergencia de la pandemia fue muy impactante para toda nuestra población latina, y había mucha necesidad de que nuestra gente pudiera entender la información que se estaba dando para poder salir adelante en esto. Agradezco que esto siga continuando y que nos sigan apoyando de esta manera. Gracias.
So thank you very much. My name is Imelda Bautista, and good morning, supervisors, and thank you very much, Supervisor Cindy Chavez, for bringing this up. I would like to thank you because it's important to consider the Latin community that is Spanish speaker, and it's important to follow the different agreements and support that the Spanish speakers need. There's a lot of population in the Bay Area, as you know, and we have different agreements, for example, Meta with the public health service, and I realized at the moment of the pandemic that it was the pandemic was very impactful for the Latin American community, and it was very important, the need that the whole population, the Latin or the Spanish-speaking population, was able to understand such an essential information to move forward. So thank you very much, and let's continue with all this cooperation and support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rita Beretta. Rita, we've asked you to unmute.
Sí, buenos días a todos. Gracias por traer este tema, Cindy Chávez, también agradezco. Yo soy una residente y líder comunitario aquí de Valley Palms y nuestra comunidad mayormente es latina, hispana, y también los recursos no nos llegan tan fácilmente. Entonces agradecemos de que se ha incluido el idioma español para que todas las comunidades tengan el acceso a la información en el momento que la necesiten, porque así como la pandemia nos afectó, tardó hasta un año en llegar aquí el recurso o enterarnos de que había ayuda para asistencia en renta. Un ejemplo nada más por ponerlo, y también si esas reuniones puede haber traducción para que la comunidad pueda participar e estar informado de todos los recursos o todos los programas o proyectos que tiene la ciudad. Así que gracias por darme la oportunidad de opinar y que el español sea incluido en el...
Good morning, supervisors, and thank you again, Cindy Chavez, for bringing this up. And I'm a resident of Valley Palms, which is in its majority Latin American and Hispanic community. Resources don't get as easily as we may think. So thank you very much for having Spanish included. And also, it's very important that all this important information is accessible to the community when needed. The pandemic, as you know, had a very big impact in our community, and we didn't even knew the different. Just to set an example, the rental assistance that was available until a year after. So having meetings like this and having all these communications, it's very important for the community, and also having these meetings being translated for the community to be informed is very important, and this is very important for the community and the city. And thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Guadalupe Perez.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí, la escuchamos.
Pues mi nombre es Guadalupe Pérez, yo soy parte de la comunidad en San José, soy parte de una cooperativa en De Colores. Todos los días trabajamos con muchísimas personas en mi comunidad y creo que es muy importante que recibamos la información en nuestro idioma, en español, sea recursos, sea de recibir directrices de salud, como lo vivimos con COVID. Eso puede significar salvar nuestras propias vidas, ¿no? Entonces, definitivamente aprecio mucho que reconocen la diversidad del lenguaje y la importancia de tener esa accesibilidad. Definitivamente en nuestra comunidad que habla español merecemos recibir la información en nuestro idioma. Muchas gracias por continuar con estos contratos que son tan importantes para todos.
Good morning, my name is Guadalupe Perez and I'm a resident of San Jose. And I'm part of a cooperative De Colores, which every day is working with different members of the community. It's important to have this information in our language, meaning Spanish, and also different resources and also health guidelines, which were very important in the COVID times in order to save lives. Also, I would like to thank you for recognizing the language diversity and the importance that access is having to all the community. And also, Spanish speakers community deserves to have the information in their own language, meaning Spanish. Thank you again for having all these agreements, and thank you again.
Thank you. Our final speaker for this item is Marilu Zubita.
Buenas tardes, buenos días, supervisores. Mi nombre es Mariluz Cepeda. Soy residente y promotora de la comunidad de Valley Palms
y yo quiero pedir que todos los recursos sean en español, porque hay muchas personas que no hablan el inglés, que lo necesitan en español, y porque también queremos acceder a estos recursos más fácilmente. Durante la pandemia para nosotros fue un reto porque tuvimos clínicas de vacunas y fue un reto porque no podíamos comunicarnos directamente y no podíamos acceder a los recursos fáciles. Así que también pido que los recursos sean en español y también en estas reuniones que haya interpretación en español para que la comunicación sea más clara, para que podamos entenderla bien y para que no tengamos estos mismos retos. Así que doy gracias por haberme dado la oportunidad de hablar. Buenas tardes a todos.
My name is Marilu Cepeda, and I'm a resident and part of the community of Valley Palms. And I would like to ask all the resources to be in Spanish. As you know, many of the members of the community don't speak English, they only speak Spanish, so it's very important to have access to all these resources and also to have easy access to all these resources. The pandemic was very, very challenging to all of us. We had vaccination clinics. We were not able to communicate clearly or directly with the different resources we had, and we were unable to have access easily to all these resources also. So, and I also would like to ask interpretation in Spanish for all these meetings so the community is able to participate and all the information is clearly understood, and let's not have all these challenges again. Thank you very much.
That was it?
Thank you very much. I need to quickly correct a statement that I made regarding taking a break. Our labor partners' negotiated rules require us to break for lunch no later than 12:30. It's 12 o'clock now, so what I'd like to do is call for a vote. We have a motion from Chavez, a second from Ellenberg, call for a vote on item 17, and then I am hoping and encouraging my colleagues and anticipated public speakers that we'd like to go to handle items 18 and 19 before lunch, and if there's perchance an indication that these items are going to pass and that extensive public comment may not be necessary, consider that, but obviously it is absolutely everyone's right to speak on any item they so choose. So let's do a vote on 17, please.
We do have Supervisor Lee has his hand up.
Go right ahead, Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, good. So first of all, I would like to first thank my colleague, Supervisor Chavez, for bringing this important and long overdue referral forward. Our beloved Santa Clara County is truly incredibly diverse community when 40% of our residents are like me, born outside the United States, and more than half of our county residents state that they don't speak English at home. First, I want to also thank county staff and our contracted in-language media, television, radio, newspaper partners for helping us get the information out to our community, especially in our 5 special languages, which are English, Spanish Espanol, Vietnamese, Tagalog, and also Chinese Zhongwen. And we need to expand to other popular languages as well, such as Hindi. These in-language information not only keep our non-native English speakers residents healthy, but essential because it saves lives. So when the report comes back, I would like to also ask how we could also expand the language capacity beyond the current 5 languages for our media releases from our Public Information Office. And then on a side note also is, I know our county has been working for the past year on getting our Santa Clara County own website translated into different languages. So maybe on our agenda report, I would love to see where we're at this point, hoping that we'll be able to finally accomplish that to get the information out in different languages for our website. And I certainly look forward to this report coming back to see how we may expand our outreach and connecting our whole community. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we good to vote? Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Samedian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes. All right. Item 18 is a referral from Supervisors Lee and Chavez to add ranked choice voting to legislative priorities. And who would like to begin?
Supervisor Lee?
Supervisor Lee.
Sure, thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Supervisor Chavez. As the board is aware, the state is currently considering legislation that would grant our county the authority to conduct election for countywide offices through ranked choice voting, if we choose to do so. Certainly, it's my opinion that we should strive for the widest authority so that we can make decisions on what is best for our county and not be required to take actions by state dictating on this issue necessarily. This action today would enable the county staff to participate in discussion and crafting of legislation that would directly impact the way we decide to conduct elections. And through our participation, we could reserve the greatest amount of freedom and implementation in any future legislation that's being passed. So today, we're just asking what we are consider adding ranked choice voting to our county's legislative priorities. And I defer to Supervisor Chavez to add any additional comments to this.
Thank you very much. Did your comments include a motion to approve?
Yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you very much.
Thank you, and I'll second that. And I just want to put two things on the record. The goal is to create the opportunity for the board to opt in. And second, that the authority is broad enough to make sure that any action the board takes has the outcomes of really being able to improve access to the franchise.
Thank you very much. And I will note a tactic that Supervisor Wasserman used, rarely successfully, but will indicate that I'm going to be a yes vote as well. So for members of the public, we are pretty confirmed with having at least 3 votes, which is a majority of the board nonetheless. Let's look to public speakers. Do we have,
Supervisor Arena. I'm sorry.
oh, do we have any public speakers on the item?
Yes, we do. I'm sorry. We have 2 public. We have 2 public speakers online, and we also have a supervisor Summidian with his hand
Let's hear from
raised.
Supervisor Summidian first, and then go to public comment. Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to indicate I will be an abstention on this vote. I very much appreciate the fact that the motion maker and the seconder are exhorting the legislature, if they take action, to provide us with the broadest possible discretion. I think with respect to ranked choice voting for county offices, I would characterize my views as open-minded but skeptical, frankly. I am particularly concerned about what some perceive as a benefit, which is the single election rather than a primary and a runoff. I've heard those arguments, I understand them, but respectfully, I think the public is better served if they have greater opportunity to hear from and review the candidates. I think that when there is a runoff, there is a greater opportunity to focus on the final 2 candidates, whoever they may be. That is not always prevalent in a single race when there are a multiplicity of candidates in what is frankly, as important as these offices may be, a low visibility, low information setting. So I appreciate the fact that the motion very specifically calls out the desire for the greatest possible flexibility. If and when the item ever comes back to the board and I have occasion to vote on it, I would be more open to something that considered the possibility of ranked choice in a primary with a runoff then between the final 2 voters, the final 2 candidates. I am mindful of the fact that Supervisor Lee, the maker of the motion, finished second when he ran in the primary for his seat. I am mindful of the fact that years ago when I first ran for the Board of Supervisors, I finished second. And it was only the opportunity to have an extended conversation with the community and for folks to take a closer look over a longer period of time that allowed folks to reach a different conclusion. I'm also mindful of the fact that whatever any of us might think about individual candidates or candidacies in Oakland, in at least a couple of the last 4 elections, the person who got the most first place votes in 2 of the 4 elections, I believe, not only didn't win the election, but didn't have an opportunity for a runoff. So if we're going to think about this longer term, I wanted to plant the seed that there may well be a way to blend the articulated benefits of ranked choice with what are, in my view, the very important benefits of a focused runoff and additional information and engagement for the community. I will be an abstention. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to public comment. Supervisor Ennis, is your light on for the vote or for a comment?
For comment.
Please.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to keep it really short and just underscore Supervisor Simidian's feedback, also open but very skeptical. So I know this only provides us with the ability to decide in the future whether this is something that benefits the board, the ranked choice voting, our community, and voters. But this is by no means an advocacy of ranked choice voting for me.
Thank you very much. Public speakers?
Our first public speaker.
Apologies,
I'm
Wanda.
sorry.
How many do we have?
We only have 2 online. We do not have any in person.
So if anyone else is intending to speak on this item, please raise your hand, your virtual hand at this moment. We'll close the queue when the first speaker begins.
All right, our first speaker is Blair Beekman. Blair, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, thank you. Thank you that we're considering this issue, and you've offered a nice flexibility in how to consider this issue, and some really nice words by Supervisor Simidian, I feel, to really be questioning this issue. Because I mean, I'm interested in it as well, and in the work that's being done in Oakland right now, the people who are now on elected officials are incredible, I feel. But it's a matter that what ranked choice voting can help with opportunity at this time for ourselves, I think in 5 to 10 years' time, as it's proving to help progressive ideals at this time, in 5 to 10 years, I can really see this going backwards and the really wrong way, and people being elected that really will make us uncomfortable. And, you know, so there's an indirectness in how this ranked choice voting works that can end up hurting us, I feel. So I'm worried about those things as well. Good luck in working on it and how we can address the future of Oakland that we're all pulling for, and that you know, we want the best for. And I don't know. I have a few more things to say, but I think that's about covers it. I wish I understood this issue better, so I'm looking for good clarity in how to talk about it, and thank you for offering both sides of the issue of how to talk about it, and good luck to ourselves in making the process more accessible to the community in the future. How voting itself can be a more clear process. Well, let's continue to work on that good goal. That's a really important goal for our future, I feel, as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next and final speaker is Ava Shao. Ava, please accept the unmute.
Hello. Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning, supervisors. I appreciate your work, and thank you, whoever is running the online meeting. I appreciate the few seconds of time to allow people to raise their hands before speaking. So, good morning, supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item. My name is Ava Chow. I'm a high school teacher, newly elected school board member, and Santa Clara County District 5 resident, and also a voter. Today I'm speaking entirely on my own behalf. I firmly support ranked choice voting for Santa Clara County. I would like the board of members to vote in favor of Supervisors Lee and Chavez referral to add ranked choice voting to the county legislative priority list. Ranked choice voting will bring higher voter turnout and a more diverse electorate enabling more women, people of color, queer people, and young people to be represented among our county voters. I urge you to vote yes in favor of Supervisors Lee and Chavez referral to add ranked choice voting to the county legislative priority list. And I appreciate you all for your time. Thank you for your hard work, because you all have a very long agenda items. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That concludes our public speakers.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
Abstain?
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes. Thank you very much. Item 19 is a referral for site improvements at 999 Hamlin Court, Sunnyvale. And Supervisor Lee, do you anticipate that we can present on the referral, hear comment, and vote in the next 18 minutes?
Absolutely.
Go for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you, President Ellenberg. I will try to keep this statement fairly brief because I think it's a really relatively straightforward request. As you're aware, the shelter in Sunnyvale, located in Hamlin Court, which of course, thanks very much to Supervisor Semidian's leadership making it happen, was converted from a winter shelter to year-round shelter when we were in the thick of the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the transition, the number of children that are now residing in the shelter has truly exploded. Last weekend, I visited the shelter following a visit of my staff and various stakeholders, including our school board members and many other officers. On my count, there were currently 31 children staying at the shelter. I commended Home First, our own OSH, Office of Supportive Housing, and our continuum of care system for doing all that we can in providing shelters and housing to our most vulnerable populations. But at the same time, I find it particularly worrisome because congregate shelter settings can be truly traumatizing, especially to our young children. So as we are figuring out longer-term solutions to address the intersections between homelessness and families with children, we really need to do more in order, within our means, to provide a more child-friendly environment, given the constraints that we are working with. In talking with the families at the shelter and the parents, they mentioned that one of the most important things they really need for their children is to having a quiet space for them to do homework and space for their own programming. And this is why this referral is being put together here, asking the administration to conduct analysis of the parcel here in 999 Hamlin Court to determine the feasibility of establishing a separate trailer facility that can be used as a flexible multi-purpose space at the parking lot area. And I've spoken this with various leaders and school boards and teachers, and so far I have had nothing but support, thinking that this is something that's really overdue. The fact that we have 20 to 30 kids in the shelter is really, honestly, to me, is a shame. And I really think that we really need to create that space so that they have a place to do homework, maybe some after-school programming, and I'm hoping that this space will allow them to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to second your motion and would just want to emphasize that an increase in children residing at any shelter is very concerning. I appreciate your bringing the Sunnyvale shelter to our attention, and I don't want to impact the timeline for your report back, but if you're amenable, I would also like staff to look at any of our other emergency shelters that are currently housing children, and would be happy for that information to come back through an off-agenda report with recommendations as to whether we should be looking at homework spaces or other provisions for children who are in shelters, and that's only second to the real priority, which is to not have children in any of our emergency shelters. Supervisor Chavez.
I was going to second it, and I'll just add one other point, that I do think that you're right, we're trying to get to zero, and I think that the option for a trailer is a very good immediate step forward. I do think that we have to have more broad consideration about how we're sheltering children and families. And so I'll just say that I would like an opportunity to have that discussion agendized at the appropriate committee. I'm not sure which one that would be, but I do think we need to dive into this problem as we're thinking about interim housing. We do have a housing issue on the agenda later, and so maybe that's the appropriate time to talk about it, but I wanted to give staff a heads up that that's the direction I'm interested in us going.
Thank you, and you're welcome to have the second. Want to make sure that Supervisor Lee is amenable to the additional direction regarding exploration of other shelters.
Thank you. I'll second that, if that's okay with Otto.
Supervisor Lee?
I'm looking up in the heavens for you, Otto, because you're
right.
waiting for you to pop
While
up.
we're waiting to hear from him, I'm happy for your recommendations. My thought would be that Hewlett might be the right place, mostly just thinking about, I know how busy the CFSC agenda already is. Do we have other speakers?
It looks like we've lost Supervisor Lee right now from the...
Yeah, Supervisor Lee is...
Hopefully he'll return before the vote, and we'll double check that he is amenable to the additional direction.
I do have 2 in-person speakers for this item.
Terrific. Do you have any on Zoom?
None on Zoom at this time.
Okay, we'll keep the Zoom queue open, and let's hear from the 2 in-person speakers with 2 minutes each, please.
All right, our first speaker will be Bridget Watson, followed by Isabel Jubes Flower Ridge.
Go right ahead.
Speak. Thanks to Supervisor Lee for bringing the proposal forward, and thanks to all the supervisors and staff for considering this. I'm here today to support the proposal of a trailer at Hamlin Court as a space for programming or additional pop-out space for staff to create programming inside. Right now, there is no safe space for homework or any sort of quiet space for the children. They play in the parking lot or in the driveway. I saw a teenager doing homework out in the yard, like in the loading dock space, because he could still get Wi-Fi, and it was kind of away from the hubbub. I was just talking to the community college school board members in our area, and they were talking about already working with the county board of supervisors for the health clinic coming up at the De Anza Foothill College site. And they thought that they could create some programming if a space was available in the Sunnyvale shelter through their early childhood education program, which would actually be awesome because we actually need more early childhood educators, and to have them under the supervision of an experienced teacher and mentor who could support them getting direct experience with trauma-informed teaching. We have a lot of families in the shelter who are multilingual, so they would also get experience working with English learner children or children who speak a language other than English as their primary language. So as a short-term solution, we love it. But when we had our tour there the other week with some staff and other school board members, the CEO of Home First, Andrea Urton, said over and over to us, this is no place for kids. We'd say, how many kids of what ages? I have no idea. And she kept deflecting it because she has so many more other people to serve. But really, there's nowhere else for them to go. The dad with 4 little girls, the two-parent family with 6 kids. Thanks. Isabel.
And our next speaker is Isabel Jubes Flower Ridge.
Thank you. My name is Isabel Jubes Flamerich, and I'm here talking. I am the president of the school board in Sunnyvale School District, but I am here to speak as a child advocate and as a parent on the district, not as a representative of my board. I am first, please thank you. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to talk about this and for actually hearing our needs and being concerned by our kids for their health and their safety. And I am here in support of this motion. Although we do appreciate the very low barrier that this shelter brings to our community and the ability to house everybody under any condition, we also are aware that this is not a safe space for children. We do want to have them there instead of in other spaces, but we do need improvements in this facility. We need spaces for them to be safe from everybody else. Again, this is a very low barrier space, so it can house any type of people in any condition that needs a shelter, and we do appreciate that the kids are able to at least go there. But the need has triplicated lately. And even more than that, we know that there are way more children around the city that their families prefer to be living in cars or couch surfing because they see this as a very unsafe space for their children. They prefer to be on the streets instead. So lowering that bar is very good for people to be able to at least get a roof over their heads, but still we need to improve the shelter and also bring a better space for family and children in socioeconomical disadvantaged situations and minorities. And sorry about that.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers on Zoom?
We do have one speaker on Zoom.
All right. A reminder, if anyone else would like to speak on this item on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand now. We'll wait a few seconds and we'll close the queue when the first speaker begins speaking.
All right, it looks like we remain at one, and I'm going to apologize in advance for what I do to your name. Loreto Quevedo de Mandal.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
I'm Loreto Quevedo de Mandal from Loreto Cuties Brigade, Silicon Valley. I'm a political and community organizer and a homeless advocate. So I'd like to thank Supervisor Otterly for this, which I totally support, and the Board of Supervisors as well. Thank you so much. It's not only for this particular shelter, but only for the other shelters all over the county. I think a community room or a multi-purpose room is going to be very beneficial for those temporary residents over there, so they can have space for more services as well as for fun activities, as well as something that's good for their physical, for their emotional, mental, and intellectual and learning capacities. Thank you so much.
And that does conclude our speakers.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, do you have comments or lights on for a vote? Ready for a vote. All right. Let's take a vote, Rhonda.
I do have...
Sorry, we have to confirm whether Supervisor Lee heard and is amenable to the slight friendly addition to his motion.
Yes. Yeah, can I speak now?
Of course.
Okay, great. Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank my colleagues' support on this, and also Supervisor Chavez. You basically took the words out of my mouth. This is really just a Band-Aid. This is not a long-term solution. Housing families in concrete shelter, to me, especially with young children and children, just does not make sense. I'm concerned for not only their development and their safety and all the other relating issues. And I have thought about maybe even motel settings or other type of solutions might be necessary to help supplement the amount of housing stock required for these type of usage. So I certainly am looking forward to the additional dialogue. So I'm absolutely agree that we need to have a continuing dialogue regarding the housing of our families in the future on this issue. So I'm completely supportive.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's take a vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Sumedian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Are items 20 and 21 time certain? The Lehigh cement plant closure, I believe.
They are not time certain.
They are not time certain. Supervisor Sumedian is indicating that we can dispatch of these in 5 minutes. So challenge accepted. Supervisor Sumedian, go right ahead with item 20 and 21. We're hearing them concurrently.
Thank you. That being said, we have been advised that item 20 on today's agenda may be subject to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language on our published agenda. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member, as described on page 3 of our agenda. I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself on my own referral, Madam Chair. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings as defined by the Levine Act has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And I would finally ask that if any employee of the county counsel's office or of the clerk of the board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Thank you. That being said, I am happy to move the recommended actions contained in my 2 referrals, items 20 and 21. If I can get a second, I will speak very briefly, Madam Chair.
Second.
I'll second.
I'll say thank you for the second and just indicate, colleagues, I do want to disclose that earlier this month in April, I flew to Dallas, Texas so that I could meet with Lehigh officials at their North American headquarters in Irving, Texas, in order to encourage them to negotiate a permanent and legally binding agreement of the type set forth in the referral. Also want to indicate that our annual town hall on the cement plant quarry is scheduled for April 26th. Otherwise, I believe the materials are self-explanatory, although I'm happy to answer any questions and would simply ask for your aye vote, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Do we have no comments by supervisors? Do we have any public speakers on 20 or 21?
Yes, we do have one person on Zoom.
Anyone in the chambers?
Nobody in chambers.
All right. When the first speaker begins speaking on Zoom, we will close the queue. So anyone that is interested in speaking on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand at this moment.
All right, it looks like we remain at 1. Blair Beekman, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, Blair Beekman. I took a little extra long to answer for anybody who wanted to participate. I felt you guys did too. Thank you. For this item, a thank you to the, from initial open forum public comment time, someone had a very nice words on this subject that very eloquently stated, I think, a good direction in how to consider the future of the process. The contract agreements of 2012, hopefully we can finally start actually agreeing to and working towards finally without, I'm learning about these things. So I think the presentation at public comment time was really great for myself to better understand the process and how it keeps getting put off. And then things start growing on top of it, that it's really grown strangely out of control, that I really hope we're learning how to bring into control. So thanks for your efforts. Thanks a lot again to the public comment person, and how these mining issues can really relate to the issues at the south end of the county about the future of indigenous tribal land issues that we're trying to address. Good luck how that issue is going, and that it really can be worked on, and that environmental ideas of the company should not, I don't think, be put on a higher level than the needs of the indigenous tribes and what they're trying to ask for. And there can be a way that can be negotiated more towards tribal goals, I feel. Thanks for your time.
Let's vote.
All right. I do need to note for item number 20, it is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents and any participant who has a financial interest or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 3 of the agenda. With that, we will vote. Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Sumerian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I am told that we don't need to break for the full 30 minutes since there is staff that can swap out. So we will reconvene at 12:50, where we can address the county executive report, county council report, and then be right on time for our 1 o'clock time certain items. So 12:50, we'll be back. Thank you.
Testing, testing.
Hangover bags. So I got, they had aspirin and all of that stuff in it.
Testing, testing. I feel like I need to be kind of that close to it. Okay. But then if I have to look over here. All right. Okay, I'll figure it out.
And I want to see if my speculation was right. 33. It might be during the broadcast that it does it. Because
Testing, testing. All right.
Welcome back. As soon as we have a quorum, we will get started. All right, we are at 12:52. Apologies for the delay. Curtis, will you take the roll and establish the continued presence of a quorum?
Supervisor Arenas? Here. Supervisor Chavez?
Here.
Supervisor Simidian? Absent. Vice President Lee?
Present. Good afternoon.
President Ellenberg?
I'm here.
You have a quorum.
Very much. Item 22 is to receive a report from the county executive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick today. I just want to draw everyone's attention to the fact that the budget at the state level is getting worse again. It's looking, according to the legislative analysts, like it might reach a deficit of 30 billion, sorry. Just yesterday, the governor announced that in order to make up some of that deficit, he's going to slash funding for children in the foster system, which will be a huge problem. So given that we at the local level are being prudent in our proposal for a recommended budget, which will come before you on May 1st, but I just want to reemphasize how tenuous the situation is in the economy with a recession coming. And as we all know, the state funding is primarily reliant upon capital gains tax, which means that if the stock market is performing poorly, their deficit increases. And frankly, who knows what's going on in the federal level. So that's about all I have to say.
Well, I'm clearly not the governor, but if we're having a recession, if we're having a recession, the investments in foster children need to be increased, not decreased.
Yes, well, that's true, and, you know, that's
Yeah.
what we have always at the local level,
Yeah.
increasing service needs with decreasing funding.
Is that all?
That's
we
all.
have today? All right. Item 23 is to receive a report from County Counsel on legal issues and closed session meeting from April 17th, 2023.
There were no reportable actions taken at the closed session meeting of April 17, 2023, and that concludes my report.
Well, thank you for that. We are at 5-1, so we are not quite ready to take on item 9. Maybe I jumped the gun a little bit. Is there, we could do item 26, the VHHP report, if that's all right, and then come back to item 9. Agreement? Okay. Thank you. So item 26, of course, we caught everybody off guard. So are you here to present? Fantastic. Thank you. That's right. Well, thank you, Renee, for being flexible. We did not give you a heads up on that, but thank you. Go right ahead. Here's Mr. Lorenz. Good afternoon. Want to try that again? with
Yes.
your-
Good afternoon,
Perfect.
President Ellenberg.
Thank you, Paul. Would you like to present
so-
or go directly to?
Yes, we can go directly to questions.
Looking to my colleague Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. First, I would just like to say that I would move that we approve the recommended action.
Second.
And then the only question I just wanted to affirm on the record is that the Home First Clinic will be reopening in July of this year, July 23rd, is that correct?
That is correct, Supervisor.
And the additional space, just two quick questions on the additional space. There's going to be a number of services. Are those services being done in partnership with nonprofits that you have to do an RFP or an RFQ with, or are those groups we're already working with that we're just going to place into that location?
They are existing services which we're expanding.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Any other supervisors have questions on this item? Supervisor Arenas?
This is item 26, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. So I'm wondering if the backpack medicine referral is something that we could be looking at bringing this process to other hospitals besides VMC's main campus, or to O'Connor, maybe St. Louis.
Thank you, Supervisor Arenas. So the answer is it will include all 3 hospitals in the health system.
Perfect. And that was my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. So first of all, I would like to thank Paul, Celine, and also the entire VHHP and VHHP team for the updates provided within this report. And I would like to also highlight that the report points out that individuals experiencing unsheltered homelessness have higher rates of chronic diseases, serious mental illness, and substance abuse other than those who are sheltered. What the report doesn't necessarily state outright, but something that VHHP team and advocates and many others who interacted with the unhoused residents are very familiar with, is that a good chunk of the unhoused community often rely on the support animal to alleviate the daily stressors that comes with being unhoused. Our unhoused residents are often in need of animal care services. It doesn't seem to be something that's easily accessible within our community, and it's often reliant on the pro bono efforts that our vet professionals and institutions offer. So I just want to share that I would like to bring up a future referral at the next board meeting to address this gap in services. That's all. Thank you.
Supervisor, yes, we can do a follow-up on that and make sure that we address the the questions and the concerns from Supervisor Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
We have one virtual speaker in queue.
All right. No speakers in the chamber. For anyone listening on Zoom, if you intend to speak on this item 26, the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, now is the time to raise your hand. We will close the queue when the first speaker begins speaking.
All right, our first speaker is Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. To kind of reiterate my words I tried to offer at the Latino health item, just an overall thank you and good luck in how we consider the issues of homelessness, mental health, and overall health issues, that we really make the efforts and all the structuring and planning that we're doing with these items, that we really make the efforts to just listen to what actual people are asking for and what their actual needs are, and to be very clear about that and to learn that one-on-one conversation and dialogue. I know you can do that and you do that, but just to be reminded of that's the key to the whole process. It's just listening to each other, responding to each other, and working on that one-on-one basis to solve our issues is really key to the whole future of how we're working on homeless issues, mental health issues, and the like. And so good luck to yourselves, and just a reminder of those things today. Thank you.
Do we have additional speakers?
Apologies, that was the only public speaker.
All right. I know that Supervisor Simidian has returned. If he doesn't have a hand up, let's take a vote. We have a motion by Chavez and a second by Ellenberg.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Excellent. That brings us to our first time certain item, which is item 9. Let's jump back there. That is a follow-up on the board strategic planning session. And we should have a number of, do we have a number of presenters, or you're doing the whole show?
We will start with me, and then I'm going to turn it over to James. So he is going to be casting our slides. And while he's getting those, I think we're just waiting for the clerk's office to flip to that screen. While that's happening, we wanted to circle back to provide the board updates to the slide deck that we previously presented, but with updates reflecting the feedback we received from the board during the last discussion regarding strategic planning. So next slide. On each of the following slides, we've made the additions that are reflected in green to update the text that we had previously presented to include a few specific items that the board requested be called out or added. Among those on the mission and core values were to expressly and right at the top articulate advancing equity as one of the core values that the county advances through all of its work. Next slide, please. And here you can see we've added the text in green at the top to ensure that it's clear across each of the specific issue areas that are top policy priorities, that the Board of Supervisors affirms and upholds the values of equity, community partnership, open communication, and transparency as we pursue those priorities. Next slide, please. And then in each of the specific policy priority areas, we've added some specific anticipated accomplishments. Of course, these are only a small subset of what we hope to accomplish in each of these areas near term. But here on slide 4, we have some specific priorities related to expanding behavioral and medical care access and quality. And I will given the short time, not go through each of these, but I'll just mention in the next slide, we have some specific goals related to housing and strengthening community safety and reforming criminal justice. Again, just a partial list of some of the anticipated accomplishments near term. Next slide, please. And as well have put together some near-term accomplishments in the areas of supporting children and families and promoting sustainability, and are also happy to take additional feedback or input from the board. Next slide, please. In our section on current operational priorities, based on feedback at the last session, we also include here continuously improving business systems, infrastructure, and practices, where there's a good amount of work underway currently, but also wanted to articulate that as an ongoing area of focus. And that's particularly critical as we are reaching end of life on a lot of legacy systems that we've used, and also are seeing more opportunities to leverage better additional items that are coming on the market that make sense for our various lines of business. Next slide, please. Oh, last slide, perfect. Well, with that, I will just ask if there are any questions or additional feedback on these slides that reflect our operational priorities, our near-term attempt to capture what are the policy priorities that have been articulated by the board, and some revised language to reflect the county's mission and goals.
Let me just get an understanding of the plan presentation so that we're not, I'm not inadvertently cutting anything off. James is also presenting.
Yeah, I can just go ahead and speak briefly.
So why don't we, what I'd like to do is hear the full presentation, go to public comment, and then come to the board for discussion.
Great. So I can just speak briefly to the second piece of things was to report back on the board referral matrix. You'll see attached a differently formatted matrix that reflects input from a majority of the board with respect to prioritization for referrals from various supervisorial districts. We will be continuing to iterate on the formatting and the process for tracking these referrals, and anticipate looking forward to working with the board in the fall and on an ongoing basis on iterating on this process and trying to work towards a system that helps both the board and administration prioritize and organize referral responses so that they're complete, comprehensive, timely, but also integrated with and reflective of the overall organizational priorities set by the board.
Thank you. Do we have public speakers on this item?
We do. We have one public speaker on Zoom.
All right, let's give that speaker 2 minutes.
All right, our first public speaker is Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. As I've, to me, I've been learning like a concept. I don't know how accurate it is, but that, you know, you kind of ended the state of emergency of COVID for the county issues. And I'm wondering if there's a way that you can re-invite a state of emergency, a local emergency, for specifically for the public meeting process in the future of, to deal with COVID issues as a way to address the future of Zoom meetings. Because I know you're really working on the issue, you want to work on it, and good luck how that can help the process of accessibility that you're looking for. And I guess there's many ways to do that. I also wanted to mention the overall importance of working towards the concepts of peace and open democracy, and that it's open democracy, open participatory democracy. For as much as we love to talk about the wonders of being a republic, it is the open participatory democracy process that makes us, I think, the most happiest. And that brings us a sense of joy and ease in working together. Sometimes it can be difficult, but it's those concepts that it's just, we really like the best about ourselves. And the work with tech accountability and open public policies, the surveillance tech stuff, really lends itself to those concepts. And I really hope you want to practice those things. I mean, we really can address the concepts of real peace, I think, in working in those good terms. So good luck in where you can place that in how we work in our future here in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
And we have one more speaker. Our next speaker is Rocio Molina. Please accept the unmute. You have 1 minute, or sorry, 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Hi, board. This is Rocio from Catalyze SV. I wanted to commend the staff and the board for the product today presented. We are really happy to see that there is an allocation to support thoughtful development and community engagement around women and children. In March, we hosted an event with the support from the Commission on the Status of Women to identify values that women in our community place on development and different features that they identify as creating a really welcoming space for them. Different things like childcare spaces, open spaces for gathering, community spaces and developments were identified in that gathering, and we were really excited to see such a large turnout for an in-person event, which means that community members are really passionate about this topic. So we're happy to see that reflected here today in some capacity, as well as your identification of community-based organizations as valuable partners in this work. We have long heard at these meetings that there is a need for more community engagement along the prioritization and planning process, and we're happy to see that you're looking to working with community-based organizations on developing these plans. Lastly, I'd like to echo some of the statements from the previous speaker about identifying a plan for virtual meetings for some of the other community meetings and county meetings. We saw great participation from the community during the pandemic and some of these gatherings virtually. And we have seen the challenge at the county with continuing that process. So definitely want to help in any way that we can to figure that out for moving forward, and definitely think your thoughts on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We just had one more person raise their hand. Do you want to hear that speaker as well, or should we cut it off after that?
Yes, Curtis and I failed to make the appropriate announcement. I'll do so now. The practice, which I am working to socialize, is that online comments are welcome in any number, but once the first person begins speaking, the queue will close. I did not make that announcement, so I am doing it now. If there's anyone in addition to the speaker that's in the queue wants to speak on this item, now is the time to raise your hand. When the next speaker begins speaking, we will close the queue at that time. And my apologies for not making that announcement more promptly.
All right, our next speaker is John Sweeney. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you so much, President Ellenberg. Dear President Ellenberg, County Supervisors and staff, on behalf of the Santa Clara County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Marianne Dewan, we would like to express our support for the recommendations relating to follow-up from the Board of Supervisors strategic planning session. Together, we are engaged in the complex and important work of ensuring that every child has access to the mental and behavioral supports that they need in a way that is accessible and effective for them. We are excited by the work and look forward to continuing and deepening our partnership. The Santa Clara County Office of Education's core principles of equity, diversity, inclusion, and partnership align with the proposed addition to the county's core values of advancing equity. In addition, we strongly support the near-term policy priorities regarding enhancing support for children and families. Given our joint interest and work, we are especially excited to note the inclusion to distribute $15 million through childcare and early education infrastructure grant programs, to contribute $10 million to continue workforce development, and to support a universal income pilot for young parents. We at the Santa Clara County Office of Education are committed to continuing the work we have done with the county to address the challenges facing our community and look forward to deepening our partnership through ongoing collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers. I'm going to begin this one. I would make a motion that we accept and approve direction from staff. I may have a couple of further comments based on a little bit of additional direction based on comments and responses to my questions. But first, could I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Greta and James and Brian Darrow and all of the folks that I'm sure worked on this with you. The report back from staff, as well as the revision of the county mission and core value statements, I think are strong moves in the right direction. The work provides a strong foundation for further conversations to clarify and expand on each of the priority areas. I thought the partial list of anticipated accomplishments under the near-term goals was helpful, and it will certainly be interesting and important to understand how these short-term goals and actions fit within the long-term objectives that we have as a county. I also want to appreciate staff's intention to revise the matrix and the information it displays, as well as the recommendation that the board consider a policy framework to prioritize referrals comprehensively. I'm interested in how the matrix will continue to be revised and prioritized, and whether you might recommend a policy framework that would support us in being able to prioritize referrals comprehensively. Do one of you want to speak to that?
Sure, I can speak to both those things. First, regarding kind of the matrix itself, we're working with staff who manage the matrix to look at the formatting and the various information that's collected and how it's organized to try to make it a more useful and effective tool. So that's something that's in progress. In terms of the policy question, that's something that we're looking into, and we look forward to bringing something back to the board with some ideas around that conversation in the fall.
Great. Then I would add to the motion that staff revise the priority matrix, perhaps on a biannual basis. I would leave it up to you to set a reporting cadence to the board. A suggestion that I have is February and August. February giving new supervisors, as they always come in January, a moment to acclimate, but then become involved and vocal in what we're doing. This also allows the full board to consider their own referrals a couple times a year and give us an opportunity to adjust or tweak as necessary the county's priority areas based on work that had been completed over the previous half year. And I would like to see when you return with a revision of the property matrix, to see as well a presentation on a proposed policy framework to prioritize referrals comprehensively for the board's consideration. And lastly, in future reports, I'd also like staff to comment on how our county's short-term goals and actions fit within the long-term objectives, particularly as we move or inch toward a comprehensive county-wide strategic planning process, likely beginning in 2025. So thank you all for the work. And Supervisor Chavez, were you the second?
Sylvia.
Okay. Are those additional bits of direction acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Chavez, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. A couple things that I wanted to just point, well, let me just start with the most basic thing. So one challenge I think that we have had is that you all are kind of stuck in this situation of trying to manage our work and manage your own work. And what I find a little challenging about the process is that as I look at the way the matrix is sort of evolving, is that we have these boxes of completed almost always rooted in in a report back versus the implementation of the policy that's being considered. And so for me, to receive the report as this is a sample of what you're going to be working on is fine, but this referral doesn't actually, in some cases, reflect either the direction of the staff, of the board, or any timeline that looks at the completion of the product, only the report back. So one thing that I would suggest that happens right away, and by the way, this is a portion, like we have more that aren't on here. I'm sure that will surprise none of you that we'll be discussing. But I think that one thing is that there's a box for when there's reports to the board, and then there's a box for what are the actual action items. And this should look much more the way our audit strategies look, that are who's the owner of the product, when is it coming back. I would imagine that would be important for you also to be able to manage, and so that we all are communicating with the same understanding. And so anyways, an example, we have a number of boxes here, and I'm not picking on the departments, so just let me say, I'm using this more illustratively, is that we have some boxes that are checked for reports that are coming to us today. I'm not sure that would be appropriate, and oddly enough, we're not even going to take action on some of them that have check boxes on them. So that's a concern. And then the second is that on some, what we're counting as complete are the actual hearings to us and not the actual work. And I think that's just, it's confusing. It was confusing for me and my staff, and there are two items as an example that, like item 48, which is a report within 6 months with a report out in 2 years relating to the viability of agriculture, and this has to do with Coyote Valley, and it's marked as complete. But the second part of the referral is still in April 2024, which means, in fact, that it is not complete. And then there's another one about hybrid meetings that's marked as complete, and I can assure you, nobody up here thinks the hybrid meeting issue is complete. And again, that's not picking on the departments, it's really, just saying this framework is
I think you're hitting on an
operational.
issue that has absolutely been a challenge with the referral matrix, which is that it's essentially, to date, been mostly an agenda tracking tool. And so it's really been aligned with reports coming back to board meetings as opposed to breaking out those tasks and whether there's implementation of programs or projects. And that is one of the things that we're specifically looking at, trying to be able to capture that information, which is not currently a part of how the information is captured in the matrix at all. So that's a piece of what I was alluding to when I was saying that we're working to really change the matrix itself. This isn't a reflection of a new matrix. This is just a reflection of the input from several districts around prioritization, as well as an effort to try to clean up some of the content on the existing categories. But the categories that you see here are the same as the matrix has been, and that's really the thing that we're trying to evolve.
And just to attach that, for me, I was thinking a lot about whether or not I should be doing the prioritizing, and given that we have 50 departments, that each of those departments is going to have some subset of this work. From my perspective, one thing that would be more interesting and more compelling is to find out where they are in process themselves with the work that they're getting, because I think in some ways it's not a realistic picture to have the priorities as they relate to your office, because while they do in terms of management, they really relate to the 50-odd departments and facilities. So that's one of the reasons that we didn't take a position. I couldn't prioritize these because I can't prioritize them for you because I don't know where they are in process. And so my question then is, for you all, what is the implications of prioritization given the structure of both your office and of the county overall? And I'm really meaning like independent departments working on foster youth or whatever the issue is.
Maybe I'll take that in two parts. One, I think it's helpful for us to understand for the board what amongst their referrals they see as their highest priorities, as opposed to things that might feel less time sensitive, as part of kind of the overall way that we're managing the work and trying to be responsive to the board. I think it also is helpful, as you mentioned, and completely agree, that there's the work of the departments and then there's the work of central county administration. And so some of it also helps us in that central role prioritize also how we are involved with and help departments move forward some of the things that the board is asking that we prioritize, and also know to focus with the departments on how to figure out whether and to what extent they can really prioritize this project that's been identified as a priority by a board member in conjunction with other really critical work that they need to do. But I appreciate your comments, and I think that is absolutely a part of what we're trying to figure out, is how do we both take feedback from the board on how the board would like us to prioritize this work, but also integrate it with really critical operational work to meet other community needs that the board also really prioritizes that the departments need to be focused on as well.
I mean, I guess just one follow-up to that is, and I hear what you're saying, this is iterative, and it'll be interesting to see how that works. I also just want to say that I do think that the leadership of the organization, you know, whether that's probation, social services, or healthcare, you know, behavioral health, that their ability to, by department, respond is going to be more compelling, because I think what's difficult for us is aligning something that's happening in social services that may or may not have anything to do with the way we're addressing housing, as an example. So I just want to reinforce that for my colleagues, that I think that's really important. And then the other thing I want to make sure we take a look at while we're looking at this process is how actions from the board get communicated to the departments. I will say that's also been a delta, which is a referral happens, and I've had this happen where I've just literally run into somebody and said, hey, what did you think, blah, 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 and they're like, we don't hear anything. Or when it's supposed to come back, the week before it's supposed to be on the agenda, or maybe a month out, people are calling us to get information about the action that the board took. And so I don't know how that process can get cleaned or cleared up. But I am very interested in that being part of the next report out, is what the system looks like. I don't care what it looks like today, but whatever it's going to look like, so that time isn't lost. Because I think some of this is, frankly, big chunks of time that get lost between a board action and then communication to the department, because they're not all here, because they're all, you know, trying to change the world in each of their departments, as they should be.
I think we'd very strongly agree with that, and sometimes also some of the work that we're trying to help manage on kind of central county administration is also getting draft reports, and we'll realize there's a disconnect between what we understood the board members were actually after and maybe what the department, how they read a written referral or what they understood based on the minutes of the meeting. That was a little bit decontextualized. So we're thinking about just the issue you raised as well, and figuring out ways to better capture and provide guidance to departments on what we believe is the board's expectation around a particular item that they're asking come back.
Colleagues, I will just ask one last question. Or make a, yeah. So one process that has been perplexing to me is how actions from committee meetings are translated into board action, and under what terms and conditions they are, and under what terms and conditions they aren't. Because sometimes that work is attached to a particular discussion item, and then other times depending on the senior staff, we're given recommendations about how to bring something to the full board. I mention this more because I think that there would be value in looking at the current process that we use to get information from committee meetings to staff and from committee meetings to the full board. And I think that, I frankly don't want to be instructed again on how I'm supposed to do that in a committee, because I think it's been very inconsistent based on the committee I'm on, based on the issue that we're discussing, and based on a number of things, including, whether or not, Dr. Smith, you're there to be able to say, oh yeah, that's happening, or we can do that, or it's, because you have a broader knowledge sometimes than the other staff people. So I share that because it's an item that I know I've actually had this conversation with Supervisor Arenas, that cleaning that up and making it really clear so that the board and the staff understand that, and frankly, even the administrative staff, I think would clear up, again, time, confusion, and frankly, wasted energy, because a number of times that we're bringing forward information, it's because other things aren't being responded to, and so we're saying, here's another referral because I don't know what else to do to get the ball rolling. So if you want to have less referrals and refine this more, then part of it is determining under what circumstances are you asking the board to do a referral versus when the body of work is already moving forward and there's further direction, or that doesn't contradict the whole body of work, or isn't something that's a budget ask or anything else like that. Because in some ways I feel like work is being made for you based on more work is being made based on the processes that we currently have in place.
Maybe I can answer that. It's been pretty clear in the charter and the rules of the board that subcommittees cannot send direction on actions. It has to be it has to be 3 members of the board taking action in an open board meeting with the full board there. So administration has great problems when a subcommittee tries to direct particular action. And we're not supposed to take that direction. We try to be as liberal as we can, but the whole point is that it takes 3 votes of the Board of Supervisors to direct action.
I think all of us understand that, Dr. Smith. And again, you and I have had this conversation on this dais about 40 times. Here's the only point I'm raising, is in a subcommittee, when we're talking about a subject matter and we'd like that matter to be brought to the full board, sometimes we're advised to do a referral versus our ability to take a body of work that's already coming to the board with a recommendation from the committee. And so, and then what happens is, instead of being able to do that, we add a whole nother referral on top of something that's already coming to the board. And I'm more just saying this from a process perspective and the ability for you all to better refine the body of work so that we're not making you do extra work. And I'm not even suggesting that you have a solution today. I'm just saying it's something that's worth you all thinking about, because I think it would be helpful in terms of how we move things from committee to the full board. I'm not suggesting at all that a committee can make those decisions, Dr. Smith. I completely understand that and completely agree with it. You're totally right. The real question is, how then what's the most effective and efficient way to get those items to the full board, especially if they're already attached to a body of work that's going to the full board? But I understand the point.
And I think I understand exactly what you're asking for, and actually that process in my time at the county has shifted a few different times. There used to be a more robust process, for example, of committee reports to the board that came from the committee, and then it was changed to include instead a section in the ledge file that came to the board that talked about what maybe happened in the committee. But that's something we can definitely look at and make sure that there's clarity around process and think about what that process looks like and how that how everyone can be on the same page around how that works so that it's the most efficient and effective process possible.
Thank you. And thank you for the colleagues for allowing me to dive into these issues.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Supervisor Arenas, and then Supervisor Simidian has his hand up online.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just going to add a couple of thoughts to what Supervisor Chavez was just discussing about the work that gets done at committee. And there's a lot of the times during the board meetings, we hear folks say, we'd like to have this then report back to committee, right? So the board has already taken some, voted on, well, assuming that it passes, providing direction to administration, but also to the committee. And so I think with that, there's an opportunity to use the committees to do some offline work, as they should, because those committees have a special care of certain issues. And so I think it's an opportunity to have those committee members guide that work and bring it back to the board. It just isn't clear to me. There is no cross-referencing of items back to the board. And I think that's the process, at least for me, this is the process that's missing, is when we provide, as a board, direction to have some of those work done by committee. The committee receives it, provides that level of work. It doesn't necessarily get cross-referenced back to the greater board to be heard in a precise manner. I think it's very kind of, back room discussion, not because there's any nefarious thing in terms of the back room, but just this is just part of the administrative work that gets done and the public doesn't necessarily see. But that's part of, I think for me, that's part of the issue. The community doesn't necessarily see, and neither do we as board members, right? So we can't follow that item all the way back to the board. And so at any point we could say, as the board, as the committees are working on items, that it's not the work of the committee, but indeed it could be, because the board has already made that decision, provided that direction, and now that item just needs to get cross-referenced back to the board to affirm the work that the committee has been done. So I'd love to see how we can institutionalize that process by cross-referencing these items back to the board. So bringing it back to the board in a very formal way, which leads me to the next item that I think for me is also something that I see missing, and that is a kind of a horizon report of the upcoming items that are going to be discussed at our meetings. It's almost like an Easter egg hunt on any given Wednesday when ledge files are released to the public and to the board members in terms of what is coming up, unless I have a very specific discussion with our CEO or Greta or James or Tony that I know that there's some item that's coming up. And in all fairness, it's we need additional time to have debriefs from our heads of departments so that we can understand the matter and make more thoughtful decisions. So for me, it's not only is this the process of bringing back some of the issues to the board and institutionalizing that process by cross-referencing them back to the board meetings, but also having a horizon report where we are, for the next 6 months, we know what items are coming back to board meetings. Of course, there's some items that get deferred and whatnot, but for the most part, we know what the plan is, what the action plan is. And in a priority setting, if we don't have a plan, and I feel like we're building the process as we go, which is very exciting, but at the same time can be just anxiety driven, from at least for me, because I'm not as familiar as some of my colleagues who can expect to hear an item or may have already sorted out an internal process for themselves that they know more or less what might be coming back. But that's a lot of administrative work that a supervisor has to do in order to figure out and track, and we shouldn't have to be doing some of that work. Greta, I feel like you're...
Yeah, I just turned my light on because I definitely agree with that. We have another report that I'm sure you've seen, but I think is kind of meeting some of that need, but not fully, and that's our
Right.
futures report. And one of the additional specific things that we're looking at kind of in that big bucket that James mentioned is trying to also think about the role of the referral matrix as more tracking the work, and the futures document being a better tracker of what's going to come on subsequent agendas and when. And so we're going to be working with the clerk's office, and Curtis might have something that he wants to add on this point, but we're going to be working with the clerk's office to see if we can, at the same time that we're improving the referral matrix document and creating a better tool to track work and also reports that come back in response to board referrals and board action, simultaneously working with the clerk's office on what is the best mechanism to apprise the board of anticipated meeting dates for certain key items that would be coming back to the board exactly along the lines that you've just articulated. Because we think that the process of thinking about prioritization has also spurred in us just thinking about opportunities to improve some of those processes. Because just as you mentioned, it's actually a lot of work to do the tracking that we're doing for the referral matrix and for futures, but we think those processes could be better aligned with what the real goals are of each one. And also there's some significant overlap between those documents that we want to deduplicate streams of work that are happening both in the clerk's office and in county administration.
Can I add a couple of things, which will be less PC than my colleagues? The reports back from the subcommittees are supposed to be heard at the full board, and typically it's been the responsibility of the chair of the committee to make sure that report back gives all the necessary information. What's changed is those actions that have been recommended at the board oftentimes are not reported back by the subcommittees. There are some subcommittees that do a better job of that. In terms of the to come items, I draw your attention to our regular agenda today. And you notice that the majority of the items are under advisement or reports back having to do with referrals. And they typically are denominated at what time they're going to come back by the board when they take action on the referral. The policy from the board written in the documents is that there should be a 45-day window to respond to referrals. We've got situation where we've been slippery about that and have, requests for things to come back in 2-3 weeks. So, excuse me, administration feels like, at least under my leadership, that we've sort of lost control about predicting what's going to be on the agenda, because every meeting, new things get added 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now. And if we followed the proposal in the board rules, we could better give you an idea of what's coming.
Well, I like rules. Wouldn't mind following them.
I'm with you.
But I think this is an iterative process that is meant to not only improve how we submit referrals, but how we prioritize them. And I think we're not getting to the crux of it in terms of prioritizing, because we're talking about process and the current process that we're utilizing to get the work done. Now, I don't know, I think we're shifting, or we're moving just inch by inch towards a priority setting. This is to me, not truly a priority setting process, as there isn't anything that is truly prioritized. Everything is that the board approves is work that administration needs to follow. And so I think we need to get to that point so that there are referrals, there are priorities that I've submitted in the past as a council member that don't get enough votes and fall off the plan. They're not part of it, right? We haven't come to that conclusion, and so I think we're midway. We're working with an old set of rules, and I'm trying to abide by those set of rules, but at the same time, hoping to trim or to maybe make some processes more efficient. And so I think that we need to be either patient with this transition or just move into a new process where it's truly priority setting, but it doesn't seem like the board is there yet, at least not to me. So in that spirit, I want to continue to improve that tracking system that we have to get it one step closer to a priority setting, maybe a tool that could be helpful for priority setting. And that is that this has no, these referrals are not connected back to the board policy priorities in a way that I think would be ultimately meaningful. I don't know if the D3 priority, the last column, is a district-specific priority, or if it alludes to the priority number one, if I were to number the top 5.
Yeah, and I can comment on that and kind of more broadly what you're sharing. So first of all, I would completely agree with your comments that this is not an overall prioritization setting process for referrals. What the document reflects is just the input from those specific supervisorial districts about how they have chosen to prioritize among the referrals that that district brought forward. So it's not connected necessarily to the overall priorities, and it's definitely not a document that is purporting to, and just for the sake of clarity, isn't purporting to be overall prioritization by the board as a whole. And I think you're absolutely right in saying that that's part of a much broader conversation that needs to happen with the board as a whole around whether there's consensus to move towards a different system or process. I also want to just take a moment to talk about some of the comments the county executive just made. I think one of the things that is a reality that we need to kind of work through in the coming months is that there is a lot of discrepancy between current practice and some of the written policies. So for example, the rules of the board, Rule 33.3, lays out a detailed procedure, for instance, related to committee and committee reports to the full board. It's not actually reflective of the reality of the process that we've had for a number of years now in the county. It does, I think, reflect a process that we had previously when, maybe 7, 8, 9 plus years ago. It was certainly a process that I recall seeing that committees were using 9, 10 years ago maybe. But that's shifted. Same thing with the referrals. The county executive referred to the 45-day timeline. We do now have, most referrals often have specific dates incorporated in them in terms of report back. So I think there's a lot of these pieces. And then Greta talked about the futures process managed by the clerk's office versus the referral matrix, and the fact that right now there's tremendous duplication in the content of those reports. And Supervisor Chavez talked about, well, what's the utility then of kind of the meeting tracking piece of the referral matrix, which is really, frankly, I think in many ways a function of futures. These are all parts of conversations that we're also having at a staff level that we are talking through, and look forward to having continued conversations with the board. It will need to be iterative for sure. We do have to look at the actual policies and rules in place. We have to look at the actual practices in place, and then see how we can make adjustments that work for everybody to make the process clear and efficient and effective. Because I think everyone can agree that right now there is confusion and inefficiency and lack of clarity. So that's something that is a really important priority to me, because I want to make sure that everyone is on the same page in terms of the process and the systems that are being used, so that we can do so in the most effective way possible.
Thank you. I mean, I think rules are there to guide us and ultimately to get us to an end. And when the rules stop working, I think we also have an obligation, a responsibility really, to change those rules so that they fit the work that we're trying to achieve. And I would love to have our board policy priorities really lead the referrals that are coming in. And I think there's an opportunity also for administration to help evaluate the workload of those referrals that are coming in to see if it's viable. I mean, I think it's always a good practice when you connect with administration and you figure out, is this something that's doable? Is this, and we know that this is part of a priority that the board would support, but is this doable? Can administration take this on? And then how do the rest of the referrals that, have been accumulating for years, how did those play a part in the work that we're doing today? And so for me, I don't know what our next step is, and I'll look to our president for that guidance, and my colleagues who've sat on the board much longer than I have. But I hope that in our next priority setting policy that we truly talk about process and potentially offline, so that we can have this sorted out and identify the tools that we actually need to move the work forward, and the rules that we need to potentially need to adjust in order to take on some of the referrals, or figure out whether some of these referrals even align with some of the current top board policy priorities, because maybe they don't. I don't know. But if we're not strategic, we're not going to get the results that we need. We're going to continue to beat a dead horse. I feel terrible for the horse. So that's where my comments will end.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Arenas, for really, really thoughtful and I think provocative and critical comments. I would like to give some thought to next steps, and without making a direct recommendation right now, think maybe about an ad hoc committee of 2 supervisors that might work with administration to sort some of these things out, and maybe bring a proposal to the board. But I do want to give that some thought, and Supervisor Arenas, I would love to maybe Brown Act and talk with you more about this.
Try stopping me. Yeah.
Love it. Yes, I was just going to go to Supervisor Simidian, and Dr. Smith, can you hang on for a minute?
Sure.
Excellent. Joe, go ahead, please. Thank you for your patience.
I'm going to pass. Thank you, in light of the hour.
Now, there's a technique. We just wait them out. Does Supervisor Lee want to weigh in?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to say a couple of things very quickly. First, I think this is really a great discussion, and on the point of the subcommittee being 2 and not able to give directions, I guess my question I have is, I thought, well, I assume, which is incorrect in most of the case, which is as soon as the committee of two voted to move it for some type of direction, wouldn't that automatically get onto the board's, the full board's meeting so that all five supervisors get to deal with it? Because if that's the case, the two would mention it, and if it doesn't pass muster, then you don't get the 3 votes. But otherwise, basically, the next board meeting, you will get the 3 votes or more, 5, and then that would become the directions. I just was not clear on that one, Dr. Smith, if you could clarify for me.
James, will you clarify what we're permitted to do? And if Supervisor Lee would like to do this in my place, I'm happy to back out.
So right now, under the rules of the board, there's a process for, after each committee, the chair providing a report to the full board, and attaching copy of the report with the agenda and related documents and so forth. That's supposed to then come to the full board. And then separate from that, if there's items that administration has brought forward that have come through committee, the practice is for those to come to the board with a section in the legislative file that's supposed to specifically discuss what happened in committee, as well as any recommendations from the committee. Sometimes that's unanimous recommendation from the committee. Sometimes that's split recommendations from the committees with different alternatives, and so forth. And that's a practice that's been followed sometimes inconsistently, but that's what's laid out in the current rules, and I think that practice has worked better in some committees than others, and I think that practice is one that I think one of the things that maybe has happened is with changes in board composition coinciding also with the pandemic, and therefore changes in how the meetings were run the last couple of years. I've just observed that there's been a bit of a shift in some of that practice in ledge files that I've seen come from committees in the last 3 years.
So in short, if a recommendation is coming from the committee, let's say a unanimous recommendation of 2, the committee chair will still have to make that action to bring it to the board through that recommendation. Is that what you're saying?
I'd say, of course, just like a referral.
Right.
There's
supposed to be a process for the committee chair to submit the report to the full board. If there is a recommendation that is supposed to be adoption of an action, let's say an ordinance, for instance, the department is to bring that item forward within 45 days of the committee meeting and include an explanation of what happened in the committee in the legislative file.
Okay, so if explicitly saying that needs to bring to the full board, then that would happen. Until that's the case, then the committee chair would have to take the action and move forward.
Well, the committee chair is supposed to report after each committee to the full board on what happened in the committee with respect to each item. And then I would just also note that under the rules, each committee is also supposed to have an annual work plan. And I don't believe that that's the current practice, but that's laid out there too.
We do that.
Okay, now the second question is regarding the duplications. So frankly, when I look at the matrix, I personally would say that there are a couple of referrals that I have been sponsoring or co-sponsoring that I looked at it. Boy, it took me a second to say, oh yeah, I remember that one, but it's been a while, right? So I certainly would say that we haven't so many directions or how many referrals that we're drafting from time to time. I'm sure there'll be situations where they become duplicative or repetitive of something that might have asked for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months previously. And so I would really have to rely on the administration to be tracking these and say, oh wait, this is the one that's very similar to the one from 6 or 9 months ago, to bring that to our attention. And I thought most of the times I'm getting a pretty good recommendation back from the administration to bring that to our attention. But is that a normal procedure, or is it something that we need to keep track of ourselves?
There's no current formal procedure with respect to that, but one of the things we're looking at is where there are current duplicative referrals or duplicative bodies of work, where those can be identified and combined together so that that's clearly delineated. But there isn't a formal process for, vetting or input on referrals, for example, that could include something like that, or even the comments that Supervisor Arenas made about, workload and things like that.
Okay, all right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. We've been about an hour on this topic, which suggests that there is significant interest in it. So I perhaps will request. Is it my motion? Yes. Well, I shall request to myself to add to the motion an ad hoc committee to review review in partnership with administration potential new policies, referrals, or organization around the matrix. It was a little bit inelegant, but did you want to say it more clearly? Or okay.
No,
Supervisor Arenas?
I was just going to say around the matrix and the current policies and procedures used to manage meetings, both
And
committee
committees.
and board meetings.
Perfect. Is that a second?
Yes, I had already seconded, and I accept.
Right, I didn't make it formally part of my
Oh,
motion before,
I'm sorry.
but excellent, and I would nominate myself and Supervisor Arenas to that non-Brown acted committee that will make no decisions without bringing them forward to the board, full board of approval. Thank you. Let's vote on this item.
Can I make one suggestion
You
before you
may.
vote? You've never heard me in 14 years recommend that we do something like San Jose does. But today is the first day. One of the issues when San Jose members turn in letters, which is essentially our equivalent to our referral process, is they get an input back from the administration about whether or not that can be done, or what time or what duties are responsible.
You're getting ahead of us. That's why I'm going to stop you, Dr. Smith. Let's not make commitments to what anything will look like. We may certainly emulate other cities, but we also don't need to
Just making
box
a
ourselves in. I
suggestion.
hear it. I think we're starting to get into a policy conversation right now that is a little bit far afield from the item before us. So I am going to call the question and ask for a vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas.
Is this the vote on the calling the question or the
Oh,
actual?
does that need, does that need a separate vote?
Technically, it does.
We haven't usually followed the Robert's Rules practice. So
Well, maybe county council shouldn't say that out loud.
it's
let's
not a
vote.
legal infirmity. If we don't follow Robert's Rules, that doesn't invalidate any action. So I don't usually lean in to strictly make us follow.
Quick, Curtis, jump in.
I'm going to say yes.
I admit I'm not sure which vote I'm calling, but Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Simidian voting aye on the main motion, which is before the body.
Vice President Lee,
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Fantastic. Thank you. Items 10 and 11, I believe, have time certain at 2 o'clock. Is that correct, Curtis? So let's go to 10 and 11.
And I do just want to ensure that action is taken in time on item 11.
Yes, we are there right now. So
Madam President, would it help if I leaned in?
it depends on what you're leaning in to do.
Well, I have worked with staff in anticipation of these two items, And rather than have a formal set of presentations, particularly given the fact that we're going to lose a quorum shortly and that time is of the essence, I'd like to make a motion which has a couple of different parts, and then see if I can get a second, and then hear from the public and make sure we take action before we lose our quorum.
And are you going to make a motion on 10 and 11 concurrently, or
I am, because my
consecutively?
understanding is that the board has asked that we consolidate the two items.
Okay, go right ahead, please.
I'm going to move first that we receive the report on item number 10. I'm going to ask second that we adopt the resolution ratifying the April 11th, 2023 proclamation of local emergency by the Director of Emergency Services in connection with the March 2023 storms. That addresses item number 11, I believe. To fund the cost of road repairs, I'm going to ask that we direct the Roads Department to return at our May 16th Board of Supervisors meeting with the necessary action to transfer $10.4 million from the roads budget rainy day fund. On item number, my next motion, which would be a fourth part, is to urge the Roads Department to consider solutions that can safely reopen Aldercraft Heights Road in my district and Clayton Road in Supervisor Arenas' district on an interim basis, and while the repair processes moves forward. And again, I want to say that, urge the Roads Department to consider solutions right now that can safely reopen Aldercraft Heights Road and Clayton Road on an interim basis, and while repair processes move forward. The fifth piece of direction would be to direct County Fire to return at our May 16th Board of Supervisors meeting with a request for authorization not to exceed $250,000, colleagues, but to provide, in partnership with others, chipping services along public access areas within the fire district. And six, in addition to emails to interested parties lists, direct roads to provide monthly off-agenda progress reports to our board. That is my six-part motion.
Second.
Thank you for that.
Do we have any public comment on this item, on these items, 10 and 11?
Looks like we have two public speakers in chambers and one on Zoom.
Thank you. Before you call the speakers in chambers, I will remind folks that are on Zoom, if you are wishing to speak or intending to speak on items 10 or 11, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. The queue will remain open until the first Zoom speaker begins.
All right, our in-chamber speakers are Karen Alger, followed by Greg Winovich. Yes, if you can please come up to the podium.
Now, if you'll stand at the podium.
Yes,
there. The microphone is built in there.
I had to make the puppy sit, sorry.
Oh, we didn't see the puppy.
Sorry, I raise a guide dog for the blind, and she comes with me.
Of course she
Her
does.
name is Sabine.
Hello, Sabine.
We came here 2 months ago to talk about our road situation in the San Antonio Valley. At that time, we were talking about two incidences, which composed of a washout and a slippage on Mines Road. Emergency repairs were made to make the road passable, and we thank everyone involved for that. We now have 5 additional locations on San Antonio Valley Road that make the journey less than enjoyable. It is my understanding that there is plans in place for repairs, and we understand that the ground must be dried out before full repairs can be made. But once that happens, we need to move quickly, as the rain will return in about 7 months. The amount of traffic on the hill this last weekend was significant. Motorcycles, touring cars, and bicyclists, all enjoying the scenic beauty, and with the damaged roads and no permanent firehouse, any and all assistance for incidences on the road until local residents must come over the top. The longer the delays of repairs, there's the increased possibility of a life-threatening event happening, whether to a road or on a ranch, whether to a guest of the valley or one of our residents. I cannot stress the importance of a quick and thorough resolution to our road situation. We also need communication on when the road repairs themselves are going to take place. When I reached out to our roads and airports for a repair plan, I was told go to the website. Well, that's great for people who live down here, but most of our people who live back there have unreliable cellular or satellite service, or they don't even have a computer. So I recommend that we put postings at the Stanislaus County line, the Alameda County line, the Santa Clara County line, and at the junction, a minimum of 2 weeks prior to any road closures.
Our next speaker is Greg Winovich.
If there are additional speakers in the chamber, I would encourage you to come on down and line up or be somewhere in the well area so that we can call on you and have you speak promptly. Thank you. Go right ahead, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and guests here. I'm going to have a hard time following what Karen had all written out. We had an unprecedented weather situation. The last time we had anything like this was in 1911, and Tesla Road disappeared with many houses. This was not quite as bad, but it's still bad. We just kind of want to know the time frame when this is going to get done, because there's a lot of slippages on the road. There's a lot of ditches that are still full of debris, whether it's wood debris, mud, rocks. There's a lot of rocks on the road. I'm a little concerned with the fire engines getting flat tires this in May and June when they start repopulating the fire station. And I thank you for your time to consider what I just asked for.
All right, moving to our Zoom speakers. Our first speaker is David Montail.
Curtis, before they begin, I just want to remind speakers again, our participants on Zoom, if you're intending to speak on this item, please have your virtual hand raised. Now, when the first Zoom speaker begins, we will close the queue for speaking.
It looks like David. Oh. All right. All right. I see David has been lowering and raising his hand. I'm not sure what's going on there, so we'll go to Dan Klausmeyer. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, I thank you. Yes, my name is Dan Klausmeyer. I'm a resident of West Road in an unincorporated portion of Los Gatos. It's Site 14 on the storm damage summary report, which is attachment A. I just want to share some concerns or details of this particular site. The situation is that the slope is eroding at a hairpin turn. We literally have soil eroding out from under an upper segment of the road, and that's washing out onto the lower segment. We've witnessed steady erosion over the years, but of course this past winter has accelerated, and appreciate that the county has listed this site as a site in need of repair. But aside from the obvious safety concerns, some other concerns that we have about this site, and one is that if the road collapses, our neighborhood is no longer accessible. This is literally a one-way in and one-way out, without this segment of roadway, where our neighborhood is just locked out from access. The second is just because of the uniqueness of the terrain here, with the two hairpin turns, a solution to a collapsing roadway will be significantly more complicated to engineer and design versus the retaining wall that's currently planned. So, the consequence, could be that our neighborhood becomes inaccessible for an extended period of time. So, for these reasons, I'm just pleading with the county to prioritize the preventive maintenance that you have scheduled and get this completed before the coming rainy season, so that, we can avoid, a catastrophe for our neighborhood. So thanks again for giving me the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Let's try David Montiel again. David, can you accept the unmute?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, yes, I'm David Montiel. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County. And I'm a little nervous because that's just the way I get on some of these the meetings type things. I agree that the storm problems have been really bad. I mean, I get on next door and I hear people talking about over towards Saratoga area, Highway 9 and all that, and how terrible it was. And it was more of an infrastructure thing too, not just, natural causes. There were, you have telephone poles that are older breaking down, and then this, branches falling over, trees falling over, lines falling over. I went to pick up a generator a little further north of this county, and I just couldn't believe it. The guy says, "Hey, why don't you go on the road that's, this road here is closed, but you can go up here. It's a shorter way to go where I can get you can buy, the generator." And I'm bringing this up because I was so naive to go where it said road closed, but he says only closed during the day. So it was a little later on. I couldn't believe it. I've never seen so many power lines down. It was just incredibly, took all the Kansas wisdom I had from riding in the snow and everything, driving in the snow to get back in one piece, really. The car bottomed out, lucky I didn't forget a flat tire. The internet was terrible. Luckily I had my Garmin GPS to kind of guide me back. But anyway, that's what I just want to say that it's really important for those areas to get, I know there's less people, but as far as priorities go, they only have one road to go in and go out. And that's really not being equitable to them to be able to say, okay, well, we have these other needs, these big apartment complexes and all this that went out, power went out. That's understandable, but these people need to be able to function, and I think we should consider them too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Lee has his hand up, I believe.
Yes, thank you, President Ellenberg. On one of the speakers earlier talked about Mines Road and San Antonio Road. So on the report it says that Mines Road is repair is ongoing right now and underway. Could you give us a little bit of update where we're at? Because I know at one point it was closed, but it got opened again in February. So could you give me a quick update on the current repair right now, and what would be the full operational date when this might be completed?
Sure. This is Harry Freitas. I'm the director of the Roads and Airports Department. I'm joined by Dana Reed, director of our Office of Emergency Management, and by Suwana Gergau, the chief of the fire chief for Santa Clara County.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I wonder, forgive the interruption, but I wonder if we could ask everybody to speak up. We have some transmission difficulties, apparently.
Sure. I'll get a little closer to the microphone.
Thank you, Harry.
Yeah, so specific to Mines Road, that road was washed out completely, and it was repaired, and it's open, but the repair is not complete. The paving hasn't been completed, and the roadway hasn't been restored. So it's got essentially a gravel stretch of road where the culvert, the water crossing, the pipe was replaced. It was too cold to pave. Then we got into the March storms and the snow. And we're going to package up the further repairs to Mines and to San Antonio Valley Road. We'll repair those on schedule, and we'll be communicating our repair schedule as we develop it.
Okay, so right now they are being repaired, but right now the schedules, we do not have the exact date when this will be completed, right?
Right now, we're not out there working. The roads are all passable. They have proper safety measures and signage. There's one-lane sections of the road, and the road is stable and safe. There's a gravel section. We're focusing our efforts, and I have a few slides. If I could just share those, it would probably only take about 3 or 4 minutes to put a little context to what we're working on right now, because we're working on the roads that are fully closed right now. So if it pleases the president and the board, I could just go through those.
Supervisor Lee, is that your preference?
Yes, please, yes.
Okay.
I shared my screen. Colin, can you put it up?
They say picture's 1,000 words, so it'd be good to see it.
Yeah, just let me coordinate with the clerk and make sure that my... I'll try it one more time. So, share screen. And it's this right here. This Adobe will work. There. Does that work? Oh, okay, great. Well, it's not a full screen, but this will do great. This report is basically to talk about the changes since the last time we reported to you, which was on February 7th. We reported to you. We had 10 slides. This particular slide is probably one of the more difficult ones that we're facing. This is Aldercroft Heights. It is in the Santa Cruz Mountains. It is one slide. The top of the picture on the left is the road slid. It was a landslide. And the landslide goes through the entire switchback, which is the green area that you see on the left side of the first slide and on the right side of the second slide. The second slide is the bottom of that mudslide. You can see the water coming out of the hill, and it's actually lifting the roadway up. So this is a classic landslide that has resulted in the closure of this road. And this is one of the roads that we're working on. So let me explain to you what we're doing right now. Since February, we added 11 sites, total of 21 sites now that are going to require contractual work. Mines Road, we opened it. We have 4 new roads that are closed. We've been working with FEMA and Cal OES. All 21 roads, plus the other work that we've done, will be eligible for reimbursement. Of course, we have to achieve the reimbursement, but they're eligible. We've worked with, obviously, the fire department and our Office of Emergency Management. We've engaged contractors and consulting engineers on our 4 sites, and we pre-purchased our long lead time items. On Clayton Road, you're not hearing me, or? I'm sorry.
Perfect. Closer to the mic is
Yeah,
better.
sorry about that. On Clayton Road, this one in the East Foothills, a large historic landslide complex, previously repaired by the county in the 80s. We have private property involved. The slide is still moving. The bottom of the slide is liquefied. We have a geotechnical engineer who's been engaged, and he's been authorized to do the drilling into the site and to write a report. We can't start the drilling until the slide stabilizes, and we will open that road as soon as we can safely in an interim condition. Bear Creek, we have a large culvert failure right next to Mid-Penn's parking lot. We have a contractor on site for Bear Creek. We've got them doing actually exploratory work there right now. We've been coordinating with Mid-Penn. We're using their parking lot. The design is for the permanent repairs underway, and we anticipate to open that within 60 days. On Aldercroft Heights Road, as I showed in the picture, we have a large landslide with the switchback. San Jose Water is the intervening landowner, so the landslide also is on private property, in this case owned by a public utility company. The slide's still moving. Lower portion has liquefied. Again, the geotechnical engineer has been engaged, and we will open that road if we can, as Supervisor Simidian put in his motion, when it's safe, when we determine that it's safe. Old Santa Cruz Highway is completely closed as well. Roadbed failure in this case onto a steep slope. It's above Lexington Reservoir. We have to work with Valley Water. We're going to use a retaining wall for this one, and that retaining wall design is underway. The retaining wall will take some time to build. We anticipate a tentative reopening within 90 days. So those are the 4 priorities for us right now, are the complete road closures. We've got the other, if you will, 16 in mind, and we're working on coordinating their contractors so that we can fix those at the same time if we have contractor availability as we switch off these sites. Our report is very detailed, our staff report, and it contains detailed maps and information on alternate routes, as well as the latitude, all the details on the 21 sites that we have. So appreciate your bearing with me on that report and answer any other questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. Supervisor Lee, do you have additional questions, or are we ready to go to a vote?
Briefly, so Harry, besides using the website, for example, notifying the residents, can you tell us what type of signage are you using to notify the neighbors, or do you actually mail out the notices at all for those who live nearby?
Yeah, we use website and regular emails. We've been in communication with almost all of the folks that have access to those means of communication. In 2017, we had about 20 sites slide and another $20 million worth of damage. We use biweekly emails to update the community on things like construction activities, temporary road closures, daytime closures. It was very effective at the time. We've also been working with OEM and the Office of Communications and Public Affairs on using Nextdoor and social media to notify the community. We also have advisory signage in all of the roadway locations. And as we start to contract for that, we'll have the contractor update those signs, and they'll say things like, road closed next week for construction. So we'll be using signage, but we don't have really anything to report, for instance, in the San Antonio Valley right now. And where possible, we talk to leaders within the local neighborhood associations if we have that contact information.
Thank you.
Did you just say that there's no signage on San Antonio Valley?
There is signage that indicates that the road is closed. Or excuse me, that there's one lane traffic ahead on San Antonio Valley Road.
Okay, yeah, so you do have that, but when it comes to future closure, how soon can you get out to the neighbors? Because one of the things that was asked was, can we get out sooner than 1 week, maybe even 2 weeks out, if that's possible?
Yeah, we can put out future road closure information easily 2 weeks in advance of future road closures. Yes.
Great, and I would like to ask that as an amendment to the motion, if that's okay?
We're good?
If that's
Apologies,
question
I missed
to
the
me as
last.
the maker of the motion, yes, I am happy to incorporate the direction to staff to provide that additional form of notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Yes, with thanks to the chief, Gergau, and to Mr. Reed, and to, both Mr. Reeds. Thank you.
Vice President Lee.
Yes, as well.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
All right. With thanks to the wonders of modern transportation, Supervisor Arenas' flight has been slightly delayed. So we have her for potentially another 45 minutes. So we are going to see what else we can move through here.
While you're looking,
believe-
Madam Chair, I think
Yes,
I meant
sir.
to say Mr. Freitas' name and I neglected, so I don't want him walking out of the room not knowing how much I appreciate the time his office and he have given to make this progress possible. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. The remaining items are 21, 31, 32, and 33.
I
Supervisor
believe
Chavez, you
21 was
mentioned
handled.
89. Was 89 not handled on? Oh, you were going to bring back. We're going to address. Let me regroup.
Excuse me,
Hold on.
if I may.
Yes, sir.
Items 20 and 21 were handled. We're pending 27, the Santa Clara Valley Healthcare Business Plan, and 31, 32, and 33.
Excellent. I was right. Thank you. So those are remaining. And James Williams is going to help me undo a hold that I requested earlier today on item 9.
Yes, so my understanding is that
89.
there's a desire to revisit the hold for item 89, and that requires 2 motions. The first motion would be to reconsider the vote
So
under the
moved.
consent calendar,
Second.
and that would be to reconsider it to deal with item 89. So there needs to be a vote on that motion, and then after that, there would be a renewed motion to readopt the consent calendar without that change of holding item 89, and then 89 can be heard. And voted on.
Thank you. So let's take a vote on
The motion to reconsider?
motion to reconsider.
All right, and I'm sorry, I did not catch who made the motion in second.
Chavez motion, Ellenberg second.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Yes.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. So we need a
The next motion would be to readopt the consent calendar, but without holding item 89, and then item 89 could be taken up.
So moved. Chavez.
Second.
Supervisor Arenas?
One moment, please,
Sorry.
Madam President.
Of course.
I would simply like to reference my earlier Levine Act statement. I need not repeat it, but I would like it referenced, and I would like the fact that it was referenced specifically included in the minutes, please.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. Item 27 is next.
Don't we need to take the action on item 89?
Yeah, if you wish to address 89 now, you could go ahead and take the action
Thank
on
you.
item 89.
I skipped an important step, which is that while I understand and appreciate and support that our labor partners are still working through a number of issues around positions, there was a substantial risk that we were made aware of that the county could lose potentially 11 intern workers in our behavioral health department. There's some other issues that still need to be worked out through meet and confer, but I did not want to be responsible for potentially losing some very, very valued employees. So with that, I would make a motion to approve item 89.
So moved, and I just have one addition.
Please.
So I'm happy to move this. I do want to ask that the staff convey with our partners, our union partners, that the administrative spec revision process, as that goes forward, that the board is informed as to the resolution of the problem that we're trying to fix here today, if that's acceptable to the maker of the
Absolutely.
motion. Thank you.
Critically so. Thank you.
Take a vote.
Do we need to look for public comment? We didn't notify
yes.
people that.
I have no public comment on
Okay.
this item.
All right, thank you. Let's take a vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Yes.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to redo that. Now, we have remaining 27, 31, 32, and 33. And hopefully Southwest will, if that's your airline, Supervisor Arenas, will be favorable to us. Item 27 is the Santa Clara Valley Healthcare Business Plan. And hello, Paul and Renee.
Thank you, President Ellenberg, members of the board. Paul Lorenz, Chief Executive Officer for Santa Clara Valley Healthcare. On behalf of the County Exec's Office and Health and Hospital System leadership, we're pleased to present the Santa Clara Valley Healthcare Business Plan for this year. In this plan, you have a comprehensive overview of the health system, as well as a detailed summary of how we are funded as a healthcare system, as a public healthcare system. There are a number of key takeaways from this business plan laid out throughout this document that discusses a variety of different operational strategies relative to the health system. They touch on our effort to maximize revenue to ensure that we have a financially viable system. And this is particularly important as we continue to face extraordinary challenges relative to the cost of healthcare in general. Also in this plan, we discuss a variety of different strategies in terms of improving access to care, both in terms of our primary care health system, as well as our specialty care services. Throughout the document, we touch on a variety of different strategies to address operational efficiencies, to improve upon the cost of healthcare in this delivery system. With that being said, at this point in time, I would just simply like to say to this board that we are very fortunate in Santa Clara County to have a support of the board in the delivery of a comprehensive public health care system. The system continues to grow, in large part, because of the demand on the system and the expectation that we as a county deliver a comprehensive system that addresses the health care needs of all of our residents. As you would note in the document, we speak to a number of different factors that are contributing to that, one of which is very clear. The number of individuals in our community that rely on public health care continues to grow. When you have 1/4 of the population dependent upon public health care coverage, there is only one system in that county that makes it a priority to ensure access to care, and that is your public health care delivery system. With that being said, I'm happy, along with Renee Santiago, the director of the healthcare system, to respond to any specific questions that you may have.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to reserve any of my own comments on the report until after my colleagues have weighed in, but I want to just remind everyone that at the February 28th meeting, we approved a motion to schedule a study session that would look at the previously presented VMC campus master plan, this business plan, and elements of the soon-to-be updated 10-year capital improvement plan, which is accepted on May 1st. That study session, as the board directed previously, will offer a dedicated opportunity for us to align reports, to align across reports, to look at issues in implementation of Santa Clara Valley priorities and collaboration across county departments to achieve those goals. So with that, let's have public comment, and then I will turn to my colleagues.
Looks like I have one virtual speaker in queue.
No speakers in chambers?
I have no speaker cards.
If any participants on Zoom are wishing to speak on this item, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. We will close the queue for speaking when the first speaker begins. So please do take a second to raise your hand now.
All right, our first speaker is Alan Kamara.
Hey, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. This is Alan Kamara. I just want to make a few comments on this on this agenda item, and I know, thank you, Paul and Renee, for putting this forward. As labor partners, one of the things that we would like to know is such a huge stuff is coming to the board that we will rather the administration engage with labor partners. We have the second largest union in the county behind SCRU. So any expansion of a county services which our nurses will be doing, we feel like the county, the least the county administration can do is to engage with us. We should be partners. We should be able to have an opinion, an input before it gets to the board, and we should have other community partners who will benefit from this, be part of this. So as a public entity like ours, I think the right thing to do is to engage your labor partners and to engage community partners as well. We see all this going to the board. As I was looking into coming through this, I realized there's going to be all this expansion, which none of our members are aware of, not myself or our board. And as good as this sounds, we should be able to advocate what works, what doesn't work. It's funny, I was talking to Paul Murphy, one of the policy director of Supervisor Cindy Chavez, and he mentioned he and I talked about in the past where he failed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Montail. David, please accept the unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm David Montiel. I'm the Santa Clara County resident, and Susan Ellenberg is my supervisor. I just, when we talk about the Valley Healthcare Business Plan, in the public comments, there were several people saying regarding, this is relating to basically the well-being of the people that work at the Santa Clara County, Valley Medical Center. They're saying, hey, look, we don't need to wear masks anymore, as far as we're tired of them. We're tired of the inconvenience of them. Some people have problems breathing in them. They really do. I did. When I, just going to the store in the past, I did. And, it's just, I think we need to really realize that we need to balance it out, where the state is saying, look, we don't need that, but yet our county is saying we do. And I think we really need to be not just having a Zoom comment on it like, we have a no response. That's what really bothers me too, is there's no response. I don't hear responses from Zoom comments on here, on these Zoom comments from Jane Williams and all these people. I don't hear you don't hear any communication. You just hear a one-sided Zoom comment. And I'm telling you, I know it's a little skewed from what we're talking about, but it is communication. And the Santa Clara County Valley medical people need to be able to have a response from you. You guys should at least say, hey, look, what we're going to do is, yes, Jane or Bob, we will get back to you on that, and we will let you know, hey, look, we will get back to you, and we will, what's your email address, or whatever, we'll get back to you. And that has been missing for so long, because I've been following you guys through this whole pandemic stuff, and that has been so missing. And so if you really want to have health through the Santa Clara County, Medical Center, we need to really think about it and put a plan in motion. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you.
Supervisor, may I begin?
Please do.
Thank you. So first of all, I just wanted to thank the staff for producing this report. I know I've been really bugging you about this for a while, and this was actually a very exciting document to see. If I could ask, could you just talk a little bit about how this tool can be used in terms of engagement with our employees? And then the second part of that is with our nonprofit clinic partners.
Thank you, Supervisor Chavez. So first of all, this document will be fully shared with the staff. So over the next couple months, not only have we worked with leadership, but we will engage the staff in making sure they understand as a healthcare system what our priorities are. And that's something from my perspective, and I think the reason you're bringing up is very important. It's really important to socialize where we are at as a healthcare system today and where we headed relative to our ability to provide for care to the community, but also be able to explain to people how we financially sustain the system going forward.
So with our nonprofit part, and what I'm specifically suggesting is both with our direct staff, our bargaining units, and our nonprofit partners?
So, Supervisor, in many aspects of this plan, our ability to move forward strategically and operationally is absolutely dependent on working with our community partners at large, but also our key stakeholders. And you mentioned our labor partners. And the one area that is clear in this document that we speak to as a takeaway is the fact that we have to really focus on the well-being of our workforce and our ability to recruit and retain the expertise needed to provide for the care that we as a healthcare system are obligated to do so. So partnering with labor is critically important. the engagement of staff in terms of making sure that we're attending to their well-being overall are critical components to our efforts to deliver the care.
Well, I think on this front, what I would just suggest is prior to coming to budget, I just think it would be really important to make sure that we've done a sit down with both our bargaining units and our nonprofit partners, just to, because I think this is such a useful document. I think what was most interesting to me was to better understand the financing framework. And I think, colleagues, one of the issues that we have raised over the years, and I think really one of the reasons that people were so excited about Dr. Smith coming on board was to make sure that the investments that are being made in the healthcare system were being done in the context of how do we create a sustainable system that frankly can be responsive to the community. And I think, you know, you don't need to see more than what happened during COVID to better understand that, in fact, we were able to respond at a heightened emergency for the community writ large. So I just want to make sure that that's part of the next steps. And then the other, and I'm Supervisor Ellenberg or President Ellenberg, I may not have understood exactly the recommendation that you were making, but one request that I want to make is during our budget workshops, I'd like to actually see you use the framework of the business plan to explain the investments that you're recommending in our next steps. I think that is going to be really important, that the framework that you're presenting to the board be consistent enough that people, both the board but also the community and our partners, can actually understand it. My expectation is that this plan will change as we move forward, but I think that's particularly important as it relates to I think a point that you raised, which is the capital improvements, and I think about those in kind of two large buckets, which is the expansion strategies and of, you know, we're all looking at our favorite clinics in here, but also the investments that are going to be needed in FF&E that actually impact the overall physical structures that are part of your plan as well. And what I mean by that is areas where you're needing to move in new equipment that are in buildings that are old, and what kinds of changes need to happen. I'm just using that as an example of something that I think if you can say, here are the 5 steps we're taking as part of budget because it impacts patient mix or access to specialty care, or, you know, those kinds of changes that really align with the sustainability of of our investment. And I do just want to say to my colleagues this: I don't like when we call our investment in the hospital a subsidy. It's offensive to me because it is a core component of the work that we do here at the county, and it sounds like it's someone else's job and we're pitching in some cash. And it's a core component of what we do. It is a core value of the organization, and it's going to remain a rather large portion of what we invest in. And frankly, the staff has done an incredible job of making sure that the investment we're making in this is one of the best investments we make per our dollars in terms of the actual impact we have on the community. That is all to say that part of the reason I was so interested in the business plan is I was really trying to understand our growth patterns relative to sustainability, relative to our investment, better allowing us to understand what resources are available for additional investments outside of the system, which include behavioral health, drug and alcohol services, and others. So that's one phase. And then the second phase for me is, what are the implications of the business plan relative to the other services we provide and where they sit within the organization, and whether any of those need to be embedded into the healthcare system differently than they are today. I don't yet know the answer to that, but I'm hopeful that as budget comes forward, if you're able to say, this is the reason we're making these investments, and refer back to this book to say to us during the presentation, here's where you see how that fits into our business plan, that would be enormously helpful. And if that's necessary as a motion, I'd like to make a motion to receive this report to say thank you for getting it done, and then to make sure that there's an outreach plan for our bargaining units, our nonprofit partners, and that this is referenced as part of the presentation during our budget workshops.
Second.
Oh, and it's not a subsidy. That's my T-shirt for the day.
I hear that. Curtis, does either Supervisor Lee or Supervisor Simidian have their lights on?
No.
Then I'll just speak very, very briefly. I also really appreciated the thoughtful analysis of our healthcare needs and the corresponding delivery systems in our county, and it was very pleased to see that the strategic goals were specific and measurable and time-bound. Thank you very much for that. I wanted to just check some things regarding alignment. The 7 priorities that are listed in the executive summary of the report don't fully capture the strategic initiatives that are on pages 47 to 54 of the report. And I'm wondering how the executive pieces were pulled out and how the different priorities are aligning with each other.
Thank you, Supervisors. So first of all, the 7 takeaways or priorities that were laid out in the executive summary provide for a high-level overview of very specific goals and targets that we are setting as a system. The items that are listed on those pages that you mentioned are very specific to certain services that roll up to those overall strategic goals.
And how do you envision the capital improvement plan being woven in there? Are there any inconsistencies?
So, Supervisor, I do not see any inconsistencies. So when we talk about primary care access, for example, which is one of our key objectives to improve upon, many of our capital projects reflect that in terms of the new health center, for example, in Morgan Hill, the expansion of urgent care services, which reflect our goal to provide same-day access to services, et cetera. So many of the capital projects that we currently have planned or are currently online are consistent with what we've laid out in those 7 priority areas.
Thank you. So that brings me to the priority on page 49 to expand mental health and substance use services within the system. I was really very glad to see that. But of the 7 operational strategies, only 3 are currently funded and in implementation. So consistent with the continued board priority in behavioral health, I would expect to see these additional 4 strategies included in the CEO's recommended budget. I'm happy to hear your thoughts and feedback on that.
Maybe step back a little bit.
Sure.
The board asked for the business plan for VMC. And I just wanted to also make the point that this does not include behavioral health, which is mental health, and substance abuse, which totals another $600 million of contribution, a lot of that general fund, which we don't call mental health subsidy. But the part that does include, that is included has to do with the outpatient and inpatient, mostly inpatient behavioral health component at VMC. So to answer your question more specifically, yes, we will have all 3 of those efforts highlighted in the budget.
Thank you.
Just for the public's edification, most of the outpatient behavioral health services that we provide are provided by our community partners, the so-called CCPs, or non-governmental entities, clinics, and they really end up providing about 90% of the outpatient services. We provide about 90% of the inpatient services. So it's mixed.
So let me be a little bit more clear then, because I was referring just to acute beds, potentially locked facilities, whatever. We know that the RAND study is going to show us that we need more inpatient beds, and I, of course, we're years away from the inpatient psychiatric center beds to be open. There's also a lot of overlap with those if we're decommissioning BAP and changing around EPS. So what I'm looking for is where is the funding or placeholders for the funding going to be in the budget, knowing that we are going to need to expand access to acute and inpatient care.
Yeah, we'll address that in the budget.
Greta, did you want to add something?
Oh, I was just going to say, consistent with what Jeff said, apart from the acute services that are provided through our own hospitals, the behavioral health department also contracts with, for example, San Jose Behavioral Health, also funds access to inpatient psychiatric care for Medi-Cal beneficiaries who end up being treated as inpatients, for example, at Stanford, El Camino, other facilities that do have some psychiatric inpatient beds, Fremont Hospital and others. And so the budget for utilization of those beds is in the behavioral health department's budget.
Okay, thank you for that distinction, and I will look forward to seeing more of that in the budget. Supervisor Lee did put his hand up, and then I'll go to Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Paul and your team for putting together a very comprehensive report and answering a lot of the questions our staff has previously provided. I do have some follow-up questions, one of which is regarding the emergency department and the number of beds. What I guess I was surprised to see is that the SCVMC's emergency department, not only the busiest, but also the fact that we only have 23 beds. Looking at the numbers, our ED treatment stations per capita, compared to various counties, we are definitely the lowest. And on the report, it mentions that the long-term work is to address this constraint to developing a new ED with approximately twice the bed capacity. That's for the long term. What do we have in terms of short term? Is there anything that we have in the works that we could at least supplement, add another 10 to 20% before we go for the long-term solution?
Thank you, Supervisor Lee. So a couple of comments regarding the ED. So as you well know, we're currently in the process of renovating and expanding our ED at Valley Medical Center to 50 plus beds. That project we're pushing forward as quickly as we can. The same would be said with respect to St. Louis Hospital. We know with their current bed capacity of 8 is not sufficient for that community. And so we are working with the county exec's office, and that project has been funded for its design phase. And so we are looking obviously longer term to make sure that we build our capacity. In the short term, there are a number of different strategies that we're undertaking. Specific to the South County, we are looking to make sure that we, when we launch Morgan Hill, that we also launch the opening and expansion of the Gilroy urgent care. So in the South County, there will be 2 urgent cares that will offer evenings and weekend hours. Our hope is that that will help alleviate some of the stress in terms of volumes of patients that are going to the ED at St. Louis Hospital. Because many of the patients that are presenting do not have the level of acuity that you would otherwise expect to see in an emergency department. At Valley Medical Center, we are also looking to expand services relative to same-day access, relative to our urgent care centers, both on the campus at Moore Park, but also the Express Care Center that is actually in the hospital at Valley Medical Center. A lot of this is around providing same-day access to care that's outlined in this plan that we have to further expand upon as we continue to have a growing number of individuals accessing their care. I think your board also realizes that O'Connor Hospital, when we first acquired O'Connor Hospital, the ED volumes were high. They were in the range of around 45 to 50,000 ED visits. Today, they're approaching 60, 65,000 a year annually in terms of ED volume visits. So we are utilizing our capacity, and we're trying to figure out where we can grow our capacity to provide more timely access. The volumes in terms of demand on your system continue to grow. And so it's going to be incumbent upon us to further improve upon, as I had mentioned, our same-day access.
Thank you, Paul. As we have discussed previously, we also understand the difficulty of Hazel Hawkins, of what they're going through, and the type of stresses that will be added to South County, especially St. Louis in this case. And it's great that you mentioned that Morgan Hill and Gilroy, those two urgent care, will be open and also on weekends as well. When would those additional openings of urgent care will be happening to us?
Supervisor Lee, we're looking at the fall of this year to go on a educational campaign with the community in the South County to align with the opening of both the Gilroy Urgent Care as well as the Morgan Hill Urgent Care Center. Fall of this year.
Yeah, no, as we all know, the cost of sending patients to ED is just far more expensive. And frankly, not that sustainable compared to urgent care. So I think that strategy of using urgent care in Morgan Hill and Gilroy is absolutely necessary. And of course, the sooner the better. Thank you so much, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I'm going to pick up where Supervisor Lee just left off, and I appreciate his question, especially around St. Louis. I know that you're working with the exec's office for design and to hopefully have both Gilroy and Morgan Hill ready. Would you say, did I catch that correctly, that both would be ready by the end of this year?
Yes, Supervisor. So your board actually approved staffing for the Morgan Hill already, and that expectation is, as you well know, in the fall of this year.
I'm sorry. No, I meant the emergency department expansion project.
We do not have a specific timeline on the overall completion of that project. We are currently moving to the design phase.
Right. I did hear you say that you were moving to design phase, and then the next thing I heard was that both would be ready by the end of the year. So that's not going to be ready. What's the timeline for that?
You know, given what we have experienced in terms of working with HCI and permitting, we're looking at the earliest 3 years out, 3 to 4 years.
I would look to fast track that, especially since we know that there might be hospitals down in South Carolina. I'm so sorry. I know this is like like we're high school kids looking through people. Okay. Since we know that there might be some loss of a hospital in South County area, and this is something that I would imagine that we would want to fast track, because if we think that St. Louis is busy now, San Benito County is going to really intensify what we have already seen happen in St. Louis. And I know the 50 staff that we approved earlier this year is just the beginning, right? It's just to kind of release the valve a little bit, the pressure off the valve, but it's not really to prepare for any further loss of medical facilities in that area. And so one of the things that I would be interested in is to fast track that department expansion, knowing what we know right now, and that there's going to be a huge loss to that area. Now, I know that we're going to have Morgan Hill at the end of this year. There's still a very limited number of beds. You said it earlier, that it's just not enough, right? If we could fast track the emergency department expansion, what would that look like? Is that 1 to 2 years versus 3 to 4?
Supervisor, I think it'd be appropriate for me to probably work with the county exec's office and come back to you with a reasonable timeline. It's really difficult for me to say. From our experience and given where we are with even Valley Medical Center, ED, 3 years that I'd mentioned would be on the inside of an optimistic schedule given building a hospital facility. But maybe Dr. Smith would like to jump in.
Yeah, I can jump in on that. Fast tracking really has to do with what the state responsibilities are. When we do design and architectural design, we can do that pretty rapidly, 6 months, something like that. But then it all has to go to the state to get approved, and they typically change the design, change the recommendations, not infrequently. And once that's done, then we have a contractor come in and build. So, sorry to bring up a sore thing for Supervisor Simidian, but we had considerable delays with the process regarding the new psych hospital on VMC, and a big part of that had to do with the state delaying the process considerably. So we can fast track it for the things that we have control over, but we can't really control the state. So we'll push as hard as we can to get it built out.
I appreciate it. I wouldn't imagine you would slow this down, knowing what we know about the medical needs of our South County folks, as well as the impact or the loss of medical care that we may see down in that area. So I appreciate that response. The other piece I was going to ask about was, this is under workforce development on page 53. I'm wondering, how is the Employee Services Agency working to accelerate hiring into the hospital system? And this is under the Workforce Strategy 1A.
Supervisor Arenas, so we have regular strategy meetings with ESA around specific classifications that we have deemed to be a priority, and where we face challenges relative to getting a pool of candidates that we can move quickly on. So everything from conducting employment fairs, all the way through to the actual turnaround on a certified list of potential candidates and the actual offering of the position. So that's something we work closely with ESA on specific classifications that we have identified to be of great need to the system.
So composing a list of certified potential applicants is part of that acceleration. How much sooner does that get people through the door compared to the regular process?
Supervisor, I would say it depends on the classification and the process that we have to go through relative to internal promotions before we go out to external promotion. But that's something I could probably get to you off agenda and provide you more specifics around specific classifications and challenges around turnaround time.
I appreciate that, and I fully support what Supervisor Chavez asked about earlier in her motion, and in bringing in stakeholders to help continue to inform this plan. I would encourage, of course, the bargaining units. Those folks who work at the hospitals are obviously, you know this, are a great wealth of information and resource, and we heard their voices in public comment as well. So I would encourage that. The last question, I had lots of questions, but we did have a debriefing, and I asked many of these questions already, so I won't do this to you again. But one of the last questions I'm going to ask is, how are we integrating some of the health-related contracts that are not within the health and hospital system so that they contribute to the efficiency model that you're obviously is striving and established?
Supervisor Reynes, I believe you're referring to many of the community-based contracts that we have with a number of different organizations.
Right.
You know, our interest is always to make sure that we partner with those organizations around the referral of clients and patients that would benefit. Going forward, I think what we probably need to do is spend a little bit more time with those organizations in streamlining that process and making sure that we have mutual goals and objectives that we can work towards together relative to those contracts. So that's something that we can work together on going forward.
Perfect, perfect. And, oh, I lied. I have one more. Okay, so I've heard from our nurses out in St. Louis that there's calls out to the sheriff's office when there's patients that are agitated or having a mental health crisis or are being aggressive, and I don't know that they're getting the response that they need. How can we strengthen that response?
So, Supervisor, one of the things that it's important to know is that St. Louis Hospital is within the jurisdiction of Gilroy Police Department. When we have incidents in the ED where we need law enforcement support, we do call 911 and they do respond. Sometimes more timely than others, depending on the level of how they categorize that call. And I think what you're speaking to is sometimes, given the situation, they don't consider it a priority, given all the other things that are going on within the community. So there are a couple things that are going on. First of all, your board, working with the county executive, have established new classifications of protective service officers. That is a good step, obviously, long-term. In the intermediate time frame, we are looking to beef up the security at St. Louis Hospital. One way in which we're doing it is not just through the private security contract, but we're also looking to possibly contract with Gilroy PD for officers that are willing to come in during peak hours, during their off time. So we're hoping to have more of a presence relative to law enforcement personnel at St. Louis in terms of the timeliness of that response.
I agree, and I am also I've begun that conversation with Gilroy PD as well. What about the behavioral health response teams and implementing those in St. Louis?
So, Supervisor, and as the board well knows, you approved a behavioral response, health response team at Valley Medical Center as well as at O'Connor Hospital, given the volume of patients that we have that are being admitted to the inpatient service. Typically at St. Louis Hospital, if a patient is on a 5150 or requires further behavioral health intervention, those patients are transferred to Valley Medical Center. So the behavioral health response team is primarily focused on inpatient needs. I would agree that going forward, once we launch the behavioral health teams at Valley as well as at O'Connor, that we would look to provide some level of support also at St. Louis Hospital, particularly for those patients that present to the ED.
Thank you. I think in the meantime, maybe tracking what the number of those patients are and following that data, because it might be more overwhelming, higher than we think, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's just people's perception, right? Because these are kind of high-risk interactions. So it would be great to see what the data tells us.
I would agree, yes.
Wonderful. And those were my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there, the Supervisor Simidian hasn't weighed in yet. Is his light on? No.
It's not.
All right. We have heard public comment. We've heard supervisors speak. Let's vote on this item, please.
Right. Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
All right. Item 31 is next on our agenda today. This is the 2023-2031 Housing Element Update. Three items in about 15 minutes. We'll see if we can do it. Hi. Who is beginning?
Good afternoon, President Ellenberg, board members. Jacqueline Anshano, Director of Planning and Development. With me today is Lisa Mikhail, Deputy Director of Planning and Development over Planning Services. Deputy County Counsel Jamila Benkantu, I hope I pronounced that correctly, yes. And Director of Office of Supportive Housing, Consuelo Hernandez. Also not seen this afternoon is Michael Meehan, our Principal Planner and the Planner Managing, working with the team, our 2023-2031 Housing Element. We are before you today. It is an honor to bring forward to you our update on our Housing Element. At this moment, I will turn the presentation over to Michael Meehan, who is remote, and he will present this item. And we are available at the end for any questions that any of the supervisors may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Michael Meehan, Principal Planner with the department. Staff has a brief presentation on the county's housing element update for what's referred to as the sixth cycle, which encompasses the 2023 to 2031 planning period. This report and presentation are intended to be informational. No action is required of the board at this time. However, as we'll cover, the draft housing element update has been made available for public review, and the public and of course the supervisors are invited to provide input on the draft document at today's meeting. By way of overview, we will first cover the housing element update process. Next, we will review challenges and opportunities resulting from changes since the last housing element cycle. And then we will go over the next steps leading to board adoption and certification by the Department of Housing and Community Development, referred to as HCD. And lastly, we will receive and record any public comments on the draft housing element update. The housing element update process consists first of a regional housing needs determination, by which HCD assigns projected housing need to each region within the state. Then the Regional Council of Governments, which in our case is ABAG, the Association of Bay Area Governments, distributes shares of the regional housing need across its member jurisdictions through the RHNA process, the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. Each jurisdiction then updates its housing element, including a demonstration of how it will meet its RHNA assignment. For this sixth cycle, the regional goal increased significantly by 135%. The unincorporated county goal, however, saw an increase of 1,028%, from 277 total housing units last cycle to 3,125 units this cycle. The dramatic increase is the result of a change in the RENA methodology adopted by ABAG for this cycle. The methodology selected by ABAG for this cycle prioritizes high opportunity areas and job proximity. And importantly, it gave counties the responsibility for accommodating housing need in urban unincorporated islands slated for city annexation. In the case of our county, it is these urban unincorporated islands that have been prioritized for job proximity and as high opportunity areas. The county must now accommodate these units while continuing to meet the foundational land use policies and general plan goals of avoiding sprawl, incentivizing urban infill development, and thereby preserving prime agricultural lands and natural resources. Several recent state legislative changes have created new challenges for most jurisdictions during this housing element cycle, and the dramatic increase in RENA assignment to the county has compounded the statewide challenges. Initially, the county worked to appeal the methodology with ABAG. However, ABAG denied the county's appeal and all such appeals related to the new methodology. ABAG instead encouraged the county to work with the city of San Jose to perform a RENA transfer, since the county's increased RENA assignment was the result of ABAG's analysis of housing capacity in urban unincorporated islands planned for annexation by the city. Next, the county worked with the city to effectuate such a transfer, but negotiations were paused in early 2022 for nearly a year while the county and city resolved a dispute relating to the North San Jose development policies. This dispute was resolved in December of 2022, which left a very short window to effectuate an agreement because of a statutory requirement that such transfers be executed no later than January 31st. On January 10th, the board approved a delegation of authority for the purposes of negotiating and executing the transfer. And on January 19th, at the county's request, the ABAG Executive Board granted conditional approval for such a transfer between the county and city. However, the county and city were unable to arrive at an agreement on the terms of the transfer. And finally, given the responsibility of planning for 3,125 units, staff has had to contend with the complexities of selecting and analyzing appropriate sites for high-density urban housing development on unincorporated lands. As a result of these challenges, the county missed the initial housing element update deadline of January 31st, which, it should be noted, was also missed by 106 out of 110 jurisdictions in the Bay Area. However, the delay did create an opportunity stemming from actions taken by the San Jose City Council in December, which enabled the county to include the decommissioned Pleasant Hills golf course site in the county's housing element update site inventory. This is due to its increased likelihood of development following those actions by the City Council. Although the site is expected to be annexed into the city prior to development, it is currently unincorporated and therefore appropriate to include in the county's site inventory. With the inclusion of this site, the county's inventory will conservatively accommodate 110% more housing than is required to meet our RENA assignment. This is across all levels of affordability, even as the county utilizes a conservative assumption about the housing capacity of the former golf course site. Furthermore, the county will overcome two major concerns: rezoning rural properties for urban development in South County and dependence upon any one property owner or developer to meet our housing production goals. So looking ahead, the draft housing element chapters were published for public review on March 21st, and under state law, we are now coming to the close of the 30-day public review period, which will be followed by 10 or more days to incorporate any public feedback before sending to HCD for review. In addition to coming to the board today, staff has recently presented on this topic to the Hewlett Committee, Planning Commission, and the San Martin Planning Advisory Committee. Once submitted to HCD, the state will review for up to 90 days, providing feedback to the county by the end of July. After incorporating and responding to HCD feedback, the department anticipates bringing the final draft to the board on October 17th of this year. Before coming to the board for approval, during HCD's 90-day review, the department will be bringing the housing element update document once again to the Planning Commission, FinPAC, and Hewlett to provide additional input and recommendations. Once adopted by the board, HCD will have another 60-day period to certify that the adopted housing element update is in substantial compliance with state law, which we would anticipate occurring before the end of this calendar year. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are now available for any questions from the board and to receive comments from the board and public on the draft housing element update. Thank you.
So thank you for the report. I am very glad that a solution with the golf course has been identified. Of course, that golf course existed well before the deadline. And, you know, frankly, it's not compelling to me to hear that almost everybody else failed, so it doesn't matter that we did. You know, the mama in me wants to respond as I would to my child. I don't care what anybody else does. We behave a certain way, and we do the job correctly. So I haven't had a chance to be in front of this group before or to be part of any of the other hearings, but it was very frustrating to me that we did not submit in time, and that really ultimately it was because we didn't have a plan B ready to go when the negotiations with San Jose slowed down to a point that we weren't going to make the deadline. And I would like the message to be very clear going forward that we should never rely on one plan if it's anything short of 150%. There should always be alternatives. And I don't know the answer to this, so I'm a little bit nervous to ask it, but I'm curious to know whether there have been any negative impacts, lawsuits, or other consequences as a result of our failing to meet the filing date.
Thank you, Lisa McKyle, Deputy Director with the Planning Division. We'll defer to County Counsel Jamila Bencato for response on lawsuits.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
So there are some statutory consequences that were detailed in a separate memo, but it's a matter of public record that there has been a lawsuit filed by an organization called Californians for Home Ownership. It's been filed.
What are the statutory consequences? I just want this information to be transparent as well.
Sure. The language of the statute provides for different consequences for missing different deadlines and benchmarks related to the housing element. As related to the January 31st deadline, which is the deadline to have a certified housing element, there are certain implications for certain pools of state funding that flow through HCD. I'd have to refer back to
I'm trying to understand what our actual exposure has been.
Right, so some of this might be a little bit more appropriate for a closed session, but the statute does make jurisdictions temporarily ineligible for certain pots of state funding related to housing until they comply with the statute. And the statute also provides for something called the builder's remedy.
Have we had any applications under the builder's remedy?
The county has not had any applications for builder's remedy at this time. Lisa McKyle.
Thank you.
And those are the ones that come to mind. Those are sort of the big consequences. And I'm happy to revisit any of those details with any of the supervisors separately.
Thank you. I think an off agenda would be appropriate, and if it needs to come through closed session because of sensitive material, that's fine too. I just want to have a solid understanding of what the consequences have been to the county and to our funding, and what can be recouped once we do file properly, and what, if any, doors were closed to us.
Absolutely. We will certainly try to answer all those questions, President Ellenberg. And I think some of them may have already been memorialized, and we can find that for you.
That may well be true, and if there's something to resend to me,
Yeah,
I would appreciate that
absolutely.
as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Arenas?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm concerned about an item that I saw, the 30% inclusionary housing and assumption that is going to be imposed on Pleasant Hills. Now, this is not a standard amount that is either imposed by the city of San Jose nor by the county. For the city, when it is on-site, it's 15%. When it's off-site, it's 20%. So this would be twice as much for on-site. I think I've seen on the city side, the highest was from Google, and that was 25%, and that was only because the city of San Jose helped to increase that and to get to 25%. They wouldn't have done that on their own. This is Google, right? So I'm curious to know, how did you get to the 30%?
Sure, Lisa Mikhail, Deputy Director, Planning Division. I'll start with noting that this is a planning document for the housing element. It's not an obligation or an imposition of the 30% affordability. It's the county identifying an area that is suitable for additional affordable housing. And that's because it's a larger site that can accommodate a larger density of housing. So the applicant or a property owner would not necessarily be obligated to support or supply the 30% affordability, but the county would try to encourage the addition of up to 30% affordable housing. And we can do that through incentivization. So when we come back at the tail end of this or through a program, we could incentivize housing.
So first we had a version of my district absorbing 30 sites within South County in order for us to meet our arena goals. Then, of course, the negotiations with the city of San Jose didn't pan out. And now Pleasant Hills is part of that. In lieu of those 30 sites, we're now going to focus on Pleasant Hills. And either way, my district would have been impacted, either with a lot of different developments or by one big major one. Now, I've been dealing with Pleasant Hills since I was a council member. And I know this site. I live in District 8. I don't necessarily want to see it developed, but I also think that there's some guidelines that we can establish that are reasonable. And 30% isn't even reasonable for a mega corporation like Google. How would we, as visionaries, think that other developers would actually make it possible to achieve at 30%? And even if this is visionary, you're telling me that this is not an obligation that they need to meet, but that they would be incentivized to a 30%. And I don't understand what that means, because the process, to be honest with you, is very murky about annexation and how this would all play out.
Sure. Through the president, I just want to make sure I understand. Is the question how we received to the 30%, or?
My question still stands, is how did we get to 30%? What other project can you compare this to? I'm not trying to help a developer avoid affordable housing. I'd love to impose affordable housing requirements for our developers, but I have seen a huge corporation like Google not able to achieve their own 20% without the city of San Jose's help. Actually, the 25%, the city of San Jose helped them reach that goal. So I don't understand where you would get this. I know the size of this, of Pleasant Hills, but the size does not necessarily dictate the percentages. The percentages are there as standards. It's either 15% on-site or 20% off-site. You don't really get to pick and choose simply because the land is bigger. The 15% is going to obviously represent a bigger number because the land is bigger and the development will be bigger.
Certainly, we would be happy to receive the question and the comment, and when we come back before Hewlett or the board, we can provide a more in-depth analysis of the breakdown of the percentages that we landed at. At the end of the day, it is at the pleasure of the board on the percentage distribution across the various sites. This is the first draft that is being proposed. Staff did review and consider a 30% affordability rate, and that's across not just low income, but very low income and moderate housing. And we've looked at similar distributions across some of the other sites in the site's inventory, but we'd be happy to respond in more detail.
I would love to have a response in more detail, just because this seems like a poison pill to me. Either we're trying to encourage development or we're trying to foul it up. I'm not sure exactly what this percentage is going to help achieve.
Thank you. So you'll follow up as to whether that goes to Hewlett or you're working with Supervisor Arenas to answer her questions. Thank you. Do we have questions from Supervisors Simidian or Lee?
We do.
All right. Do call on them, Curtis.
Looks like Supervisor Lee raised his hand first.
Yes, thank you. First, I just want to say thanks to staff, Sylvia, Jacqueline, Lisa, and all the county staff working on this to meet with our staff to inform us what's going on throughout this entire process. And having sat on the ABAG executive and administrative board, I understand how difficult this process is, and as far as appeals concerned, ABAG just does not grant appeal, ever practically. That I've seen the dozens of appeals from different cities and counties that's gone through. And of course, also also thankful the Herculean effort of negotiating the RENA number transfer from San Jose, something that we suspected would work, but at the end of the day, certainly took a lot longer. And I want to thank actually Advisor Chavez involving to resolve that issue for North San Jose back in the November and December of 2022 to get that moving. And I certainly look forward to seeing what the HCD has to say once we have a revised draft of the housing element update. As far as the date's concerned, it's great news that we finally got these numbers technically. As far as the update, it's supposed to come to us by October 23. Could you update us to see if there's any way we could even speed up a little bit more?
The county, this is Lisa McKyle, Deputy Director of Planning. The county staff is certainly looking at areas where we can further compress our timeline in an effort to get to the board and the Planning Commission sooner than the intended deadlines that we noted or dates that we noted in the staff report. We're looking at this. What we have proposed currently in the staff report is something that we're able to commit to, but we are looking for more streamlined efforts to bring the housing element before the board sooner.
Sure. And as we know, there's the penalty of as we call it, the builder's remedy. I think we're fortunate that we haven't had any of those applications yet, but I would imagine that the longer we drag on, the more likely they will get those, and then that would be kind of out of our control in terms of our county planning rules that need to adhere to. So I just wanted to make sure that we take advantage of, hopefully, those type of penalties that actually does not really kick into us once we get this submitted. All right, thank you so much. That's all I have.
Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm having a little technical difficulty here. And could I ask all the speakers to please speak up, speak into the microphone? I'm sorry, I'm using my county computer and have it on 100%, but it's just tough to hear folks who are away from the mic. Let me just ask, and start with Mr. Meehan, if he's the correct one. There was a timeline there that involved, I thought, July and October. And in terms of the housing element update, the HEU, how does that fit with the need for an EIR on this process? And Mr. Meehan, you're muted if you're trying to speak.
He may not be trying to speak. I can go ahead and answer Supervisor Simidian through President Ellenberg.
Please.
The community, let me make sure I understood the question. Can you repeat the question for me, Supervisor?
Does the HEU require an EIR? That's the first question.
Yes, typically a housing element update would require a CEQA analysis, and an environmental impact report is the process that the county has landed on for its efforts.
Thank you. What is the status of that EIR and when will it be complete, please?
The current status of the EIR is it has been prepared and we are reviewing it. It is proposed to be out for public comment mid-June. And that is for a 45-day public comment period.
And that means that, does that mean then that comments will not be entirely received until August?
Comments would be received around the end of August and early September, depending on when it's released. And then the county would have to respond to those comments before the final EIR can be prepared and presented to the Planning Commission and then the board for certification.
Which earlier we heard was scheduled for October, yes?
Correct.
Is that a realistic expectation if you don't have comments until September and need to respond to them and then need to run it through the Planning Commission and then need to get it to the full Board of Supervisors?
Staff has prepared a timeline that it believes that it can meet, including the responses to comments.
And do I recall correctly that the staff made the judgment to use the same EIR document for the community plan amendments in connection with Stanford University lands?
That is correct. The county did land on a determination to combine the CEQA analysis of the community plan as well as the housing element.
Why did you think that was a good idea, if I may ask?
The county felt that because the community plan includes 3 opportunity sites that are also identified in its housing element process and site inventory, that combining that analysis would be a more efficient process.
Doesn't it mean that if the Stanford issues are delayed, that hangs up the housing element, and if the housing element issues are delayed, that hangs up the Stanford community plan?
Not necessarily, Supervisor, depending on the completion of the environmental impact report. That could be an item that is ultimately certified by the board, followed by the community plan. The housing element could follow later if necessary through the HCD process.
But if you are delayed in addressing questions related to the housing element that are raised in connection with the EIR, that will delay the entire EIR and therefore delay the ability to address the community plan. Is that a correct assessment or an understanding on my part?
There is potential for that, yes.
When, do I understand correctly that you say that the EIR and the Stanford community plan are coming to our full board in October on your current timeline?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Anshano, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. We've had these conversations offline, colleagues, but my office and I and the community were told that the Stanford community plan would be before our board in the year 2022. We are now looking at least a year delay in the timeline we were previously given, and that's if everything goes according to plan. I'm looking to county counsel and the county planning department to articulate a method by which we can ensure that there is not some additional delay. Somebody help me out, please.
Through the President Ellenberg, this is Director Anshano. We feel that we can make this timeline, Supervisor Simidian. And we consulted with County Council before we moved forward in the manner in which we have moved. And so we believe that we can meet this timeline.
Madam President and board colleagues, if you can sense the frustration in my voice, it's because the Stanford land use issues on which Supervisor Chavez and I worked for 3 years, 2017, 2018, and 2019, came to an abrupt halt in November of 2019 when the university withdrew its application for a general use permit. That then meant that we had the opportunity and the obligation to pursue some of the same land use strategies through our community plan process. That has now taken 2020, 2021, and 2022. That means that we are now looking at 7 years, if we are on time, to effectuate a fairly simple set of, but important set, of amendments to our community plan. So I am sunshining this issue for you, Madam Chair, and for my colleagues, because I've had these conversations with staff and with County Counsel's office previously, and I remain quite anxious as we look at a 7-year timeline that we not let the timeline slip any further. May I ask through the chair, Mr. Williams, are there means by which we can move forward on the EIR with respect to the community plan, even if the staff has not yet responded to comments on the housing element on a timely basis? Or does trying to go it alone at that point just add more time to an already extended process?
Based on everything that I know, I believe that would add more time to the current process, but that's something that we can follow up on if there are any available options. But my understanding from conversations with my staff is that a change to try to split it out or bifurcate would add more time at this point.
So through the chair, Mr. Williams, does that mean that well, no question, Mr. Williams. Madam Chair, back to Ms. Anshano. Does that mean, Ms. Anshano, that if you have inadequate staffing capacity or consulting capacity to address whatever level of comments you get, that that has the potential to delay the whole EIR, as I asked Ms. McHale a little earlier?
Through the chair, we currently do not have inadequate staffing. We have secured a consultant to assist the planning staff in completing this environmental document, Supervisor.
Yeah. Except we don't know, do we, Ms. Anshano, what level of comments we'll get on our housing element? Entirely unrelated to the Stanford matter, which has been linked to it for whatever set of reasons staff chose.
That is correct, Supervisor.
Supervisor Simidian, if I could, I don't know if I'll be helpful or a hindrance here, but wondering if there's a specific outcome or direction that you'd like to make?
What I'd like to ask, Madam Chair, is there any reason that we could not, in receiving the report, direct staff to identify now and provide a report within 30 days on what it would take to make sure we have backup staff or consulting capacity to ensure an October delivery? And if that needs to be a motion, I will make it as a motion.
Dr. Smith, do you want to comment on the proposed motion?
I don't think it needs to be a motion. I think we have the understanding and we'll work administratively with the department to make sure they have all the resources they need to get it done.
I very much appreciate that, Madam Chair, but I am making it as a motion and asking for a second.
I would second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If we can, if the comments are concluded, I would like to get a vote on this item. We're getting close to losing Supervisor Arenas, and we have a very eager, I was going to say antsy, but that's bad, mosquito guy who really needs us to hopefully approve his surveillance policy at item 33, because evidently it's mosquito season. So are we in a position to vote on 31, the motion by Sumiti and seconded by Chavez, with further comment by Chavez?
Well, may I just add, do we have public comment on this item? Okay.
Yes, we have through.
So I'm going to withhold my public comments because I want to make sure we hear the public comment and then let
I thought we had
vote.
public
So
comment. Oh, my apologies. I thought
Yeah.
we had done
No,
that.
thank
So
you.
let's go to public comment. How many speakers do we have?
We have 2 speakers in person and 1 on Zoom.
Okay, we will do our best to get through this agenda. I'll note to speakers on Zoom, if you are interested in speaking on this item, item 31, the 2023-2031 housing element update, right now is the time to please raise your virtual hand. We're going to hear speakers in chambers first, and when we come to our first Zoom speaker, the queue for virtual speaking will be closed. Thank you.
All right, our first speaker in person is Brett Mooney, and our second speaker will be Paul Tuttle, if you want to line up.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brett Mooney. I failed at public speaking, so bear with me. Regarding I got a letter, which is the reason I'm here, regarding the tiny homes. I had 2 days' notice to be here. The letter was mailed Wednesday. I received it Thursday. Here we are, 2 working days later. And then they will only notify people within 300 feet of the address. Well, there's a lot of neighbors beyond me. I'm the adjacent property. So the property we're under consideration here is 599-39047. My property is adjacent to that. It's being considered for 40 to 80 tiny homes. This parcel can only be accessed from 2 sides. Very busy McKee Road or Vista Avenue. Vista is a very quiet, small street with no problems. It doesn't even have sidewalks, that's how small it is. 11 houses down at the end of the street is a school. So each tiny home, according to the site, can house 2 people. Our little street cannot support 80 to 160 people roaming around. Because so many homeless today suffer from from drug addiction or mental illness or just hard times, being so close to a school and a super busy road, I don't feel this parcel is right for these tiny homes, and I'd like you to remove it from the consideration. Thank you.
Paul Tuttle?
For the record, I would like to second everything he just said. It makes perfect sense. I'm from the Not on Noble group. We just successfully fought off the city on this same exact type of scam. Everybody we talk to knows that homeless people are a danger to our women and children. So everybody wants to know how you guys could think it's a good idea to be concentrating homeless people in our living communities where our women and children are walking back and forth to school. Secondarily, the most recent one over there off of Berryessa was located on a water supply. The water supply, which I understand waters the city of San Jose, and now you guys are trying to do it across from Lake Cunningham. We have hundreds and thousands of people over there that have been fighting this for months. If you guys seriously want to make some progress with the homeless issue, please reach out to us. We have hundreds and thousands from both genders, from all areas of the world, brilliant people that can solve this problem pretty easily.
That concludes our in-person speakers. We have two virtual speakers in queue.
Last reminder, if you're intending to speak on this item, right now is the moment to raise your virtual hand. We'll close the queue when the first speaker begins.
All right, our first speaker is Kate Cortese. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
Great. I am actually concerned about the same issue as the two gentlemen in front of me. I live within walking distance to that site. I have 5 children. My street has about 30 children on it. If you decide to put any sort of building in that area up to 160 people, the foot traffic is going to increase to the point where I will be fearful of my children playing outside. That area has no public transportation. It is 1 mile to get to a bus stop or a VTA line. There are no urban services listed according to the site map, which means there's nothing for these people here. Now, somebody commented, perhaps it's an urban village, which is not a tiny home, but urban villages are specifically designated to go into new economic growing areas of the city. They are not supposed to be in single family developments. The site that is selected right there is a single family development. It's a quiet street on a 2-lane road. There is not room to put 160 random people there. So I really beg you to reconsider that site and to move on from it and leave it alone. It's not safe for any of us, and nobody wants it around here. You need to talk to the neighbors that live here. Nobody wants it. In the 2 days' notice, I've talked to 100 people that are against it. You need to reach out to us and give us more than 2 days and let us know, and we will let you know we don't want it near us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anya. Please accept the unmute. You will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, thank you for listening to us. I'm also a neighbor here with the same concerns as the last 3 speakers. I would listen to the full report, and I was very concerned that it said that these sites that are being considered are in high job proximity areas. Our area is definitely not a high job proximity area. Recently, I was down near the fairgrounds in San Jose, where there's a lot of jobs, a lot of great industrial jobs for people, and there's plenty of room down there to build, a lot of different housing developments there. So I'm trying to understand why our area is being considered over something that could be better for our community and our homeless population, which I do really want to support and have them have housing, but it just doesn't seem like the appropriate placement, and I'd just like you to reconsider that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Loreto Quevedo de Mondal. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Loreto Quevedo de Mondal, founder of Loreto Peters Brigade Silicon Valley, community organizer, as well as a homeless advocate. And that brings us to the issue of the underutilized Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. There's a lot of acres over there that's not being utilized to serve not just the housed, but also the in-house. So I would highly encourage the Board of Supervisors to look into this as a possible site for either transitional or interim housing for the in-house, as well as for safe parking. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Chavez.
Thank you. I want to thank the speakers, although they're speaking to an item that's not on our agenda right now, but I want to say thank you, and I want to see the notice because I want to understand what it is that you're talking about. I'm going to make a motion, but what I want to make sure is that I would just recommend
We have a motion from
No, I'm sorry. I want to support the motion that I seconded, but the only point I was going to raise is that I do think there may be value in doing an interim check-in with either Hewlett or the full board, because there's a lot of moving pieces to this, and it sounds like we have a lot of different opinions about it. So I don't want to make it more complex, but just to support this and recommend through staff that we have an interim check-in.
Supervisor Simidian, any concerns with the addition?
No, ma'am. Thank you. I
Thank
think
you.
it makes sense.
Thank you. Curtis, let's vote.
I see Supervisor Lee has his hand raised.
All right, Supervisor Lee.
Yes, President Ellenberg, I just want to echo what Supervisor Chavez says, is the comments being made regarding the tiny homes, I believe it sounds a city issue, and I think they might be talking to the wrong group. We're the county. This is not the issue that we dealt with today. So I just want to make sure that the notice that you got, that they went to the right place and not went to the wrong place to give their comments. I just want to make sure that's being made clear to those speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Curtis.
All right, Supervisor Arenas,
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
I'm going to keep going because I see Supervisor Ennis is still here. We have 2 items left, item 33 and 32. We're going to take 33 first with some eagerness to get an approval. So I would suggest that we begin with a motion to approve if any
So
of my
moved.
colleagues.
Chavez.
Motion and second.
Arenas.
Do we have any speakers on item 33?
We do not have any speakers on item 33.
Do we have raised hands from either Supervisor Simidian or Supervisor Lee?
We do not.
Supervisor Chavez, your light is on.
Ready for the vote?
Let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas,
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian,
Aye.
Vice President Lee,
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you for your patience. Our final item today is item 32, 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond Implementation Update, which means we'll be ending this meeting on a very high note.
Good afternoon, Board President Ellenberg and members of the board. Consuelo Hernandez, Director, Office of Supportive Housing. Sorry about the musical chairs for a second. I'm joined by Natalie Monk, who's our Housing and Community Development Division Manager. In the interest of time, we won't be showing you the presentation. Instead, we'll just share a few points. For a background, for some of our supervisors who are newer, when the housing bond passed in November 2016, the administration put a set of recommendations that were presented to the board in February 2017. And we basically have been going full force since. Through 20 different reports, including today's, we've approved and recommended a series of projects that have all been consistent with what we shared with you back in February. And what we tried to do with our report this time was to summarize some of that work that we did before. There were some board referrals from Supervisor Chavez that we tried to address about all of the funding sources that you all have supported since 2015, the work that we've done over the 7 years, and really we're down to our last $140 million. It's taken a tremendous amount of work from multiple partners, staff here at the county, not just from the Office of Supportive Housing, but the clerk's office, who has been very patient with our staff reports that are often very late, county counsel, who has pivoted at every point in our implementation, including what we're recommending to you today. With the remaining $140 million, we have 5 recommendations for you. First is tied to a recommendation that came from the Oversight Committee, which is that the Empower Home Buyer Program, despite all of our efforts and our coordination with the Housing Trust of Silicon Valley, the market conditions here in Silicon Valley aren't really designed to assist first-time home buyers, despite the many changes you all have approved over that time. But the community now relies on that program for assistance, and so our recommendation is to only partially take $5 million of the $25 million you previously approved and have that help us fund a below market rate program that you all considered and approved back in November 2021. Natalie and her team is working on a recommendation that will come to the board with more detail before June 30th. And the idea is that that will allow us to continue working with the Housing Trust, but it also takes some of the recommendation from the Oversight Committee, which basically asked us to look at different ways of offering homeownership opportunities. The second recommendation is of the $950 million that you have approved, that are part of the housing bond, $25 million is not committed to any project or any program. We would recommend that we use that money to keep our commitments to VTA and an MOU that was approved by the board in November 2021 that identified 4 sites. The VTA has a housing production program that targeted over 20 parcels. We are partnering with them on 4. While they are still going through entitlements, having that $25 million reserved will allow us to see those projects come through. And that includes a property in the city of Campbell. It's the Winchester site. It would be the first Measure A project in that community. And the third recommendation is related to our housing that is led by county staff. If this sounds familiar to you, it's properties that are like Parkmore, the hub. It includes $57 million for 3 sites. Again, they're not entitled. We'd still have a lot of work to do, but this would allow us to plan and program the balance of the money. And then the fourth recommendation is we have some MOUs, both official and unofficial, with some of the cities across the county. We would like to set aside the remainder of the funds for those projects that we are aware of. And what that allows us to do is basically plan ahead and maintain our relationships with our development partners, because they are still knocking on our door for money, and we want to have some predictability with those commitments. And then the last recommendation, as you all know, our rapid rehousing program is the one category that we have not been as successful. We have heard from the development community that they would like us to reduce some of the risks, and I think it's because it's something new. And the reason why we are not comfortable just eliminating that recommendation is because we know that after somebody exits a rapid rehousing program, they are more likely to become stable if they are connected to a permanent housing project or a unit. In this case now, they either have to compete with an open market and they are severely cost burdened and will be at risk of becoming homeless in the years ahead. By doing this and having a reserve pool, that will allow us to mitigate the risks that the development community has identified while continuing to push the recommendation. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Natalie and her team for all of the hard work. These reports take a lot of time. I'm happy to keep going, but I want to be mindful of the time and give you the opportunity to ask us questions. Thank you.
I think Supervisor Chavez should speak first on this item.
Well, I mean, Sylvia, my colleague is about to leave, so I want to just make sure we get
Speak fast then. But.
Yeah, I just want to get a vote on the table. So I'm going to move approval of this direction, and just want to say to this staff, amazing work, and to our partners, Destination Home, City of San Jose, all the city housing departments, unbelievable work. And we do have some continuation work to follow up on, and so I'm loath to let this go, but I want to start moving. So I think staff, that one of the issues that I'm really concerned about is both next steps and also really as part of our budget process, we should be discussing what, if any, sources of funds we're going to have to contribute and continue the Measure A pipeline. So I'm hoping that's part of budget, and that would be my motion.
Second.
Oh, thank you.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any public speakers?
We have one public speaker, and Vice President Lee has his hand raised.
Let's hold on one second. I know that we're about to lose Supervisor Arenas. Does it make any sense to vote and then have more comment, or no?
You need to take public comment before the vote.
Okay. Carry on, Supervisor Lee.
Oh, public comments first, please.
Okay, we'll do public comments. We have one speaker in queue.
And no one in the chambers? If anyone else is wishing to speak on Zoom, now is the time to raise your hand. We'll close the queue when the first speaker begins speaking.
Our first speaker is Jen Loving. We are unmuting you. Please accept the unmute. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors. And I just want to thank you and all the staff at the Office of Supportive Housing for really this epic work over the last 7 years. In 2015, we have less than 300 units that were specifically designed for people who've been experiencing homelessness in this community. And you fast forward to today, and we have 66 projects and over 6,000 units. And Measure A, the leadership of Supervisor Chavez, of Consuelo Hernandez and her team, the willingness to hold to this North Star and to make sure that we were creating more equity for the lowest income people in our community should be the direction that we go in the future. And I hope that we can follow up on what Supervisor Chavez just mentioned about what we can do going forward when this bond sunsets. But in the meantime, truly thank you. You have literally saved thousands of people's lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
I will second everything Jen said. Let's take a vote, please.
I'm sorry, I missed who made the second.
Arenas.
Otto.
Otto.
No, was
Lee.
it you, Sylvia?
We both did it.
They both did it. Choose.
Thank
Okay.
you, Jen.
All right, taking the vote then, Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
We are adjourned. Thank you all very much for your cooperation and support in moving us through a lot of very significant items today.